Oh, well, everybody know who I want next. I want Terrence Crawford next.
You're gonna make that happen?
Huh?
You're gonna make that happen?
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm gonna get these straps and I'm gonna go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Down. Strap season. I know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the ball. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switch codes, but he code switch focus. Staring down your team with a frozen, ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game and the gang will accost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God vibe, I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a piece, man. I ain't got no time for a piece, man. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up.
If I let my dogs off the leash, then you might want to get out of Dodge while it eats me. Honestly, think it's not the blood and the beef. If they don't leave anything behind at the eat.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating. If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a beast. When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they wanna call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God vibe. I'm the kingpin.
Oh, goddamn, goddamn, goddamn. Oh, goddamn. Mm. Oh, yeah. It is what it is, goddamn it. Inoue is a monster. He is a monster. I was just watching it this morning because, I went to bed last night wondering what the hell was going to happen. Then I wake up, what I'm saying, like really not really thinking about it. Then I look at the headlines, what I'm saying. I look at the headlines. I had to go ESPN and watch some of it because the shit went off because and it wouldn't show you the whole fight. So I just went up to the part where he got stopped and how a little bit of how it got started because they cut the stream off. And man, just from the little parts that I was able to see on ESPN, man, in a way, it was just dominant, too fast, too strong. What I'm saying? But really just too fast, bro. Cool Boy couldn't handle that speed, couldn't handle that power, couldn't handle the angles that Inoue was coming with, bro. I'm telling you, he made that shit look easy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Cool Boy looked like he was walking in molasses. He was just intimidated by that speed. You could see Inoue was the better athlete, bro. It was just like, damn. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like he was just so comfortable at that weight class. He just knew he could beat Cool Boy. He wasn't worried about shit. And you know what I'm saying? Cool Boy, he was just trying to survive up in that motherfucker, man. I mean, it's like, what the hell happened? What's going on, King Judah?
Man, what's going on? Poor. I tried to tell you, brother. I saw that coming a mile away, bro. I saw that ass whooping coming a mile away, and it was an ass whooping, fool. He beat the hell
Yeah.
out of two boy Steph. He beat,
Yes.
bro. A lot of people talk shit. I'll never forget, cause like, so I want to bring this up, bro, for all the people that hate on King Judah. Everybody say I don't know what I'm talking about. I literally only got one fight wrong in the last 3 years, and that was the Caleb Plant and Benavidez fight, right? People say King Judah don't know nothing. I never got no other fight wrong. But people talk all this shit about Caleb Plant getting whooped at the end of the fight. Fulton got his ass whooped from soon as the fight started till he got knocked out. That was the ass whooping of the century. He got his ass tore up.
Oh man, it's like he just. I don't know. It's like the skills just. I don't know. He let a guy come up from the lower divisions and whip his ass like that, bro. The weight didn't seem to matter. Um, you know, he just
Too
did.
much, bro. Like that's what I saw. Bro. I'm not because I watched Inoue. You know what I'm saying? I watched Inoue before he moved up, and I saw the skills was there. I knew he was the real deal. Like, 'cause, I'm one of them people, bro. When I see a hype job, I let you know it's a hype job. But I knew that Monster was one of them ones. They want to hype him, of course, but he does have the skills to back it up. You know what I'm saying? So they got them one. Old Medium got them one right now in Inoue because they want to hype him up, and he got the skills to back it up. But like I said, bro, after watching Fulton fight, bro, he get hit too much. He get hit way too much to fight somebody like an Inoue, bro. Like somebody with them kind of fast hands. You can't do it, bro. You can't step in the ring with somebody that accurate, that fast, that aggressive, somebody that want to hurt you that bad, and you getting hit more often than not. You have to have a superb defense to fight somebody like an Inoue. Because if you let him,
Well, I thought Cool Boy had that. You know what I'm saying? Because it
right,
was the differential was how much faster Inoue was. You know what I'm saying? So he could do those things that he was doing. I mean, I knew Inoue was fast, but I thought Kubo was fast as well. And he wasn't, it was a significant difference in the speed. I'm talking about, man, that first step Inoue got, bro, it takes him anywhere where he's a superior athlete. I don't think it's just the skills that Inoue has. I mean, he's like like a Japanese Roy Jones Jr. Anywhere
right.
where he can step anywhere, he can execute, he can hit whatever he want to hit because he got those cat like reflexes, and he's got that he just got that first step, and he got power behind that shit. So he was able to break Cool Boy down even on his way out, breaking to the left, you know what I'm saying, dodging out in a way with ketchup, you know what I'm saying, with solid shots. He's one of those dudes like Lomachenko when he first came in. He got so much speed, he
Right.
got so much athletic ability that these guys are going to have to wait for him to slow down.
You know
You
who
know what
I
I'm
you know
saying?
who I you know who I compare him to most? He like he an upgraded version of Manny Pacquiao, bro. I know that's early for me to say that, being that
I
Manny
don't know
Pacquiao.
about upgraded. I don't know
I
about
think he better than
upgraded though.
Manny, bro. I think he got better. I think he got better overall offense. I think he got better defense than Manny too, and he got a better jab.
But his defense is his speed, is his legs. I
Right,
mean, so that's his defense, is his athletic ability. Same with Crawford, same as all the athletes that dominate in boxing. Fulton couldn't even really hit him because he wasn't fast enough. He looked like one of those average guys. You know what I'm saying? When you face a unique athlete who got all those intangibles, who got all those athletic intangibles, it's hard to fuck with those kind of dudes.
right.
It's hard to because I mean, even when Stevenson tried to counterpunch, Inoue was so fucking far away. You know what I'm saying? Because he was just that fast. He could just step in and out of range. He could come in and hit Cool Boy, with them hard power shots and shit. And it's like Cool Boy couldn't really retaliate because he was so worried about what was coming in because the dude was
Right.
just that incredible of an athlete, bro. And
I blame his trainer, Poole, because I'm looking at that fight. Okay, when I first saw the first round, right, man, Inoue
mhm.
won it easy. But it's too early. It's too early for us to know how this fight about to end. How this fight gonna turn out. When I saw the second round, I said, "Damn, he won that one easy too." Right then and there, that trainer should have told him we have to switch our strategy. We cannot box with Inoue. See, Fulton was trying to
Well,
outbox him. That was not gonna work, bro. He needed to make that fight ugly, and he should have made that fight ugly, bro. He should have tried to push Inoue back.
I think he did. I think he was trying to, but he felt the power of Inoue when he got hit. He hit. See, Inoue got that. He got that one hit power, bro, that can knock you out. And I think Fulton felt, You know what I'm saying? Once he started getting hit to the body, he understood that he wasn't willing to take the chance of walking Inoue down. Inoue was walking him down, and it was kind of interesting how far away he was when he was walking him down because he had so much speed, intimidating speed, that Fulton was always wary of that speed and that distance and not getting caught. You know what I'm saying? Because he was just so much faster than him. So he was totally intimidated about getting caught with a punch and getting knocked out. He ended up getting stopped anyway. But I think it was the mindset. He didn't have the same mindset like when he fought Figueroa. You know what I'm saying? Which kind of convinced me he was like really good in the way he dealt with Figueroa. But the speed and power of Inoue was different. Man, when I tell you he was different in this fight, man, I was just like, wow, this dude can hit Cool Boy at any time he get ready. Did you see the confidence?
Yeah,
Did you
bro,
see
that
the
1-2.
confidence?
What I was surprised
Yeah.
was how often Inoue was landing that 1-2, bro. Like every time he threw that 1-2, it was on the money. I'm talking about both punches, the jab and the cross. Every time he threw it, it landed every time. And I was
Well, did
like,
you see
damn,
the
bro, he can't
levels?
see it.
I mean, yeah, he's just that fast. He was changing levels. He was going to the body. Coming up top. I was just like, damn. I was like, Cool Boy, you can't react to that shit, and he couldn't. He couldn't. He was just totally befuddled by his speed. He couldn't
Right.
get past it. He couldn't get past it. You know what
That
I'm saying?
was crazy.
All he could do was just defend himself. It was kind of like Mikey Garcia versus Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? Except, anyway, just didn't have the size to come in reckless like that. But he wasn't worried about Fulton Power. He wasn't worried about what Fulton had coming back, and that was important. You know what I'm saying? Power was, a problem. Speed was a problem. And I just hate to see Cool Boy, go down like this. But this is boxing, y'all. You know what I'm saying? We got to call it like it is, and it is what it is. Look like they got themselves another 2.0 Manny Pacquiao, you know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
they're gonna ride that train, say you should have heard the damn commentary. The shit was just, that
I
shit.
gotta start betting, bro. Cause like I said, bro, I be getting too many fights right, bro. I ain't never made a bet in my life. I can have some money by now.
Hmm.
I need to start
So
betting.
you can't just, uh say that, Kubo was cheated or anything like that. He just met a superior athlete in the ring. He was prepared for everything that Fulton, Fulton needed some more offense, bro. He needed some offense bad. And if you're not gonna have offense against anyway, he's gonna beat your ass. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we saw. I mean, I wish they would have played. 'Cause I kept trying to play it. You know what I'm saying? More of it, but they had cut the damn screen. I was just like, God damn. But I saw enough of it to see that my man would never got into the fight. You know,
Yeah, that
Cash
was
Cooper
a
says,
that was a one-sided ass whooping, bro. I think I put that almost on the level of Floyd Mayweather beating the shit out of Arturo Gatti. It was
mm.
almost that bad.
And he had an attitude with the shit too. He
Right.
had an attitude. The motherfucker confidence. He's winding up and you know what I'm saying? Just so confident and dominant that he could beat Cool Boy. You know what I'm saying? That's what made the whole thing, you know what I'm saying, so absolute. That was wow. You know what I'm saying? Rami Emily Jones says he had my respect, but I wanted to see him fight in the States, right? You know. Let's see. He says, "I can't wait to watch the fight later." Yeah, you ain't gonna. It's not really competitive. Uh, Cool Boy seemed like he was just nervous as hell. Did you see him before the bell rang? He seemed like he was just super nervous about this.
Yeah, he didn't have that confidence, being in Japan. Another thing too, they say that home crowd make a difference. Bro, few home crowds love their fighters more than Japanese people. I know that can be intimidating, bro, knowing that, you know what I'm saying, the whole stadium is really against you because they stick, they love their own that much.
Right, right, and you could sense the hometown, or the home field advantage. You know what I'm saying, for Inoue. He was like really basking in the crowd of his people, and what I'm saying, the pride of his people, and he was putting on a show. He put on a show for him. But Cool Boy signed the contract, and he went over there. He should, and he went in there. He did what he had to do. Now it's just one loss now for Cool Boy. even though, you know what I'm saying, that this was kind of embarrassing, you know what I'm saying, for us, because he come out of Philly. That's like, boxing American Pie type of gym. And, you know what I'm saying, he's gonna have to run that back, bro. He's gonna have to run that back. He's gonna have to, and I know they're not gonna do it, but he's
No,
gonna
they're
have
not.
to get that. He gonna have to get that win back, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because Fulton got skills. He's gonna be up there at the top of the division. Um, wow. I'm just.
If I
I had
was
to get
him,
myself to. I'm gonna tell you, I had to get myself together this morning, bro. I was just like, what the fuck?
right, right.
I was,
But look, if I was him, Pool, the best Fulton can do, because I always thought about like I put myself in these people's shoes. Like if I was a boxer on his level and I took a loss like this, the rest of my career would be dedicated to getting back in the ring with Inoue, meaning that I cannot lose to nobody else. I have to be impressive. I have to be so good going forward that everybody called for him to fight me again.
and it's kind of the equivalent of Gary Russell when he lost to Lomachenko, right? Um, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna just call it for what it is, y'all. Y'all know how I am, so win or lose. This is a boxing channel, you know what I'm saying? And we all boxing fans. So, it's taboo. And even Aerosmith Jr. said this in the interview. He was asked, he said, it's taboo to lose to somebody who's considered, saying from another culture, or I don't care who it is, blacks are considered to be dominant in boxing. You know what I'm saying? Even I don't care if he's Japanese or whatever. Gary Russell experienced it when he lost to Lomachenko. Deontay Wilder experienced it when he lost to Tyson Fury. So they're trying to break down those barriers. Where blacks are dominant in boxing, and that's why they love Inoue. So that's why they support him so much. You know what I'm saying? Because they want to see somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Start to dominate the divisions and things. So I believe Inoue is going to try to go up there. He's going to try to move through the divisions. He's going to try to go up there and get Tank. So how you think, in a way, if he was to take like a Tank fight? Because look like weight don't matter for this guy.
Man, let me answer this, bro, as objective and honest as I can. You know I don't bullshit you, Pool. I try to keep it real, bro.
Hmm.
The first thing I want to address is Inoue has a good jab. He has a good boxing IQ, good footwork, good power, great combinations, and he got a good instincts for fighting. And more importantly,
Hmm.
the most important thing is his footwork and his movement. Tank Davis is not fighting Inoue. That's the first thing I want to put out there. Tank Davis is not going to fight him. Period. That's the first thing I want to put out there. And if Inoue was to fight Tank Davis, that's a fight that Inoue can win. I'm not saying he will beat Tank or however. I ain't even put that much thought into it yet. But I just know that that's not a fight because a lot of people are like, oh yeah, Tank gonna knock him out. You don't know that. But Inoue got everything it take to go in there and beat Tank Davis.
Mm-mm. Wow, wow. I'm trying to get up. Let's see. God damn, man. I'm just kind of fucked up this morning, man. Ooh, I didn't want to wake up to that bullshit. Ah, damn, bro. Let me see. Damn, what the hell's up? Man, I'm just telling you, bro. This is something I just didn't expect. You know what I'm saying? I thought Cool Boy would get in there, turn him, use his skills, and just outbox him. He couldn't do it, bro. He couldn't do it. Like you say, in a way, was just too good. His footwork. I mean, the speed. I mean, the way he just cut him. I mean, he just came to Cool Boy whenever he was catching Cool Boy pulling out. Oh God, bro. What a disaster
And
here.
you know what else? Know what else? A lot of people not. I didn't hear people giving him credit for this, and they still probably won't. A lot of people overlook the fact that Inoue moved up and challenged the best fighter in the division. That's something to be respected, bro. They got people in their own weight class won't fight the best fighter in their division. This dude moved up to fight the next best fighter in the next division for his first fight, and he dominated him and knocked him out.
Well, he was undisputed. You know what I'm saying? He was undisputed. Yeah, he was undisputed. So you got to give him credit for that. I mean, looked like he the real deal. You know. Um, I don't know what's going to happen for him next. Is he going to try to clean out that division? Let me see. I'm sorry. I'm trying to look for upper echelon number. Damn. I just can't. I'm just like, damn. Oh man. And I woke up to this shit, man. Oh God. You know. Where do you think Cool Boy Steph goes from here?
I'm not gonna lie, bro, or Pool. Like I know you heard me say it before, bro. I was never big for you. You know what I'm saying? I was never big on him. Now I do believe that outside of Inoue and that's in them smaller weight classes, I do believe he probably the second best fighter. So I don't assume that he gonna lose again. But like I said, the best thing he can do is to keep winning. You got to get that back. Like you said, you have to get it back. They don't want to give it to you back. You have to make them give you Inoue again by being so impressive that they can't deny it. You know what I'm saying? Just think about it. They close to the same weight. Inoue just moved up, so he might not be going up again no time soon, unless he about to start some shit we ain't never seen before, where he just one and done. He go to a weight class, take a belt, then go to another one. That shit'll be crazy. But if he don't do that, then that means Fulton can put in the work to get back in the ring with that guy because he not. You know what I'm saying? They're around the same size and they're around the same age too. So that's his best bet.
Oh boy. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Man, I'm just y'all gonna have to give me a second because I'm just kind of like, God damn. So I'm like just getting off the ESP, um, saying live and the shit. They cut the shit off and oh man, it's like he got his ass beat, bro. That's not something you want to see. It's not something you want to see. You know what I'm saying? I was definitely going for Cool Boy and wow. I don't know how they misjudged that. I don't know how they and why would they agree to go over there and fight this man in his country? Mm. That shit just didn't make no damn sense.
See, me, my thing is, bro. I try not to down fighters or clown them for taking risks, bro. Like, cause one thing about it, bro, I'm a risk averse person. But the greatest times of my life has been when I take risks. So I respect people that do take risks. So I'm not gonna clown Fulton for doing that. A lot of people like, why would you do it, bro? But I respect him. So with his loss, I'm not gonna bring that up because most people don't have the heart to do what he did. So I'm not gonna down him for that. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, if he would have pulled it off, that would have been a lot of glory for him. That would have been all the glory I would have gave him if he would have pulled it off. But it's just like I said, bro, he get hit too much. I knew he wasn't gonna be for Inoue, bro. I've been saying it for months. I just knew that was a bad matchup for him. He get hit too much, and Inoue will hit you, bro. Like it's certain things don't go together. You don't want to be the type of person that get hit a lot against somebody who will hit you. And I understand that in boxing, everybody hits you, but you know what I'm talking about, Pool. Some people is hardwired to hit you. Manny
Right.
Pacquiao is hardwired to hit you. Muhammad Ali was hardwired to hit your ass. As soon as the opening come up, he will hit you as many times you let him. It's not like Ali. These type of dudes don't just hit you once. If you give them an opportunity to hit you 10 times in the face, they're gonna hit you 10 times in your face. So I knew that was a bad matchup.
Keep it going, King. I'm trying to I'm trying to find up echelon numbers. Shit,
Okay, yeah.
I can't find.
So I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm impressed with Monster, bro. I seen him at the lower weight classes. That's why I told you I feel like he was gonna beat Fulton because I saw him and I was impressed. But I didn't know if it was matchmaking because I don't watch the lower weight classes too much. So I didn't know he was looking so good because those other guys were so bad. But now I seen him against Cool Boy, and I seen that it don't matter who he fight, but them skills gonna translate, and that's how you know you're dealing with an elite fighter. It don't matter who you put Inoue in a ring with, them skills gonna translate. You see what I'm saying? So basically, the only people that can beat Inoue is they have to have a higher skill level than him because it's not like the moment gonna be too big. It's not like he gonna have an off performance. Like he truly is one of the elites. Like he gonna come with it. When you step in the ring with Inoue, that's what you're gonna get every time. So if you're not better than him, you're not beating him. And like I said, bro, I'm excited to see what he gonna do from here. I mean, who else can he fight though? Like, I mean, I know people say he might fight that guy Robisa that knocked out the Asian dude tonight. In the co-main event, they said he might fight him. I think that'll be entertaining for long as it lasts, but I think Inoue will knock him out too. I
Wow.
think, yeah, I'm serious, bro. I think I like Robisa though. He put on a good performance, bro, but he a little too flat-footed. He had more movement than that other Asian guy, but he don't have the kind of movement it'll take to get out the way of punches of Inoue though. And another thing about Inoue is because I heard no Nito Donaire, they asked him they asked for his fight prediction. I think he was on Fight Hype. And they was asking him about what does Inoue bring to the table. And he really broke Inoue down, but he fought him twice, I think. He broke him down. He was like, man, yeah. So he's like, he got those fast hands and he catches you off guard. And he said, initially, you think that as long as I can close the distance on him, I would have success. But he said one thing that he got is a sneaky, I think he said a sneaky left hook to the body or a sneaky left uppercut. One of them punches is a left punch to the body. And he said that bothered. He said he's real good at it, and it's one of his best punches. So he said a lot of times, like psychologically, it makes you not want to force, it makes you not want to get in close with him. And I think that was true, but that's why, because I was wondering why Cool Boy didn't just pressure him. Because he said once that punch hits you, subconsciously you don't want to fight on the inside with him no more, even though that's your best bet to beat him. So to me, that's crazy. But to think that somebody's so good from mid range and long range, but he got a weapon that makes you not want to close distance too. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, man, he's something, bro. I was one of the ones, bro, when I first heard about him, I was one of the ones going on everywhere I went. Man, he ain't no goddamn monster. Stop calling him the fucking monster. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
shit, bro, that dude got it all, bro. He got the power, the skill. You know what else he got, bro? He got that fighting spirit. He a fighter. He a fighter through and through. You know what I'm saying? That nigga, he got that Manny Pacquiao spirit. He a fighter, bro.
Yeah, I saw the attitude, the swag. I saw all of it, man. I was just like, bro, don't let this man style on you like that. And he just couldn't do shit about it. He couldn't do nothing about it, bro.
Right.
It just was what it was. He was a superior, fighter. Um, and he got stopped. 8th round. Jesus Christ.
So who else? I don't watch the lower weight classes, bro. Who else is around those weight classes that can challenge him besides Fulton? Like, what else can we look forward to?
Well, let's see. Let me see. Let me go into. Let's see. What's that? 122. Let's see. God damn it! I'm just trying to deal with this shit. This is boxing rankings.
I thought he was at 126 now.
Let me see. Let's see. Boxing rankings. Oh God, man. See, just got get out there and get Falumaloon. Let's see. See, I can't even hardly function this morning. My boy went out there and got his ass beat. Let's see. Boxing rankings. I thought that's at 122, right? That's where he got his belts. He's unified at 120. Well, was one. He
probably gonna stay at 126, right? You think?
Well, he's got if he wants to become undisputed, but I don't think those are big fights to unify those belts. Let's see.
I think he is gonna go after undisputed, bro. He give me a legacy fighter vibe. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think a legacy important to him. That's why he moving so fast. Like, think about it, bro. He didn't move up to fight Fulton for money. He didn't move up to fight the best fighter in the next division for money. We did it. No. Legacy fighter.
You think so? You think you know what I'm saying? Well, he did choose Cool Boy Steph. He wasn't afraid to take that challenge, and Cool Boy was considered to be, a fighter's fighter. And when you look at that, you know what I'm saying, you got what's his name? Neri Lewis, Casemiro, let's see, Aleem Rissi or something like that there. Let's see. I gotta get the rankings laid out. Shit. Ah, man, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just disappointed. They got me fucked up. Oh, they got me fucked up, bro. Oh man,
I'm excited, bro. I like Inoue, bro. Like I said, to me, he a better version of Manny, bro. Like, I know I might be talking early, but
I think what it is that they hype them up. They hype motherfucker. They get on these bandwagons, old media. And they got their picks and they push them and then they downplay everybody else, and it just kind of pisses you off how they downplay everybody else. You know what I'm saying? They want anybody but us, and so it just kind of make you defensive about the motherfuckers that like Lomachenko, and they're giving them all the press and giving them they bragging on them and shit. So it makes you hate the fighter. You know what I'm saying? It makes you hate the fighters. Because they downplay everybody else who they're who they're not behind. Okay, so let me see. That was Superfly. Let me see. I'm going through the rankings right now. Flyweight 112. Let's see. Let's get up to 122, right? 122. So here, okay. That's 122, 126. Let's see, 122. So you got Marlon Tapples, you know what I'm saying, for the WBA. Then you got Sam Goodman for the IBF at 122. And of course, Stephen Fulton had the other two belts. He had the WBO, he had the WBC. So under the WBC, they got, oh my God, he's gonna beat the fuck out of Lewis Neary. He's gonna beat the fuck out of Lewis Neary. He's gonna beat his ass. Well, you might as well say he's undisputed because I'm looking at there's not a ranked person for the IBF under Sam Goodman. I never heard of Sam Goodman, so he's gonna beat his ass. And Goodman is the he's number two under the WBO. Oh yeah, he's gonna be he's gonna be undisputed. You know what they're doing? He's gonna be undisputed in two weight classes, y'all.
Yeah, I
I
was just
already
thinking
see
about.
it.
Hey, I was just thinking because you know what, bro? Terrence Crawford don't win this fight. Inoue gonna be the first male two-time undisputed, right?
And they're trying to get him there fast. You know what I'm saying? They want him to be the first to do it because I don't see anybody here because you can go down to number three at the WBC. You got David Picasso. I never heard of him. Number three in the WBA, you got Kevin Gonzalez, and then you got in the IBF number three. I can't even pronounce his name. Makadana, Makalakavi, or some shit like that. And come on, bro. He's going to be undisputed. Then you got Neary in number three in the WBO, and he's gonna knock out Neary. I mean, Neary almost got knocked out so many times. He's definitely going to fall to Inoue.
What
So
you think?
he's going to be undisputed at this weight class if he won it.
What you think
Um,
about Bam Rodriguez though? Because like I said, I don't keep up with the lower weight class, but I hear y'all say his name a lot. What you think about
Oh,
Bam?
Bam! Oh, Bam,
Yeah,
a bad motherfucker, but he ain't no monster anyway. He's definitely got really good skills, but we've seen him struggle. But he's fighting champions though. This is against champions, and he's able to. He's another one who's able to climb weight classes, but it seems natural because he struggles in those fights, but he finds a way to win. Unlike Monster Inoue, who's more of a gifted athlete with speed. Now, I'm not saying he don't have skill. What I'm saying is that he has those intangibles where he can overwhelm folks. You know what I'm saying, with his speed and his power. So it gives him an advantage. And he's going to be a bad motherfucker. He's going to be undisputed twice, y'all. I'm telling you right now because I'm looking at the fucking rankings, and there's nobody can fuck with Monster. You know, none of these dudes. You know what I'm saying? I know Isaac Dogbo ain't gonna be able to do it. He's like number six. You know what I'm saying? Joette Gonzalez. You know what I'm saying? None of these dudes gonna be able to fuck with anyway. Well, that's
right.
at 126. Shit, he might become. Let me see. Let me look at the next division. Shit, he gonna rock through these divisions, bro.
Yeah, he might go to
If they,
130. He might go to 130 and do the same shit.
let me tell you something. I don't see anybody in the rankings. You know, so Ray Vargas can fuck with this guy.
Well,
Lee Wood.
that's why I don't watch the lower weight division. But I know there are a lot of people they be like, oh man, you don't watch. I don't because I mean it's nothing down there. And I ain't gonna lie, I don't give a lot of credit to those lighter weight divisions too when they be going undisputed, getting this belt, beating this guy, going undefeated. I feel like, bro, that's some of the worst. Bro, the lower weight classes below 130 is the worst divisions in boxing, in my
Right.
opinion.
Right. I'm just like looking at the names at 126. I'm looking at the names 130. Now they got a few at 130, but they ain't gonna be able to fuck with anyway because he's a special athlete. Every now and then in history, we have a athlete that has all the shit like a Roy Jones Jr. You got the speed, they got the power, they got the foot speed, they got the cat-like reflexes, and now they got a Japanese that can do that. This motherfucker is Goku. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker's coming out there, or really, he got the attitude of Vegeta. The way he's
Hey,
destroying motherfuckers, bro.
he
I'm talking about.
remind me. I'm trying to
Mhm.
think, bro. He remind me of. I'm trying to think, bro. That nigga like an Epo character, bro. That's what that because right now. I'm still watching Epo, but bro, that's who he remind me. He remind me of one of them Japanese characters they made up with them skills they be punching super fast and shit, bro. Like he coming like that, bro. He coming like
Well, I
that.
mean, the way he launches his jab, bro, you can't avoid it. I'm like, bro, he's punching you from way outside, but because he's so goddamn athletic, you can't do shit about it. I mean, I was like, look, he's got the shorter reach, you know, my man got the shorter reach, and he was able to outland Cool Boy with the jab, and Cool Boy just didn't know how he was coming. He just couldn't deal with the reflexes, bro. That the man feints was deadly. They was killer. You know what I'm saying? Make you shit on yourself when somebody that fast, bro. One little feint from Inoue, bro, it puts you out of position, and so he can land. It's like that was Cool Boy problem. He just couldn't deal with that speed, bro, and he knew it, and Inoue knew it. He knew he was faster. He knew he was stronger, and he was just confident with it. And I was like, wow, bro. I was like, man, who? How Cool Boy is gonna you know what I'm saying? I thought he had enough boxing IQ to maybe use some timing, but he don't have no power, to make Inoue respect him. So he just kept walking him down. That shit was horrible. Sean Clark, thank you for that $5, bro. He says, y'all think Inoue deserves number one pound for pound spot that they about to give him after 21 fights, 20 title fights, and being a four division champion. Hey, it's starting to get to the point where what I'm saying, you're gonna have to give it to him. Um, and I'm saying, like, if especially he just became unified with these two belts, beating Cool Boy, so the accolades are piling up, is what I'm saying. And so, but the thing is, you got people who had a tougher run than him, but they won't break down his opponents. You know what I'm saying? They won't break down the opponents and compare them to like a Jamel Charlo run. They're trying to downplay that. I think Jamel Charlo had the hardest run out of everybody for undisputed. And but see, they're not going to break it down like that. I think Jamel Charlo is pound for pound number one, and maybe Spence, because you got to look at the quality of opponents. Paul Butler isn't a tough dude. He isn't somebody you're going to give high accolades. Nobody really ran any media on him because he wasn't shit, because he was a title holder, right? Just like in Dongo. So, see, they don't do that in the media. They just pump up the accolades and say he's pound for pound number one, which why I never paying attention to it, because we know who the real killers are in boxing. So, yeah, they're gonna make him pound for pound number one, but we already know that's an opinion based type of thing. We're the real boxing fans, so we know who is the dangerous, who had the best run. That's why I put Jamel Charlo up there, because he had the most deadliest run to earn undisputed, and that's the way I look at it.
Well,
Um, mhm.
no, I was just about to say, my thing is, bro, I'm not gonna lie. At this point, I do feel like if Errol Spence win that fight, he should be the pound for pound number one fighter, being that he undefeated, he got a good resume, beat good fighters. Because like I said, Jamil done took a loss before. But again, I do know he got good fighters too, but he took a loss, Errol Spence didn't. Another thing about
Well,
this whole
that's the
Inoue
thing.
situation,
But
that
that's the
Inoue,
thing. You got. Well, let me stop before you lose that spot. When you come back, when you lose and you come back and you get that win back, what I'm saying, that erases that loss. Plus, it shows that you went through adversity and what kind of champion you are. I think going through adversity and overcome adversity shows what kind of champion you are. It shows that you defended the belt. It shows that you got the grit to come back. For Errol Spence Jr., it's the car crash. What I'm saying, to come back from a car crash and still fight on a world level, on a world class level, shows what kind of champion he is. You see what I'm saying? So, for me, Jamel went through the trials of Hercules to become undisputed. That's why I give it to him. EJ, what I'm saying, he's still working his way towards undisputed. You see what I'm saying? That's kind of how I look at it. I just wanted
right?
you to
So
see how I was thinking.
I
Hmm.
got you. I feel that, but I do think they're gonna probably give it to Inoue. I'm gonna tell you why, bro. Especially depending on how this fight turned out with Crawford and Spence. A lot of people talk about KOs, right? Like people talk about how you do it, what fashion you win in, and it's not just the KO, because I know a lot of people give Terrence Crawford credit. Oh, Terrence Crawford got the knockout, 10 knockouts in a row, but a lot of them fights he was struggling in it. He done got dropped in some of them fights. He done got his ass toe up in some of them fights. You look at even Tank. Like Tank got all knockouts. Some of them fights he don't always dominate in a knockout come. But what Inoue just did, bro, that was dominant fashion that ended with a KO. That was a statement, bro. That was a
Oh
statement.
yeah, man, you can't argue it. You can't argue. Just like saying, you make your predictions. Saying, and I can't put Cool Boy down. He's the fighter that he is, right? And he did what he can do. My only thing is, it's like, when you have a fighter that move up, but he's able to fight like he's been there his whole entire life. Now, is that an exceptional fighter, or I mean, is it just that he's so athletic that, what I'm saying, he got gifts? Because, this is what I'm saying. Mayweather moved up. The only reason Mayweather was able to move up in divisions because he had exceptional defense, right? It's not because he had exceptional power. And
Right.
he had exceptional speed. He had exceptional athletic ability, but he wasn't running over people. He wasn't hitting people with body shots and outpowering people, right? Breaking people down with his power. And so, I want to watch Inoue closely. You know what I'm saying? Because we know in boxing, you don't just run up divisions, and your power is just so much that you can beat. Let's say if you started your career out like Canelo, like at 147, and then you just start going up and knocking out motherfuckers, right? Like you've been at that division the entire time. We know boxing don't work like that, and that's what I'm trying to say. Um, maybe he is, maybe in a way is special. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but I just know you don't just walk through divisions and your power is just overwhelm motherfuckers that's been at the weight class, you know what I'm saying, their entire career. So, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he is some kind of, he got power like that translate. They say Tank can knock out light heavyweights. They say, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, that
you know
punch.
what I
Hey, that punch. The first,
maybe
not
it's
the
the
one that he
speed.
ended the fight
Maybe
with.
it's not just the power. Maybe it's the speed in which he's able to deliver the power. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because he got such fast reflexes. He got such great footwork. That first step is like shit. That shit's like Michael Jordan, man. That motherfucker hit you with that first step, and it's like, man, you can't see what's coming after. It's like, wow,
I
he was
believe that
so.
too. Because it wasn't one punch KO power. It was that, I don't know if you've seen it, but that one he caught Fulton with, it snapped his head back, and then his hands so fast that he was able to land three or four more. So you might be right. I don't think it's raw power. It's good power combined with good timing and good speed and good and fast
Yeah,
combinations. Because like that first one
yeah,
just stunned Fulton. The first one left him open for more punches. It was the other punches that ended the fight. But you're right, bro. But that's dangerous, bro. Like I said, bro, the way Fulton head snapped back, that was probably one of the most violent KOs I seen this year. Like that was a violent KO because his head jerked back and his arms went limp. You seen that shit?
wow, yeah, man, bro. Like you say, when you see a special fighter like this, and you if you have any weak divisions, he's gonna walk through their ass if they fight him. If they don't use politics to keep the belts from in a way, he's gonna be undisputed at 122. So he's gonna be the first male undisputed champion two divisions, bro. That shit is huge. That is fucking huge, and he's gonna do that shit quick if they can get those other guys on deck. You know what I'm saying? If he can get those other guys on deck, he's gonna be undisputed at 122, and he might be undisputed at 126, y'all, because it ain't nobody there either. Man, this motherfucker might go all the way up to 135, winning undisputed if they can organize the belts like that. 'Cause I don't see nobody stopping him. Unless the weight, unless the weight slow him down as he goes up, and changes, something about him. How old is Inoue? How old is he?
He 30.
Oh, okay, no.
He looked
Okay, he don't have
42.
he
Motherfucker,
don't,
he
he don't have
42.
that. He don't have that kind of time. He's looking for big fights then. So what's happening? He'll probably win undisputed because he's 30. I'm looking at his age. He's got maybe 3-4 years, what I'm saying, before he starts slowing down. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it just depends on his genetics. It depends on, what I'm saying, his expiration date. Maybe 33. You know what I'm saying? But the higher he moves up, the stronger those guys are, the better those guys are. But I could definitely see him becoming undisputed all the way up to 130, maybe even 135, depends. I think he would give Tank problems, bro. If he was to fight Tank, this dude could give Tank problems. Uh, Man, I'm just
I
like,
don't think
I'm
Tank gonna
just
fight
so
him, bro.
overwhelmed in my mind by what I just saw, bro. I'm just wow. No wonder why they call this motherfucker monster, bro. I mean, I was like, why they calling him monster? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Now
don't
I
think
see.
Tank don't fight that dude, bro. Like that's just wishful thinking, bro. And the only people that's really saying that, you got to be honest, bro. People prisoners of the moment. It's a lot of, like you said, it's a lot of us black fan base who thought Fulton was gonna do this. A lot of Americans. We hoping because we know Tank small enough to possibly fight him, and we know Tank good enough to possibly get that win back. But I don't think
Well,
Tank gonna fight him.
well, well, look at it this way. There's no money to be made down there. There's no huge big fights to be. He just beat the biggest dude down there at 122. Nobody wants to see him fight Brandon Figueroa. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to see him fight. I mean, think about it. Who is the biggest dude down there that we want to see anyway fight? You have to move it on up to. I mean, you don't want to see him fight Shaki Foster or any of those guys. You know what I'm saying? The key. I mean, look who's already built up is Tank. That's why he wants. That's why that's a big money fight, and he's turning 30. So so he wants the fame, he wants the glory. So he's gonna have to move it on up. He could definitely beat all those guys down there. I just don't see him gaining any glory from beating, what I'm saying, a Joette Gonzalez or, because nobody really watches those guys. What I'm saying, they're not like really sold like that to the public. So even if he became undisputed at 126, he came undisputed at 130. People really don't watch those divisions except for hardcore boxing fans. But if they want to build up his accolades and keep him number one, they'll let him run through those divisions. You see what I'm saying? Because Stevenson could have became undisputed at 130 if he would have could make the weight. But Bob didn't think it was what I'm saying, he didn't think it was worth his time because nobody really know those other two champions.
But
So
full,
business.
if you
Mhm.
really break it down, because I said this during the fight, bro. I was on somebody else's live stream. I was saying this during the fight, bro. Like to me, okay, I did compare him to Manny Pacquiao, but more modern times, like completely, he everything that old media wanted us to believe Lomachenko was. That's what Inoue really is. And I'm like, bro, Tank Davis didn't even want to fight Lomachenko. You really believe Tank Davis would fight Inoue right now?
No, I don't think so.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he's gonna fight the dude at all, bro. That's why I say more realistic. You brought up a name I didn't even think about. More realistically, it's like a Gary Russell Jr. I think Gary Russell get in there with him. I don't know if he'll win, but I think he'll get in there with him.
Oh man. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to I'm like, damn, cool boy. Uh oh man. Mm, trying to send up a damn message. I don't know why I can't find this damn number. Damn. But congratulations, you know what I'm saying, to anyway, man. Anyway, I mean he came, he dominated, he did what he's supposed to do. Did you do you what do you think about the whole hand wrap? You think that had anything to do any effect on the I'm just saying, I'm just trying to examine every
I think
aspect of the fight. I mean, they were he cool boy, and they were worried, the trainers were worried
right.
about stacking the hands. You think that had anything
So
well
So
to
I think
do?
I think it had a psychological effect on Fulton because I think like he already the moment was big for him. Man, I'm going over here to fight you. This dude moved up. Now you know how that feel. This dude moved up to fight me, so I got extra pressure on me. I can't let the smaller man beat me. And I was the man in my division. He come into my division. He came straight for me. That was all going down. And I'm over here in this country. Then I hear about him trying to put some raps in his shit that hurt me worse. I think he had a lot of pressure on me because I'm like psychologically. I think that was psychological pressure. Like, man, this dude was about to illegally wrap his hands to fuck me up. And it's like, I guess he thinking in his head, like, did he do it? Because I know they showed that he had regular raps during the wrap up, but they still got to play in Fulton's mind, like, what else he got up his sleeve for me? You know what I'm saying? I think psychologically, them raps played a factor in intimidating Fulton. Like, man, what do this dude really have planned for me in Japan? Because he already tried to have some illegal raps on my ass.
Yeah, I mean, you got to. I mean, what the thing is that he's saying, "Are you good, dog?" Man, I woke up to this, bro. I woke up to this. It's not like I watched it in real time. You know what I'm saying? I woke up and my man it was already over. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get time to digest the shit. You know what I'm saying? I went in, I wanted to be able to see how Cool Boy was going to make adjustments. And I could wake up, this motherfucker stopped in the eighth round. So it ain't nothing against Inoue. It's just that, like, damn, man, I ain't even, you know what I'm saying? It's like you ain't even get time to process the shit. and the shit is already over and decided. So it's a box.
Hey, you ain't see John Kramer message when he left. He said, yeah. He said Inoue was on Fulton ass from the ring walk. He said as soon as the ring walk
Yeah.
started, he was already on his ass.
The motherfucker ended up putting his trunks on and anyway beating his ass and shit. Yeah, that's fucked up, y'all. That's fucked up, man. Y'all ain't for the turn on goddamn Fulton now. Fulton, what I'm saying, he just, he just met a special fighter. Sometimes you catch a special fighter in their prime, and I mean, especially being 30, that motherfucker is seasoned. He was undisputed. You know what I'm saying? I think it was 118 he was undisputed. Yeah. So he's undisputed. I mean, the man is undisputed for a reason. We trip out and say Paul Butler, but shit, apparently Paul Butler, gave him the confidence, what I'm saying, to go up to 122 and whip the ass of a unified champion. So we have to give Inoue his goddamn props. You know what I'm saying? I have no problem with that. It's just that I want to see the motherfucker live. I want to see, get ready. You know what I'm saying? Then I could have been ready, but I had to get my coffee together. And I'm just like, I had to get the live stream together. And I'm like, shit, I'm watching the fight at the same time and watching Fulton getting his ass for Lumaloon. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, and I'm trying to get the live stream together. I'm saying, God damn, is he gonna come back? Is he gonna do so? And I'm just watching him, and my whole soul is like, God damn, you know what I'm saying? Fulton, you just getting fucked up out there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to get the live stream together. I'm trying to, contact upper echelon, and I'm like, Jesus, watching Fulton getting his ass beat. So it's just wow. I'm just like, wow. Man, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I can't even respond to people. Oh man. Man, I'm just boy. So it just kind of caught me off guard. But when I see but congratulations to Inoue. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say, what I'm saying, he's doing PEDs. He's just a superior athlete. He made Cool Boy look like he was pedestrian, bro. That's what he made. And sometimes that happens in boxing. I understand that. I've seen it before. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it before. I've seen Roy Jones go out there and beat a Bernard Hopkins and a Lights Out Tony. They had to wait for him to slow down. Sometimes you're gonna have to wait for these guys to slow down. And that's what they did with Roy. People stayed away from him. Like what's that white boy name with the fast hand? Joe Calzaghe, right?
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
so you have to wait for the athletes to slow down. He wasn't fucking with Roy in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? He stayed over there across the pond. What was that German guy, Michael Sheshevics or something like that? He wouldn't fuck with Roy. He was a badass over there in Europe. You know what I'm saying? So only person I give credit for, what I'm saying, for when you see an athletic fighter like a Jerron Boots Ennis, somebody who got that, that extra gear, what I'm saying, just naturally got all the gifts. You know what I'm saying, with the hand speed, what I'm saying, with the reflexes, with the power, and both hands can switch and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I give Nigel Ben credit because he wanted to fight Roy Jones at the top of his game. See, when you see a fighter like that, but of course, Nigel Ben, the PEDs and shit, the motherfucker fell out before he could take the piss test after he fucked up Glenn McClellan. What's that guy name? Glenn McClellan. I'm saying, the one who got messed up and
Yeah,
stuff by Gerald McClellan. Yeah. So he passed out so he wouldn't have to take the damn drug test. But when you see fighters, and see, he was a motherfucker too. See, he was one of them special fighters too. So when you see somebody that goes straight for those kind of fights, you got to give him credit. And I see, in a way, he don't give a damn if you the best. He don't care. He's coming for the best, and I believe he's going to come for Tank. If Tank, because he's 30, he don't have a lot of time. Tank is what, 28 now, so
right.
he's got to he's going to try to get that fight in because he's 30. You know what I'm saying? He want to fight while he's. So what now?
Them the kind of fighters. That's why I like Inoue, bro. I like them type of fighters, bro. I like legacy fighters. I'm not, this, bro. I'm not a big fan of money fighters. Every fight
Right.
out in court is a legacy fighter.
Hmm. So, I think anyway he understands, saying that he got the advantage in speed over these guys in power. And, saying he's gonna take it to their ass if, saying if they don't watch the P's and Q's, Tank, I mean, could very well, saying get hurt by this guy. I mean, like you say, I don't think he'll take that fight, but I don't think he'll take a fight like that. But, you know, I mean, if he did catch up with Tank, that'll be an interesting fight. So don't you think?
Oh yeah, it'll
Don't you?
definitely be fun, bro. That'll be something to watch, bro. That would definitely be fun because really, what it would be a battle. If this how I look at Tank versus Inoue, right? It would be a battle of will Inoue's speed and combinations overwhelm Tank, or will his aggressiveness get him knocked out? So the whole fight, that's what it's gonna be, like a seesaw. Like what's gonna happen first? Will Tank get overwhelmed by the punches, all these punches, or will Inoue get countered, from being aggressive? You know what I'm saying? That would be
Hmm.
that's gonna keep us on the edge of our seat the whole fight.
Man, I'm just. Oh man, this man is good though. I mean, I love seeing athletic fighters. But he also has like you said, he has a really good boxing IQ. I mean, the way he set up Fulton, man. I mean, Fulton couldn't do shit, bro. I mean, all he could do was protect himself and escape, bro. That's all. And he wasn't even doing a good job of that. Oh my God, bro.
Like, all right, I'm gonna tell you why. Like, you remember how Manny used to fight. Like, if you wasn't a superb defense and good counter punching, Manny would just overwhelm you because you wasn't able to counter him and you didn't have the defense not to get hit. So with Inoue, bro, it's worse because he got that same type of speed and aggressiveness to overwhelm you. But as soon as you switch to trying to counter him, he'll counter you too. You know what I'm saying? He'll start to counter
Yeah,
you.
man. So this was a good one, man. So I think this was a good learning lesson for Cool Boy to let him know that hey, man, he's got there are fighters out there that can deal with him, man, and get rid of him, man. I'm like, damn, he stopped him though. Shit, that like really, like I said, I wasn't ready. I just wasn't ready, man. Anyway's the real deal. You know what I'm saying? He is the real deal. And really he hasn't encountered a lot of hate. It's just that the way ESPN is representing him, saying other fighters want that same kind of representation too. We want to see Charlo with that kind of deference. I guess is what I'm trying to say. We want to see him get that kind of deference, because he got undisputed also. What I'm saying? We want to see, all the undisputed fighters get that kind of deference, what I'm saying? So, but they, I mean, he really earned that shit last night. You really can't say too much about it. I mean, he earned the shit, man. And he made easy work of Cool Boy Stuff, who I thought was really up there, man. I love his skill set. And it just didn't matter when it came to a monster like Inoue. It just didn't matter, you know. I mean, he's going to have to go back to the drawing board. Cool boy stuff, but what can you do when you face somebody who's just that much better than you? What do you think he'd do if there was to have a second fight or a rematch? What do you think Cool Boy can do?
The only thing I would do is I wouldn't come in and try to box him again because I would know that I can't outbox him. I
Well,
would
I
try to make
guess
it rough from the beginning.
either you're gonna box him and get knocked out, or you're gonna go out there and work on the inside and get knocked out. And I
But
think I
the
heard
thing
some
is,
people
you know they
say
say
what.
Donaire broke Inoue face. So it's like the reason I say that is I'm not saying that of course his face just easily broken. I'm just trying to say that this guy is human. So your best bet is to probably punish him before he can punish you.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good. I just got the idea to hit him up on IG. Let's see. Let's see, cause my damn phone number I can't find it. Let's see. Yeah, that's kind of crazy, bro. I'm just still in shock. There you go. Let's see. Let me see. Let me hit up. See if he. Let's see. Oh, so 678. So do you think he's going to go for the other belts? Sorry, yeah, I'm trying to get
Yeah,
up in here.
I know for a fact he is, bro. He a legacy fighter. I know a legacy fighter when I see one. This ain't no Tank Davis shit right here where he only fighting bums for money. This ain't no Shakur shit either, because I guarantee you that if he was close to undisputed and anybody offered Inoue 25% to fight them for all the belts, Inoue gonna take it.
Hmm.
Inoue ain't
Okay,
walking. Inoue ain't gonna walk from no undisputed.
I just hit up. So I was on his live yesterday. What I'm saying, but I was driving. But I hit him up on his live. Okay, so Bad 24 says he says Monster had nothing to fear with Fulton. That's why he went straight to Fulton. He says Fulton don't have power to deter. And we talked about that, but we talked about that about because he only got like a 38% power. You know what I'm saying? Power ratio, knockout ratio, and but Fulton was supposed to be a skills guy. He's supposed to be, he's supposed to have like that rare boxers, what I'm saying, boxers type skill, like where he just in how you say that in trendis, I can't even say it this morning. Where he knows the inside skills, what I'm saying, of how to move in the ring, like what I'm saying, because he comes out that Philly school, it's like how like when Cubans fight in the amateurs, what I'm saying, they got a certain school that's respected because that means they know how to box. They know how to move or have educated footwork. They got an educated jab. So you just kind of give it to them, what I'm saying, because of where they train. And the same thing with Cool Boy because of where he trained in Philly. Training beside Boots Ennis, you would think that he was on the next level with it. And anyway, to show you that shit don't mean nothing. He just came in there like that shit don't mean nothing, bro.
I guess
You know
we
what I'm saying?
know who's gonna be the. I guess we know who's gonna be the first two-time undisputed male champion. Because I don't think
Right.
Crawford in this fight. I don't think Crawford gonna beat Spence. So I'm pretty sure Inoue gonna be the first two-time male undisputed champion.
But this does kind of show how athletic ability, what I'm saying, kind of what I'm saying, kind of dominates, what I'm saying, boxing skills. You see what I'm saying? Like not saying that Inoue don't have boxing skills. Y'all understand what I'm trying to say? Like if you're
Yeah,
faster, just purely faster than another person, or you just purely stronger than the other person, you know what I'm saying? Like that, this is like athletic ability that goes along with your boxing skills. So, Inoue is going to be able to make a leap. It gives him a curve to be able to leap over certain things. They don't have to, like Roy Jones. He never had to like really put his hands up like that. You know what I'm saying? Because he was so much faster than others, so he don't have to worry about the fundamentals. And I do think in a way can use fundamentals. It's just that he's so superior with his footwork and his speed. He don't need it. You know what I'm saying? He right now he
right.
can get away. He could get away with it. So it's like it's going to be hard to beat a dude like that. So he's going to be able to run through divisions. You know what I'm saying? Like a hot knife through butter. And we just saw him destroy a really, really great skills guy. And Cool Boy Steph made him look like he wasn't shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, wow, I'm just sitting here with my mouth open because I thought Cool Boy was, what I'm saying, coming out of that Philly school that it meant something. That, what I'm saying, he's got that American black boxing style where you hit and don't get hit, that Floyd Mayweather type of shit. And that shit didn't work for him. It didn't mean a damn thing. It didn't work for him at all.
Right.
Because just like we saw Zab Judah, who was a superior athlete to Mayweather, and he was fucking Mayweather up
Right.
the first 6 rounds. I mean, Zab Judah hand speed, foot speed, he was fucking Mayweather up, and Mayweather just but his mind is more than Mayweather. See, Mayweather got other skills that he could fall back on, and not saying that Cool Boy is Floyd Mayweather, but I thought maybe having experienced and coming up on the other side of Mayweather and the way he boxed, that maybe he understood that he had to weather the storm, but he couldn't weather the storm. So he didn't have enough skills or enough defense to, to evade the storm that, what's his name, Inoue brought to him. So, Go ahead.
Another thing, bro, Inoue not one dimensional either, bro. I think, like I said, bro,
He's not.
I know you realize it, but a lot of people don't realize, bro, Inoue is the real deal, bro. Did you see he came out in the Philly Shield? Did you see that
Hmm.
he started the fight in the Philly Shield? He didn't end in the Philly Shield, but he started in the Philly Shield. That let you know he got multiple styles on offense and defense.
But I say when you that much when you got that much speed and you got that kind of reflexes, it don't fucking matter what style you come out in, because Fulton couldn't do shit with it. All he could do is play defense, kind of like when people fought Manny Pacquiao. They just couldn't believe how fast he was or how many punches he threw. Even Floyd Mayweather, when he got hit by that one punch by Manny Pacquiao and he went up and he shelled up, luckily Floyd just got a high ass boxing IQ. You know what I'm saying? He just knows what to do in the ring because he's such a beast in training. You know what I'm saying? To get around certain things, he just got a master mindset when it comes to boxing, a masterful skill set to be able to handle pressure. You know what I'm saying? A lot of boxers are not haven't mastered defense like that, and so it's going to be hard to beat Inoue because he can get behind that jab. He can come behind that jab with power shots, and you can't see it because you're so worried about the first shot, and he's so fast. The second shot's coming, and he's got power in both hands. Did you see how much power he had in that jab, bro? When he hit Fulton, oh
Yeah,
my god.
that jab was snapping his head, baby. Pool, I want you to, because I know it's about to be everywhere, but that replay, that punch, that initial punch that rocked Fulton, that led to him
Hmm.
getting knocked out, bro, that shit was violent, bro. His head jerked back. It almost looked like, you remember when Manny Pacquiao had counter Floyd Mayweather and he caught him and
Yeah,
Floyd
that's
stumbled to
what
the
I'm talking
ropes.
about. That's what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
that
Yeah,
shit was like that.
that's what I was talking about, bro. Man, this dude here, I'm talking about. He's gonna go far. He's gonna go far. And I ain't gonna lie to you. I didn't watch it. I didn't watch a lot of in a way. You know what I'm saying? I just watched like when he fought Denier and he struggled with Denier, and I think that kind of like diminished what I thought of him. When he fought Dono Denier. Um, So, I think that fight kind of affected me. That's why I thought maybe, saying Kubo would outbox him. So really, you got to give Donier a lot of respect, man, for going in there and giving Inoue the fight that he gave him. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to put some respect on Donier's name.
Right.
Um, and
So
really,
yeah, go ahead, my bad, bro.
no, I was just gonna say, it just kind of you see what kind of fighter he had to face. A young, power punching,
Right,
speedster. Now we see that Donier was in there against a monster of a guy, and it just kind of tells you, it just kind of makes his talent sticks out for a man who's almost 40 years old to go in there and battle. Saying somebody in their prime like that and give him
right,
hell. You know what
right.
I'm saying? So respect to Donier.
Right.
It just shows what kind of dude he was.
And
Oh, okay.
Donnell, he rock with the LDBC, bro. I always see
Okay.
him on BFTB. Like, I mean, he a cool dude, bro. But one thing about it, I didn't watch that fight, but a lot of people said that Donnell had so much success because he put the pressure on Inoue. And that's what I was seeing. That cool boy, that's your only chance against him. Like, he almost like a Shakur. You see what I'm saying? Like, bro, if you stay at mid range to long range, Inoue gonna eat you up. Like, if you can't get it
Hmm.
close and take him off his off his game plan, bro, it's gonna be over with for you.
Right. Yeah, I dropped the link up. What's going on, young billionaire? I see you out there, my brother. Man, what a crazy turn of events. Yeah, I just dropped the Sosa. Go ahead. What's going on, Jay? What you think about all this, man? I'm like a loss for words. You there, Jay? Let me get this super chat in. Stylist, the artist says, thank you for that 4.99. It goes to the channel. It says, Judah, you
Yeah, I'm
think
here.
Tank?
What up, chat? How's everything going?
All right. Let me get this super chat in, y'all. Style, the artisan said, thank you for that 4.99.
Let
Goes
me
to the
let me get
channel.
some headphones or something. It's an echo.
Okay. Judah says, he said, Judah, do you think Tank is weary of fighting Inoue? He says, Tank got more dog than that in him. Plus, I think Floyd would go over there with him for the extra support. That's for you,
Well,
Judah.
Well, I do think Tank is wary of Inoue because of what he brings to the table.
Hey, with you, Judah.
You say what?
Let me add one thing to that. Y'all gotta
Oh,
realize Monster Inoue just came up to 122. Tank is the A side. He's gonna fight. He fight Tank. He gonna have to fight him at 135. That 13 extra pounds. If you look at Inoue's size, he's not gonna have that same speed with that 13 extra pounds. And y'all forget how fast Tank is. And Tank has bone stopping power too, but will Inoue's power carry up 13 pounds? That's what you gotta realize.
Come on. Now you already know what it is. You know how to. I ain't gonna put that out there.
But
You y'all
hey,
hear me?
but I'm gonna tell you one thing though. I'm not gonna take nothing away from Inoue. It was a brilliant fight. But that motherfucker made 122 real easy. He was the bigger guy out there too. And he looked real comfortable. But I'm
Yeah,
not
he
saying
did,
the
didn't
reason why they pushed it back, though. I'm not saying there's a reason for it. But his head started to get big like Pacquiao. You see that shit out there? And I'm gonna tell you something though. I'm gonna tell you something, and it's a fact. They gonna juice on them Islanders. They juice. That's what they do. They are underskilled, so they have to. So they going to do it.
Their head getting big
America,
is the number one sign.
but I'm just
I
saying,
didn't. I
America
didn't put
has the
that out there.
advantage.
I didn't put that out there.
I'm just saying. I mean, it's an evident fact. A lot of people, it's a lot of Americans that do it. A lot of boxers can't compete with the elite 10, like the elite people in their division. And so they gotta feed their family. This is the only way they can go out there. So a lot of them juice. A lot of them might not talk about it, but a lot of them use performance enhancers, man. It's just a fact. I've had some
Or
people say it.
well, we dropped a nuclear bomb on Nagasaki, and maybe he just got hit with some of that radiation, and it mutated the
Yeah.
children. You know what I'm saying?
We
so
hit
I'm just fucking with. I'm
Hiroshima
just
and
fucking with y'all.
Nagasaki.
hey, so Paul, let me say I'm looking at somebody in the chat, bro. This dude name is man. Yeah,
Who that?
Sean Clark. Hector didn't have good defense or movement. I predicted that Hector was getting knocked out because every time he get in close, he dropped his hands. So it was a foregone conclusion that Tank Davis was gonna knock Hector Garcia smooth out. And another thing is people trying to say my credibility gone because I think Inoue can beat Tank. Hell yeah, I think Inoue can beat Tank.
He
I
can't
think
beat
it's a
Tank.
good ass
Oh,
fight.
come on. They,
Inoue
they,
can
they
win
don't
this
they
fight.
don't know
This
who
is
they
Judah
talking
right
to.
here. Judah gonna say
They don't know
everybody can
who they
beat Tank.
talking to.
Yeah, and the reason is
If Inoue can
the
beat Tank,
reason is
he can beat Devin Haney as well.
he can beat them all. He can beat them all. But I can tell you one thing too. I bet you if Devin Haney would have sent a contract to Inoue for 25%, he would have signed the motherfucker.
I bet he wouldn't.
I bet
Inoue
he
would have been
would.
the A side over Devin Haney. He got a
I
whole
bet he
country.
would. My point is, it's
Devin would have had to
nothing.
take
All this that
25%.
Tank can beat these people. Tank is the only fight in the world that get credit for beating people that he don't have to fight. How they go?
Hey, look, we're not gonna do hate no damn tank bashing today, Judah. God damn,
Yeah.
bro. Let it go. You be
So,
doing that shit
so
on
how
every
does
show,
Inoue
bro.
gonna come from 105 to
But that's what I'm saying. But
135 and beat the
105,
best fighter in 135? That's
but you know
questionable.
what? That 105 to 122 should be 3 fucking divisions, dog. Cause like, bro, look, it ain't nothing but motherfucking goddamn. It's 17 pounds. 3 divisions. That's motherfucking damn 6 pounds of division. That's the only way they get so many divisions because they cut it up like that. The rest of the divisions ain't like that. You go up 2 pounds, you in another division. Come on, man. Make the motherfuckers fight each other.
Yeah, I could see Inoue probably getting up to junior lightweight, capping out at 130.
Yeah,
That's pretty
I
fair.
think he'd be pretty good at 126, 130.
Right.
I don't think his frame, I don't think his frame would go past 135 because
So yeah,
that weight
That would
gonna
be
be
a big
muscle on
fight,
that
though.
little ass frame. His frame is small though. He's like 5'1", 5'2".
so you don't think we're looking at another Manny Pacquiao type of situation
I
going
think
up 8
Pacquiao was
divisions?
like 5'3", 5'4", right?
I don't remember.
See,
But I mean,
Inoue's 5'1" though. You see, like you can increase your style and everything, but that height, your height has to be proportionate to your body. You feel what I'm saying? Like, because if not, then you're gonna be growing out you're gonna be going wide instead of tall. And you don't want to bulk up, you don't want to move up and be putting on muscle, like straight muscle. You want your
right.
body to fill in naturally and have like a natural strength with it. But if you sitting there doing it with that muscle, that's gonna slow you down. That muscle make you slow as shit. That's why Joe You know what I mean? The motherfucking British guy, the Juggernaut. That's why he got his ass popped. Because, you know, Ziley Zane, the Big Bang, he was kind of chubby, but he had natural strength and not the muscles bulking him up. And he was quicker and he was popping that nigga, dog.
I'll tell you,
So you, so
Inoue
you,
gonna beat that Tapales guy out of the Philippines in November. I mean, you're looking at a 2-time undisputed champion.
Charlo gonna do it first.
Say it again.
Charlo gonna do it first.
No, I'm talking about Inoue, the IBF and WBA holder at 122.
Yeah, they agreed to fight.
Right. Inoue gonna wash that guy. He's gonna be 2-time undisputed.
I agree. He is. I don't know if he's gonna get it before. Who you think gonna get it first, Charlo, or
Charlo
you don't think
in September?
Charlo. No, I'm talking about at 122.
First.
No. We saying.
You say what?
You think Charlo gonna beat Canelo?
I do.
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
too.
yeah, I see
Charlo
what you
gonna
guys
watch
are saying.
Canelo.
I
think Charlo gonna beat Canelo. I think Charlo gonna beat Canelo, right? And then I think they're gonna rematch it. And I think somehow Charlo will take a dive on the rematch so they can make Earl Spence's Canelo for the final fight.
Charlo ain't taking no dive.
They give him $50 million his ass to take a fucking dive.
I mean, but Canelo can still lose. It's okay when Canelo lose. No, he don't lose.
I know, but you know, Earl Spence and Canelo is the fight. That's the fight they've been building for the last 5 years. They've been building Earl Spence and Canelo. When they offered Canelo the deal last time, Earl was $55 million, while Jamal Charlo and Benavidez was $45 million. Earl Spence is the back end on this deal. Like Earl Spence and Canelo is they Floyd Mayweather Pacquiao fight. They feel like that can do more than Floyd and Pacquiao. And it probably will.
I think a good move for Spence, like you said, if Charlo loses to Canelo, I think he should go after beating Crawford, go right to 54 and challenge Charlo for all the belts. I know Tim Tszyu is going to play a wild card in that, but if he's able to get a shot at all the belts,
they ain't fighting, bro. Like they done decided they not fighting each other, bro.
Canelo ain't got nothing for Charlo. Canelo ain't got nothing for Jamil.
Canelo barely beat John Wright. I tell him, bro.
But it is interesting that they decided not to take his belts from him or strip his belts at 154. So you know there's a plan there. Because usually they would just strip a motherfucker with no problem. You know what I'm saying? Especially with him going up to fight Canelo. And you know the WBC, they all over that shit right there. You know, whatever Canelo wants to do, that's what the WBC is going for. So for the WBC not to strip that belt from 154, I mean, that's kind of interesting. You got to think about that.
You got to think about who else going to make more money than Charlo in the 154 division. If Charlo goes and fights Canelo, even though he's fighting, he's still a WBC fighter, so he still got to pay that sanctioning fee. So look
like the PBC is coming into their own, bro, as a powerhouse.
PBC has the four pay-per-view stars are tied to the PBC. The only pay-per-view star that's not tied to the PBC is Anthony Joshua. And he has a PBC coach and trainer. But Canelo Alvarez, Deontay Wilder, Earl Spence, and Tank Davis are all PBC. Now, if Devin signed with the PBC, he can get probably Rolly or somebody, you know. And see, that's why PBC can build you. Their pay-per-view format is better than ESPN's. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't have to be on that damn app. That Showtime shit be nice. But Canelo Alvarez is going to prove that he the face of boxing, supposedly. Because when him and Charlo do pay-per-view, he going to break Tank and Ryan's records. Because you got to realize Canelo did 1.2 against Triple G. He did 800K with Caleb Sweet Hands Plant. He's finally fighting a black guy since no doubt Austin Trout. You know what I'm saying? And he's fighting a Charlo. And you know, they think they got the advantage because Charlo coming up 2 divisions. All the Papi Muñeños and them, they gonna be out there.
Oh yeah,
they gonna be out there to support the Canelo, the King Nello.
They got to put that fight in Texas.
Let me tell you something. That's going to be an emotional fight for them and shit. You know, whoever goes to that fight, y'all better watch out. It's going to be a lot of issues, man. You know, if Canelo get out there and lose or get knocked out, it's going to be issues out there.
Charlo about to beat blood off that boy. He gonna beat blood off Canelo.
Hey, I'm not so, because I thought the same thing with Cool Boy Steph, what I'm saying, looking at his skill set. Now it's like, damn, you know what I'm
I'm just saying,
saying?
hey, I want to put this out there for everybody that disagree with me. I only got one fight prediction wrong in the last 3 years. I've been right about everything else except Caleb Plant and Benavidez.
That's a tough.
I told everybody Inoue was about to beat the fuck out of Fulton. I've been saying that for months.
Hell, I did. I picked Caleb playing shit. That don't mean shit. I also picked Maxie Hughes, and I got robbed last week. I mean, I picked Maxie Hughes against Camboso, and I lost. But I win more than I lose. Shit.
The only thing that concerns me about that Charlo fight, and I agree, I think Charlo can beat him, but Charlo tends to sit in the pocket way too longer than he needs to. And that's one of his flaws.
That's true. That's true.
And so he can't tend to move away from Derek James's game plan, which he often does middle of the fight. You can't do that with Canelo. He's too experienced. But I agree, if he sticks to the game plan, he has a great shot of beating him.
But
Go ahead.
One thing he got in his favor is that Canelo has slowed down. Canelo has slowed down. He's not as quick. He was so quick when he was coming up, bro. His hand speed was ridiculous. Foot speed slow, and that's where Jamel got the advantage. His foot speed plus Jamel Charlo is coming up too. He's coming up from smaller weight classes, so he's got the speed to be able to move around that. Now, I don't feel confident in what I'm saying because of goddamn, just watching Cool Boy thinking he had the attributes to beat Inoue, and Inoue was just way faster. He was just the superior athlete, and I'm just like, damn, if Charlo stay in that fucking pocket too long and get hit by them fucking haymakers or get beat up on the arms, you know what I'm saying? He let Canelo come in there and beat him on the arms and shit, like he liked to do. It could be a problem for Jamel Charlo. He's got to go in there with the right. He's got to go in there with the right game plan.
Yeah, Charlo's biggest thing is he can't get stopped early. That's the only chance Canelo got, bro, is to catch him with something early because Charlo do have big defense. But if not, Canelo gonna gas. We know Canelo gonna gas, and Charlo gonna tear his ass up.
In 5 rounds, Canelo gassed the fuck out. He's done did the last 3 fights, last 4 fights. But
and Charlo gonna chop him down going to the body.
Hold on, bro. As we just seen with Inoue, Charlo's gonna be the faster, harder puncher coming up. And Canelo's a lot slower. He's lost a lot of speed. And Canelo doesn't have lateral movement because of his legs. And his wind is gone. So you're going to have a fast-ass Charlo coming up with power. And Canelo hasn't been hit with the shit that Charlo has. And Charlo got it in both hands, and he has a disrespectful jab. Bival's jab had Canelo frustrated. Charlo's jab's going to hurt. You feel what I'm saying? Canelo really ain't took that type of punishment over and over like that. Because I remember when Triple G caught his ass one good time, he made Canelo get on his motherfucking bite. And that's why people was hollering that they wanted him to fight Mexican style the second time, and he took that clenbuterol. But Triple G almost took his ass down in that first fight, if y'all remember. So he ain't been in there with no real thumper. And Charlo, he said, fuck with me, I knock shit out. You know what I'm saying? If Charlo's going to be a lot stronger. Charlo is 6 foot. Earl Spence is cutting down to 147, and we only seeing 50% of his strength. So Charlo, I think at 160 or 168, he's going to be a whole lot stronger than he is. He'd be using all of his strength. You get to see all of his power. And plus, Derek James said he's coming in around 162, 165, so he's going to be a lot faster than Canelo.
Yeah, we're going to see.
Yeah.
We're going to see.
What do you guys think about this fight that just happened this morning, man? I watched that joint. What do you guys think about that? Like, just Inoue, and he basically outboxed Fulton. I thought that was crazy.
Yeah.
That's what Spence going to do to Crawford. He's going to outbox him.
Oh, yeah. I said the same thing. I said the same exact thing.
But see, Inoue's speed, bro, that shit was...
That boy's speed is crazy.
Hey, when I talk to my nigga Nonito, I'm going to tell Nonito, bro, you are truly a first ballot Hall of Famer, bro. Because Nonito took that nigga to the wire the first fight. But another thing, though, that's what I say also. Iron sharp as iron. The first time Inoue fought Nonito, that shit went down to the wire. You know, Nonito almost won that shit. That man got his jaw broken, everything. That man learned from that shit. The next fight, he stopped Nonito faster. And he learned from that shit. He learned from beating on Paul Butler and all that. Then he just fought Cool Boy. He downloaded and took that nigga out with speed and power.
Let's get 2 cents up in here. We just kind of drowning out 2 cents. Let's get 2 cents in here.
2 cents.
You there, 2 cents? Jay.
Jasmine.
Jay, you in here? Hello? Okay, y'all carry on.
Another thing that was impressive was that dude's his defense. Pool, I know you talked about that in your last live, was how Inoue was more of an offensive fighter. I think he showed a lot of great defensive traits in this.
Not really. He was getting
in and out that pocket
he like
quick.
Pacquiao. He like Pacquiao. Defense was his offense. And that's the way Inoue is. If you notice, when he realized Stephen Fulton couldn't even hurt him, he said, fuck it. He stopped defending and everything. He just started throwing haymakers and everything.
Yeah, man.
You're right. Upward. He was jumping in and out of that pocket like Pacquiao.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, he was just so crispy with it. He was so sharp, man. I was surprised by how sharp Inoue. I was just, man, I was like, this dude here, he prepared like a motherfucker for this. Maybe when they told him about them hand wraps, he said, okay, I'm finna get on your ass now. You know what I'm saying? It was just like, wow. I mean, he dominated.
I was like,
damn. Me too. And yeah, I didn't have time to prepare for it. Oh, you say Link got kicked. I got you, Jay.
That shit was crazy.
Man, I'm still in shock, y'all. I'm still in shock. And my boy was in here. You all right? I don't know, bro, because usually you have time to process it when you see it in real time. And for me to wake up and look at this shit and say that the shit's already over, and then I had to catch up on the action. Let's get Jay take on this here. Go ahead, Jay. We've just been running our mouth, dominating. Ain't even let you get in. You there, Jay?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
now.
Hey, let me fix this real quick. I got an echo. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, boy, that speed just took me by surprise. Like,
man,
right?
Woo, man, that boy there.
Yeah,
I'm talking about that boy. Go ahead, Jay.
Go ahead, Jay.
I mean, I had watched Inoue, and it's kind of hard to tell when they're heavily promoting a fighter, and you're kind of like, and then you're watching a fight, and it don't really look like, you can't really gauge them against the type of competition that they're fighting, so you don't really know. But he looked good fighting against Cool Boy, so I'm interested to see who they put him in there with next. But I do know people moving up through rank, people moving up through weights and knocking people out like that, it's always a question mark. It's always a question mark.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
But you want me to tell y'all one thing that I realized, though? Because I was looking at some tape this week, right? And I started to think maybe Inoue wasn't a hype job. I thought Inoue was a top 10 fighter because I looked at the fight when he fought Emmanuel Rodriguez. Y'all remember Emmanuel Rodriguez?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He knocked that man out in 2 rounds, right? That's the same person that was beating the shit out of Gary Russell. Remember Emmanuel Rodriguez and Gary Russell last year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The one that the headbutt ended it and they gave it to Rodriguez, he was beating the shit out of Antonio Russell, remember?
Yep.
Inoue beat that man in 2 rounds now. That's the one that came out that pushed Inoue's dad, and Inoue beat that man in 2 rounds. And then when I seen the way that dude fought Antonio Russell, I was like, hold up. This the same guy Inoue took out in 2 rounds? Then I started going back and looking. But see, I thought Cool Boy was going to be bigger, and he was going to get in there and bully the man, lean on him with the weight and everything. But when they came to the ring, I was surprised. I'm like, damn, Inoue bigger than Inoue was bigger than Cool Boy. If you look
I
at
wonder what Inoue walks around at. Like, what is his regular weight? Like, what does he walk around?
They said it was like around 140 something. They didn't say exactly what. But when I seen Inoue and Fulton in the ring, I said, hold up. Cool Boy ain't the bigger guy.
What was that game plan? What was Cool Boy's game plan?
The
I started
box.
looking out the window when they got out there and they seen that he wasn't the bigger fighter. Because see, people thought Cool Boy was gonna be the bigger fighter. But Inoue looked like he was about a cool 150 in that ring, bro. He was like a pocket Hercules, man.
Well, think about this though. If he can move like that with that kind of weight on him, he's going to be dangerous at 135. You know what I'm
Tank is
saying?
real dangerous though, but you know, as you get up there though, your power's going. You know, when you come up, you know Roy
It's, I know
Jones.
it's supposed to. I know it's supposed to happen.
Yeah, you know. But
Gerald,
you remember Roy Jones, right?
Yeah, I remember.
Yes, he got up. He stopped knocking him out.
Echelon.
Yo, bro.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Because I've been looking at that fight for the last couple of weeks, and I've been noticing the pictures they're putting out. Whenever they had those two dudes sized up, anyway, he looked as shorter and he looked as smaller. But that fight, like that dude was big as all fuck. But when you see pictures of them, man, the media is something else, man. It's
That's what I was saying. Because during the build-up, anyway, I said, damn, he must have been cutting a lot of fucking weight, though, because he looked as frail, bro. But when I seen them both in the damn thing today, I said, what the fuck?
Yeah,
I said that nigga look like a little tank in that month. No, for real, bro. Like,
he would rip the shit. He would rip the shit, bro.
I was like, I said, bro, look, my wife would tell you. I said, this ain't gonna go good because we put money on the shit. And I said, this ain't about to go good. Because I'm thinking Stephen Fulton gonna be the bigger guy. Because Fulton even said he's a little guy coming up. Y'all remember when Stephen Fulton was talking about he ain't fought nobody as big as me and all this right here. So I'm thinking, okay, Stephen Fulton got the size and the strength advantage. That nigga wasn't bigger or stronger than that man. And he definitely wasn't faster than that man. That man was throwing Fulton, bro. I was like, what the fuck? This nigga is huge.
Ain't look tired or nothing. Like he looked like he in Mayweather shape or something.
Nah, he was taking some deep breaths. That damn motherfucking weight was hit on his ass. He was feeling it.
About the fourth round, he threw about 100 jabs at him.
Yeah, he started motherfucking feeling that weight though. He started taking them breaths.
And it looked like Cool Boy went in survival mode early, bro. Looked like he felt the power. When he felt that power,
he felt that juice punch.
Hey,
that jumper juice.
You saw the look on his face, man. It's like shit. That nigga started concentrating for real, boy. Like he didn't want to get hit no more.
I knew what was up after the first three rounds. I'm like, man, come on, Steven. Like I started thinking the first round, I said, okay, maybe he was just trying to fill him out. And then I seen Inoue kept popping his ass with that jab and shit.
I'm talking about he was deadly. Faster. He was deadly with that jab, bro. He was hitting
so
damn near every shot.
Cool Boy. And I'm like, Cool Boy, you supposed to be the speed. Because usually Cool Boy is usually faster than everybody at 122. So usually we seeing Cool Boy outspeed. See, that was the problem. Cool Boy was gonna rely on his speed, and his speed with no speed. Hell, that's why I say Inoue's a great fighter, and I have to put him with some of the great people that fight this way he fight. Because if you're a great fighter, you don't worry about what your opponent's gonna bring to the ring or what your opponent do. You worry about what your weaknesses and your flaws is. And you work on yourself because you can adapt to what anybody else brings to the ring, and that's what Inoue did. He said he ain't never fought a black fighter or sparred one, but he fixed his holes and he went out there and beat the shit out of his first one. Cool Boy, they say Cool Boy wasn't the one to hop off the porch with. That nigga took off and ran full speed with that shit. And he done gave these trolls something to damn holler about, boy. That was their Super Bowl right there. We ain't gonna stop hearing about that until Canelo get his ass whooped.
Well, I'm just surprised at how easily he beat Fulton. That was
easy,
bro.
I'm surprised at how easy it was. Fulton didn't give him the resistance I thought he would, and
give him no push, man. Like that's what pissed me off. I'm like, damn, Fulton, you can at least pinch the nigga. Like what?
It almost damages, what I'm saying, what he's done with the unification. You know what I'm saying? How strong is that division?
What it does now is it gonna make Inoue number one for real now. Like, and they gonna try to say Fulton was a top pound fighter, even though they didn't have him on the list. But that was a very convincing.
If Inoue is who everybody's saying he is, then it doesn't take away from Fulton.
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, shit. If they say he was the best in the world, I say he's top 5. I'm not gonna say he's the best.
He damn
You gotta
sure
earn
up
respect.
Shit,
there. I
I
mean,
think
if he
if he
could make
unifies, he beats this Staples guy in November because he got 2 of the other belts. He'd be
Staples is
undisputed.
shit, bro. Like
I
I
mean,
see
we're
him
talking
in
about
Right.
best
big
fighter
fights.
in the world. We're talking about the smaller weight classes. We're not even talking about
Right.
130 and up. Like, come on.
Where the elite black people don't start coming out to around 130.
well, we got to look at it this way. I think Inoue shed a lot of miles up. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? As far as who he is, you know what I'm saying, and what quality of a fighter he is. If he can blow through a cool boy stuff like he ain't nothing, they
Right.
got to look out. They got to look out up there. Tank got to look out. They're gonna have to stay on their shit. Stevenson. Now, if he was to catch Stevenson, I don't know if he would fight Stevenson though.
Nah,
That would
Stevenson's
be
too big. It's too big
yeah.
for him.
I don't know. We say that, but look, we thought cool boy stuff was too big, didn't we? You know what I'm saying? So now we starting to question a lot of things that we believe because you know what I'm saying this man is an exceptional talent. That's why they call that motherfucker monster. You know what I'm saying? That's why they call him monster, bro. Because he able
He,
to do monstrous shit in the ring. You know what
he's
I'm saying?
good, but I'm wondering if it's gonna be the Lomachenko effect. Like, as soon as you start moving up and you start fighting, tougher competition, you out of there. As soon as Lomachenko went up and started fighting tougher competition, he started getting beat.
Well, I
That's a
mean,
good
who do you
point.
guys see up there at 26 and 30? I mean,
That's what I
Ro-
said. I just went through
Robeisy
the rankings.
Ramirez, you got Ray Vargas, 30, you got Navarrete. I mean,
None of
who's
them
out there
dudes.
really that could stop this guy?
None of
O'Shea
them dudes.
Foster.
Yeah, I think that
Uh,
O'Sheik Foster, but I don't know.
no,
Nah,
not,
he'll get on
no,
stack.
no,
He'll get
hell
on stack
no,
it, bro. He'll
I
get on
don't
stack.
know.
He can go
hell
fight
no.
Oscar Garcia, 130.
I think
He'll
he
beat the
walking
hell out of
good
Hector
too, man.
Garcia.
That
Watch.
power, no
The
joke.
Oh
130.
yeah,
Get the
Hector
130.
Garcia. Hell no.
Hey, if he gets
No,
the
this
130, you
dude
gotta
got a
ask him.
free.
I'm going.
He's got a free ride, man, up to
Right.
135, bro. He has a free
My
ride.
boy
Cause
William Foster at 130 gonna get on his ass though. You know William Foster the third at 130 now, and you got O'Shea Foster at
I think it'll
130.
be good as long as it lasts. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't
But you
think.
know William Foster went against De Los Santos and beat him, and you know
But De
William
Los
Foster got
Santos,
some stank. And William
this dude,
Foster, he 15-0 with 9 knockouts, and that was at 135, and now he done crunched down to 130. His shit's looking a
this is
lot more
this is
snappy.
this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this dude's speed, bro. Nobody, they're not gonna be able to fuck with
Yeah,
that dude's
they're not gonna
speed,
be able to
bro.
fuck with
And
his
see,
speed.
William Foster fast too, and he's like 5'11". So
No, he
he's
ain't got
gonna have to
that kind
climb
of
the ladder.
fucking speed.
He,
I don't think he got that. He could. Did you see how he was landing, bro? I
but see,
mean,
that's
and
what I'm
how
saying.
accurate.
5'11" to 5'1", that means you got to come through a force field to come get some of this. You got to climb that ladder. And Foster kept De Los Santos back and beat him. You know, he got good ring generalship. If you can't get in there and get it, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna get it. You feel me?
Shit, I thought goddamn Cool Boy had great ring
Man,
generalship.
man, hey man, that boy
I'm,
just got outspeeded, bro. Like, you
And
know,
I
they
just
say
don't think
speed
Fulton was the
kills.
fighter that we thought he was. That's part of it too, in my opinion.
But you know
Hey, I've
something?
been saying
As I
it.
look
I've
at
been
it,
saying it. He
maybe
not
the
that.
122 division wasn't that good in the first place.
I've been
I'm just
saying that
thinking
too.
about it.
Like I
I'm just
don't even
thinking
watch the
about it.
lower weight classes. Like talking about like none of them dudes really that good, bro. It's a handful of them. The
Because
lower
that
weight
Brandon
division,
Figueroa fight with Cool Boy, that could have went either way, really.
right?
Like, he didn't decisively beat Brandon Figueroa. Like, honestly, I'm gonna keep it all the way 100. Like, I had it a draw, but they gave it to Cool Boy, so you know I rocked out with it. But I bet Brandon
yeah,
Figueroa do better than Cool Boy did against that man, because Brandon Figueroa, he gonna come. And that boy got a chin. And him and his brother Omar Figueroa, they used to get knocked out. Used to be into that shit right there. They gonna go for broke.
hmm
Boy, redrop the link. I'm about to switch phones, bro.
okay. hmm
So where does Cool Boy go from here?
I mean, he just keep doing what he do. He just wait to he do like Nonito did. Wait to Inoue go ahead and lock up the division. Then he gonna move up and go for the belts again.
Yeah, that motherfucker better go inactive and shit. Long as goddamn, unless he want to get that smoke back, I would respect that. He go back and you know what I'm saying retool
Nah, he
and,
don't need. Nah, he don't need that right now. Unless he can cut some speed. Cut some. His. I'm gonna tell you like this. His timing was off, and he couldn't. Hold on, he couldn't get the damn timing right, and that's what made him a sitting duck, bro. Like
Yeah, but I mean, I
Hey,
want to see it again. I mean, if he could get that fight, just like Gary Russell fought Lomachenko, you know, what I'm saying, you want that back. You got to erase that loss. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm
you
not
can
letting
get
that
better.
shit pass.
You know,
I mean,
iron sharpens iron.
I'm not letting nobody stop me like that, and without trying again. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
iron
Because
do
it's,
sharpen iron. Iron do
you
sharpen
know what I'm
iron.
saying.
You see what happened
See,
with Lennox Lewis and them.
see where he at as a fighter. Just because you lose one time, you know what I'm saying. You know, well, I mean, shit, he got knocked out, but I mean,
It wasn't
shit,
that
you know,
though, Bull. Bull, it wasn't that. It was the clear separation of skill, the way the man was out
right.
jabbing him, the way he was
No,
turning
I
him.
understand
Now
all
I
that.
see if
I
it was
understand.
just a knockout. I see if it was just a knockout, bro. But he was like his footwork, his that like he was just doing so much subtle shit that Steven, the boxer, the Philadelphia native, was supposed to be able to outdo, but Inoue was turning him, he was framing him, he was jabbing him, like he was doing shit. It was like no part of the fight was Stephen Fulton dominating in. Like you let this man dominate every part of the damn fight.
So you don't think he should try to get a rematch with him?
I just think it's a clear separation of skills. Like you can look at Shakur Stevenson, right? And you can look at George Camboso. Like they're both fighters, right? But you can see it's clear separation of skill. You can look at both of them. It's a clear separation. I'm not saying Schoolboy is George Camboso. I'm just saying just by looking, you see it's a clear separation of skill.
Okay,
And
I agree with that. But you don't think that you think so? You think Kuboy just should let it ride
that
and just
shit
fall
wasn't even
into a
close though,
second
bro.
tier? I'm just saying. I'm asking you a straight question. So you think he should
I
just
know I'm
let
talking. I'm asking myself. I'm sitting there debating with myself. Like I'm asking, like
He can't fuck with anyway.
don't look like it, do it? But I just hate for him to get dogged out like that and not get a second shot at it. You know,
Yeah.
that's what boxing is all about. You know what I'm saying? You know, losing. I don't mind that he lost the way he lost, but I want to see him get back in
I'm
the
still
game and
like,
have that spirit, that warrior spirit, to get back in there and try to,
yeah.
you know.
I would say he need to fight a couple more people that's quick and
Hmm.
like just try to get some. Bro, I don't know. I would have him fight some other people that's a little quick and everything. Try to get your mind back right. Then come out in the way. I just wouldn't come right back after him, like because you come right back after him, you might commit the same mistakes you did the first match, man. You know.
Cause he was just so shocked by the
I was
speed, bro.
wondering
He was
if you get
just
him something to drink or something. Like he looked like he was a lot slower than he normally was. Like he looked like Wilder was that day when he said somebody put something in his drink. Like I wonder if they put something in his drink because he looked like he was not even focused though, bro. Like looked like he was
Yeah.
moving in slow motion for
you
real.
know, it's kind of because I went back and I know this is off the subject, but I went back and watched the Marvin Hagler fight with Hearns, and I seen Hearn legs. He didn't get clipped with nothing. His legs was gone, bro, in the fight. And I was like, damn, he didn't have no legs that fight. And I read an article where he said his legs were tired before the fight. He was talking to Emmanuel Stewart about his legs and stuff was tired. And I went back and I watched the fight, and Hearn's legs were gone, bro. In the second round, his legs was gone. It's nothing Hagler did to him. They just started battling it out, and his legs were weak. And I was like, "What the hell is going on with his legs?" But I thought about what Sean Porter says. She says, you know, you could be a stronger fighter on one day, and you won't be the same fighter on, you know, say if you're strong on Monday, you might be weak on Friday. And not to make excuses, but this is a real thing in boxing. You know what I'm saying? You got to time that shit. You got to make sure
He
that
might
you
have
in one.
overtrained.
Mm, mm.
You know, he might have overtrained in training camp because you know it's a such thing as going is training too hard in training camp where you flat like you know flattened out and you know that's why they try to keep a perfect balance. You know, you don't want to train too much and you don't want to train too little. But if you do overtrain, that's just as
It's
well
going.
as not training
Yeah.
at all.
It's gonna come out in the fight.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
like you're gonna be fatigued.
man. Because I noticed that. I mean, I did a little video that I'm about to release, and I was like, man, this dude legs were already gone, man. I mean, he was stumbling around the ring like he had got clipped and shit, and so it just surprised me how Fulton, how scared he was, because he had never encountered that kind of speed before, bro. He couldn't do shit with it, and I was just disappointed. You know, just to keep it real, I was disappointed. I'm like, damn, bro, I thought you had the boxing IQ to be able to deal with that kind of thing, because you know that's in a way thing is his speed. You know what's coming. So, and you can't rely on that you're the bigger man. You got to rely on all the things that make you a complete fighter in the ring. You know what I'm saying? So to see them get caught off guard like that, it's like I'm kind of questioning the Philly camp, kind of questioning that tradition that comes out of there. You know, say, are we going to see, is that going to be the same for Bozy and them miscalculating shit and going up too high, or you know, saying taking fights that's too much for them, even though saying Jerome Businis is a phenom, kind of like Inoue, but not as powerful as Inoue. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just kind of like looking at it and reevaluating what I think about the Philly style and the Philly people that's coming out of there. Or just maybe it's just this, in a way, it's just a special motherfucker, that he's just that dude that just gonna come to the divisions. That that what they say, one generational talent, that can just do this kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Make people look normal. Just make great fighters or the top fighters look like they ain't nothing in the ring. You know what I'm saying? So I'm still in shock. You know what I'm saying? By the way he dusted off Cool Boy.
Hey,
I'm just
I'm gonna be real with you, Paul. I never thought Cool Boy was a great fighter, bro.
mm, that don't surprise me.
Well, Paul, that's what the great ones do, right? They make you look average. We about to see it this weekend. You know what Spencer's coming in there to do. The question is, can you stop it?
Right.
So it's the same concept this weekend. Can Crawford stop the train that's coming?
Woo, bro. Yo, this is going to be a roller coaster week. You know what I'm saying? I mean, shit. First Cool Boy. You know what I'm saying? What's next? Master Inoue, his legend continues. You know what I'm saying? His myth, continues. He's going to become more and more scarier in the ring. People are going to be wary of the psychological effect of his power, his speed. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna precede itself. So people are going to be really trying to contend. You know what I'm saying, with that. Almost like the Canelo effect when he was hitting people with the power. Saying he's a special fighter and all kind of things. You had to deal with that psychologically. I think anyway he's going to win a lot of fights, you know what I'm saying, before the fight, just because, he got that monster title. But he fights like a monster. He backs the shit up. So now we're looking at a new dynamic, a new special guy in boxing that it's going to be hard to like really analyze other fighters against him. I think he got a free ride from 122 to 135. So I don't even see none of them guys fucking with him in those lower divisions. 126, he got that. 130, I believe he got that too. But 135, we got Tank Davis, we got Shakur Stevenson. Can he rise? What I'm saying, that fast? What I'm saying, to contend with those guys? What I'm saying, he better hurry because he's 30 years old, and those guys are younger than him.
I think 135 is a little too big for him.
I
But
mean, we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
like, you
I
think he
mean,
could get in there with a Shakur or a Tank? I think
I
they're
mean, I
too
mean,
polished for him.
you think they too polished for him? You think that,
Yeah,
okay? So, or maybe
yeah.
you think Cool Boy was overrated?
No,
Was
no,
cool?
no. Anyway, it was just better. Like Upper was saying, he was just a better fighter than the Cool Boy. But
God
a guy like
damn.
Tank Davis and like Shakur, nah, it's just too polished, too
Sean
smooth.
Clark said he's not putting him over Foster at 130. Whew, man.
Shit, I want to
What's
see
going on?
Foster and Navarrete. That'd be a good ass fight right there at 130.
Oh,
That'd be
yeah,
real fire.
Navarrete is an awkward
Hmm.
punching dude, man. He's long, he's big. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know if he got the speed to be able to catch him, bro.
That'd be a
You know what
good
I'm
fight.
saying? Man, that damn sure would. I don't even know if Navarrete, because he will duck your ass. Navarrete, Navarrete would duck the shit out your ass. You know what I'm saying? He'll go to a whole nother damn division on your ass. Shit, Navarrete will be fighting at 147 and shit, fucking around with Inoue coming up. He will move up. He will move out your way. What's going on, VA Money Group? What's happening, bro? You there, bro? You had to take a deep breath.
Yeah. Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I just watched the fight, man. I think I know what happened to Stephen Fulton. I don't want to speak too much about it because a lot of
Come on,
people
bring it
won't
on,
understand
bro.
it.
Bring it on. This is confession. Come on, bro. Bring it on. What you think
So
happened to him?
when you drug test fighters, like, so first of all, I think one of you guys spoke on it earlier about like the hard training camps that fighters have. All fighters have like these really hard training camps, and in order to make it through the training camp, they need supplements, right? All fighters use supplements, but the specific types of supplements that each fighter uses might be different, right? Some fighters might just use testosterone, right? So if you ever heard of testosterone replacement therapy, what they'll do is they'll give you some testosterone, and it'll balance your testosterone for the whole week. So like if you train really hard, your testosterone will take like a sharp dip, and it'll be hard to recover from whatever the training was. But if you get the TRT, you'll have like that balance. Some fighters take just straight up take steroids, and what that does is that makes them, perform like just ridiculously out of this world. Guys like Barry Bonds, if you can remember, he was hitting 35 home runs a season for like 6, 7 seasons, and all of a sudden it's 70 home runs. This is what steroids can do for you.
Hmm.
So they had the VADA testing, right? But I'm not sure if after they resumed training camp, if they kept going with the VADA testing. From watching Stephen Fulton, his lack of legs and explosiveness, he might have not taken the supplements that he usually would take in training camp.
Mm.
Whereas Naoya Inoue most certainly looked as he usually looks, meaning that he was on his supplement protocol. You know what I mean? So that's what I would chalk it
Yeah.
up to. Not saying that he still wouldn't have knocked out Fulton if Fulton was able to take the supplement that he would normally take. This is something that I focus on a lot because I actually bet boxing. And when
Hmm.
Mayweather first introduced the Olympic style drug testing, I was able to make a lot of money just from doing the research on that type of stuff. So I think I bet like $10,000 on Mayweather against Pacquiao back in the day because I already knew how I was going to go because of USADA testing. If you could look at Pacquiao outside of that fight, the fights that he had afterwards and the fights he had before, obviously he's less explosive in the fight against Mayweather than he was before and after. So this is something that's a really big deal. As a matter of
Mm.
fact, a lot of people who are ignorant on the subject, they'll like try to sweep it under the rug. But when it comes to like big fights, like the supplements might even be the biggest factor, the biggest single factor uh, about like who that will determine who's actually going to win the fight is going to be the supplements or the drug testing for the fight. That's like the single biggest factor, 90% of the time. You know what I mean?
Wow. Wow. I just hate to say that without evidence. You know what I'm saying? It's like we
So
need
so
we need evidence before we. I mean, you kind of figure it's something like that, or the preparation, or like you said, the supplement regimens that what I'm saying Fulton take. But man, it was a lot of skill up in there too, man. It was like, damn,
yeah.
it was a lot of
So
skill
I'm
from
gonna say this: when you say evidence, I want to inject this one thing. When you say evidence, understand that like these guys are not going to test positive for steroids, bro. Because
right,
when they take steroids, they already know in mind that they're trying to beat the test. They're not going to take the steroid if they can't beat the test. You know what I mean?
right.
I like, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say to you. But this is another thing I'll say. Right. For the guys who are athletes, they know that you can't just put on muscle because you're working out. That's not how it works. Especially if you're not Western African descent. You can't just wake up one day and go to the gym and be like, "Yo, I'm going to start building muscle this year." You know what I mean? And if you're a cardio athlete, and this is like the smoking gun, if you're a cardio athlete, meaning swimming, long distance running, boxing, anything like that, basketball, it'll be especially hard for you to put on muscle because cardio takes away from the compounds in your body that it takes to make muscle. So
Right.
you're in order to make muscle and be a cardio athlete, you have to take steroids. Period. They're like, it's not, if you're natural and you want to build muscle, you have to stop doing cardio. You have to sit back, train, and eat, and you'll put on a lot of fat, a ton of fat. In bodybuilding, we call it bulking, right? That's the only way to do it without steroids. All
And
right, there
that's
you go.
not even advantageous to a boxer because you putting on all that muscle and you're not conditioning correct. You know what I'm saying? You're putting on the muscle, but you have to put on muscle. Why are you conditioning with it? Why are you getting the flexibility and the mobility for it? You can't just put on muscle in a 6-week training camp and think you're gonna be able to go in the ring and still have the same level of conditioning. And that's why I feel like that's gonna be a detriment to Terrence Crawford because he's put on all that muscle. But some people are saying he's been training for the last 4 or 5 months and he gradually put the muscle on. I don't know. But I know if he put that muscle on and without the proper conditioning, he's gonna gas out in the fight. And if you're not gassing out in the fight and you have all that muscle on, it kind of makes it questionable unless you just got that great of a trainer and nutritionist and legal supplements, in my opinion.
I think with boxing fans, like you breaking it down, VA Money Group, they don't look at all that. You know what I'm saying? All they want to see is the match, right? They don't care about how these guys got to the point where they can get into the ring and fight. But the people who want to see a fair fight, you know, we go into these things to see what might have happened for that performance. And you know what I'm saying, but we can't take away, you know what I'm saying, the victory for the guy because he signed the contract under those conditions. And you know, we gotta go with that, even though I do believe what you're saying is true. Now I'm gonna just say that for me personally. My opinion don't mean shit or nothing like that. But I mean, just looking at it from a realist, like you were saying, Bruce Lee, and you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna go back to Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee said that it was hard for him to build muscle because he was doing so much cardio. And we know these things when we watch these people who are athletes and they talk about, you know, how to build muscle, how to train, how to get quickness, how to keep the strength and keep the bulk at the same time. And like you were saying, I've heard these things before from Bruce Lee. You know what I'm saying? You can't maintain the mass, you know what I'm saying, if you're trying to keep your quickness, you're trying to keep your agility. So, you know what I'm saying? But it'll come out in the future, you know. It'll come out in the future. You know, when you start seeing motherfuckers dodging random drug tests and shit like that, you better latch onto that and realize that there's something's going on. Because, you know, you like you said, you don't just take a damn 6-week training camp. You know, you going from 102 and you just stacking muscle like a motherfucker. And it's like, bro, come on. You know what I'm saying? But it'll come out in the future. But we're going to give Inoue his flowers. We're not going to say, you know, the man was on anything, even though you know, I think he's going to move up through these divisions just like Manny Pacquiao, and I think they're going to promote him. And you know, the man does have skill. I don't want to take that away from him. I love the way he looked in the ring. His sharpness was ridiculous. His attitude was that of a warrior. And let's just give him his flowers. You know what I'm saying? You know, even though we kind of know on the other side something ain't right. You know what I'm saying? Something ain't right.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
Who do you? The guy that said that
I
he
don't.
on boxing. Who do you have in the Crawford Spence fight, based off your knowledge?
You talking to VA?
You talking about
VA,
me?
yeah. Who do you have in the Crawford Spence fight?
I don't know. I don't know. Like it's such an even fight for me. Like I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what's gonna happen. That's what makes it such a good fight to watch. You know, like Lord knows. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's gonna happen.
Real spill.
But hey, no, I was gonna say that I'm not trying to take nothing away from Inoue. Like, because when I say that he might be on, like he may, or you know, what I'm saying, might be on something. All fighters are on something. Like they're all on something. But I differentiated the difference between testosterone and actual steroids. Like, so I would say that most fighters are at least on testosterone. But whenever you see guys that move up in weight classes one after the other, and they even get stronger and faster and more explosive as they go up, that's absolutely steroids, because that's not how you can do it in a cardio sport. So that's all I was saying. I'm not trying to take nothing away from them.
You
So,
just say the
so,
obvious,
so,
basically.
so
You
she
just
was
say
asking.
I'm just laughing at the comments. Real spit. He says PBC let Cool Boy take his ass over there and get served up. So it is what it is.
Yeah. Hey,
Oh my
so
God.
so she was asking you who do you like in the fight? You said you didn't know what was going to happen. Who do you like in
Yeah,
the fight?
I don't know what's going to happen.
No. Who do you
I don't
like
know
in
what's
the
going
fight?
to happen.
You keep saying you don't know what's going to
Who
happen.
do I
Who do you
like?
like?
I'm
Yeah.
rooting for Spence. I'm rooting for Spence,
All right.
but he hasn't been active. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't bad active.
Spence
Yeah,
ain't
yeah.
Yeah,
been
He
really
but
said
active his whole
he said
career, to be
since
honest.
like
Just as
If
much
we're
well,
as Crawford.
honest, Spence, if we're honest, Spence takes a lot of layoffs. He laid off and waited for the Kell Brook fight. He had the
yeah.
accident and he had to come back. Like, I feel like they have a system over there,
Yeah,
or at
right.
least Spence has a system where he don't need tune-ups and to be all this act. Like, he doesn't need to do that. And I feel like it's advantageous to him because he's not putting all that wear and tear on his body.
Yeah.
Well, what it is,
yeah,
why Spence don't need a tune up is because he don't spar like other people spar. That's why he gets hurt in sparring because they fight in sparring like it's a real fight, and that's why they close their sessions. You know what I'm saying to you know what I'm saying people coming in they don't watch their sparring like that because they go in there and that's why he's so comfortable when he goes in to a fight because when they spar they fight and they fight like it's a fight. And so that's why I think that's the advantage EJ has when he goes in. He used those sparring partners. Imagine sparring three or four different sparring partners in a fight. It keeps your skills up. You know, what I'm saying? Especially when you got Jamel Charlo. They already know who can win out of that fight between him and Spence because you know he had to get he had to get his respect. You know what I'm saying? When they first met, they didn't really like each other until they stopped sparring each other. And they went in there and they fought it out. You know, just like a big brother, a little brother. So when EJ fights, that's why they say he's so crazy, inspiring. He's be trying to kill you, inspiring. Could they be fighting, inspiring? So I think that gives him an advantage to come to the ring ready. And you know what I'm saying? So that's not something I'm making up. You can, you know, look up the sparring partners and you know what I'm saying, even EJ tell you he's trying to, you know what I'm saying, destroy you in sparring. So that gives him an advantage for not having to really tune up for fights because he's already fighting and sparring.
Yeah. Thank
The
you
only
for
That
thing
makes
I'll
sense?
say to that is
thank you
I
for stealing my
agree.
thunder.
It's just that, you know, the guy he's fighting, and I got Spence in this fight too, decision, but the guy he's fighting is sharp. And so if you go back and watch the Ugas fight, it took Spence a few rounds to get his rhythm going. He was leaning a lot, he was lunging a lot, and it was because of the rust. I think this fight, he's coming off a 16-month, you know, layoff. This is not the guy you want to be doing that against. And that's all I'm gonna say to that. I still got Spence winning, but it's a different fighter he's in there with.
And then,
But that's the good part of it. You know, you want adversity. You know, what I'm saying much as I love Spence, I want to see him challenge. Much as
Right.
we like Crawford, we want to see him challenge. We think they're the best in the division, but we don't know that for sure, right? You know, what I'm saying we just figure what we see. You know, what I'm saying from both fighters and from the experience that they have, they're going to all bring that to the table, right? So you know, whether he's active, inactive, you know, he's still going to win or lose. We're going to give credit to the victor, right? So we can't say why, you know, one or the other's going to lose until we see them in the ring face each other, see what, you know, saying how they boxing IQs, you know, go about it. Spence fight his style. You know, Crawford fights his style. You know, so we know Crawford is sharp as shit. We know, you know, so he's a counter puncher. We know the speed. He got the great footwork. We know Spence got the pressure. You know, saying he's got the strength. We don't know what's going to be the deciding factor you know, in this fight. It might be something way outside of it. You know, might be a headbutt, might be a cut eye or something. You know what I'm saying? I'm not wishing that on the fight, but I'm just saying, you know, anything can happen in this fight because they're both so good. And we're just speculating, you know what I'm saying, because we're crazy about this fight. We've been talking about it for 4 years. Now we finally here and we just got the jitterbugs, bro. We just don't know what the fuck is going to happen. Now, with that said, I think Spence size, his durability is going to come to play in the fight. I think that's going to be an intangible that help him win this fight. Will it be what Spence think it is? It could be. You know what I'm saying? He might go out there and just, beat Crawford body, have him slow down and look like that fight with what's his name? With Villa and what's his name? Rashid Ellis. You know what I'm saying? Where Crawford is just out there outboxing him, and then Spencer's just breaking his ass down until he just slows down that tad bit and he just takes his ass out. Even though, that fight wasn't a knockout, but he knocked down Rashid about 3 times and shit, 2 times in one round. And you know what I'm saying? We might see some shit like that. What y'all think? Damn, did I just mic drop? We might see something like that Rashid Villa fight. What y'all think?
I think it's going. I think it's once again. I think Crawford gonna come out there. Even if Spence doesn't just quote unquote break him down, Crawford is gonna wear himself out trying to punch in between his punches, because it's Spence throws a lot of punches. So if your plan is to punch in between his punches, you're gonna be punched yourself out by the 5th, 6th round, especially if you can't knock him out.
Honestly, I think the opposite. I think that Derek James and Spence are gonna box with Crawford. I don't think Spence is going in there throwing 100 punches this fight. I think he's gonna be pinpoint, maybe cut it to 20, 30, maybe 40, but he's gonna make them shits count. I think they're gonna go in there and box with Crawford. That's why I have Spence winning the decision.
He's telling you in those interviews what this fight is gonna look like. What is he describing this fight to? The historic fight between who was the fight he's describing as
Hagler Hearns.
Hagler and Hearns. All right, now you remember seeing that? If you guys remember seeing that fight, right? They was
I just watched it.
They went out there and threw the kitchen sink at each other, right? Anybody?
Say that
right?
again.
Yeah,
Say
right?
that again. I didn't hear you.
They went out there and threw the kitchen sink at each other, right?
Sure did.
So the guy that just said it's going to be a boxing match, it's not going to be 100 punches. You have Hagler and Hearns that Earl Spence is describing this fight to you as, and he's saying it's going to be one-sided. So you're going to have one guy throwing 100 punches, and it's only going to come one way. He's telling you what this fight is going to look like from his perspective. He's going out there to throw a lot of punches at this dude to apply pressures. He's not going out there to box. Out of his own mouth, he's telling you, compare this to the Hagler Hearns, but one-sided. That's it. Take him for
it could be because, if you, like you said, if you watch that fight, Hearns were tagging Hagler. Hagler face was fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it wasn't just a one-sided ass woman. It was a guy that was more durable. You know what I'm saying? A guy who was stronger at that weight class. You know what I'm saying? Hearns should have took a few fights at that weight class before he jumped up there. And I think Crawford got enough fights, but I don't think he's as durable as Errol Spence Jr. But Hagler was able to walk through Tommy shit. And Tommy had to keep, so he had to survive. He had to fight. Everywhere around the ring, he had to fight Hagler. And Hagler was just, he had adjusted to Tommy Hearns' right hand. And he was just able to walk through that shit and deliver his own shots. But Tommy legs didn't look like it was there, but that's neither here nor there. But we could see a Hagler Hearn type situation if Crawford can't hurt Earl. You know what I'm saying? Pressing forward.
Earl is more than capable of boxing Crawford to submission. He can still go out there and box him to submission. He doesn't need to throw 100 punches to beat Crawford up. They can be pinpoint accurate and still make Crawford look stupid on every punch.
He's telling people that he's describing it as Hagler Hearns, but one-sided. And what's the description of Hagler and Hearns? It was shit. I'm gonna hit you. You see if you can hit me, and we're gonna keep throwing punches until somebody falls to the ground.
Yeah, but it takes two to make that kind of fight. I don't know if Crawford's
you're not understanding what I'm saying. Earl Spence is describing it that way,
right?
Even if it takes two to make that style of fight, Earl Spence is also describing it as a one-sided thing, meaning he's going to be the one out there applying the pressure, throwing a lot of punches. From his perspective, that's one-sided based on what he's going to do. To hell with what Crawford's going to do. He hasn't explained what he's going to do at all. Better yet, him and his crazy-ass team is talking about it's going to be easier than what you think. Earl is a hype job and all that weird shit. That's bullshit.
But I had a concern too, just like somebody was saying in here earlier, that Fulton might have overtrained. I had the concern that maybe one of them was at risk of overtraining, and I thought it would
Mm.
be Earl Spence. But I mean, of course, you can't tell much from the media workouts. But when I looked at the media workouts, it looked like Crawford looked a little sluggish, like he might have overtrained.
Hmm. Here, well, with that extra bulk, he got a little bit extra bulk, a little bit bigger on top. But I think he did that to be able to absorb those shots that Spence gonna come in with. What's going on, Moo Moo? Let's get Moo Moo in.
Hey, how
Moo
y'all
Moo,
doing, man? Shout out to the can y'all hear me?
yes, sir.
Yep.
I was
Hey,
in
shout
another
out to
chat.
y'all, man. Great boxing channel. I wanted to say, man, I don't it sound like y'all not taking into account that how great of a counterpuncher and accurate counterpuncher, especially early on, that Terrence Crawford is. So if it's like y'all not taking into account that Spence is going to get some damage done to him by getting hit with these clean shots that every other fighter has hit him with early on. But the difference is Terrence actually gets better throughout the fight. So, like, I don't know. I mean, it's like, do y'all not?
That's a fact, and that's why I said that the layoff is a little concerning. That's a fact.
But Earl Spence is also good at countering the counterpuncher. Nobody's saying that either.
Got some background noise. Just had to block that. I think you know what I'm saying when it comes to giving Crawford his flowers for his counterpunching abilities, nobody really doubts Crawford abilities. It's just can he do it again? He haven't done it against an opponent. You know what I'm saying on this level. And see, I think when we talk about people think we discount his skills. Nobody ever discount Crawford's skills. It's just that's what Crawford fans feel like because they want him to have more credit than Spence for what he's done against the opponents that he's done it against. That's why they down Danny Garcia. That's why they down Mikey Garcia. They don't want Spence to have any kind of credit for those kind of wins. So they want to. So hold on, let me finish. Let me keep my train of thought. So it seems like people don't give Crawford his credit. No, we give Crawford. We think Crawford is a superior athlete. It's just that we wanted to see him against the top of the division. That's why That's why you have this victim type mentality about Crawford because you know what I'm saying. Because he haven't fought the dudes that we wanted to see him against. So you know, even though we know,
Hey,
let
bro,
me
listen.
finish. Don't cut me off, bro. Let me finish. So so nobody's putting Crawford's skills down. It's just we're seeing him step up to fight, the guy we figure is the best in the division. So, but let's put it this way: if he would have fought and knocked out Keith Thurman, or he would have fought and knocked out these guys in their prime when they had belts, then it wouldn't have been a question. We'll be right there with you. We'll be saying, "Damn, Crawford, man, his counterpunching skills. I don't think EJ could get past that." We'll be saying these things, but because he did it against the dudes that he did when at the time that he did it, now it's a question mark. That's why it's no personal hate towards Crawford. It's just traditional boxing. You know what I'm saying? Like when we looked at Cool Boy and we looked at Inoue, we looked at who Inoue beat and we looked at who Cool Boy was able to do what he did against, and we thought he had the higher boxing IQ. It didn't happen. It didn't work out that way, but that's the way we think. It's the same way with Crawford. He didn't fight the competition that we thought he should have beat. And so, that's why, we look at him. It's not that we overlooking it. We're looking at who he did that against. And, saying we're looking at who spent going through the gauntlet, going through the car crash, coming back, beating Danny Garcia. He seemed like he's the hungrier dude. He seems like the dude that's willing to take the risk. He seems like he's the dude that's got the willpower and all that. So, so it ain't that people are overlooking Terrence Crawford's skill set. It's just that we're wondering, does he have, can he step it up against a strong opponent like Errol Spence Jr.? You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Go ahead,
Well,
Moo.
the question too is not
I wonder.
what Crawford can do. The question is what can Crawford take, and that's what people not asking. It's not about what he gonna be able. Everybody talking about he gonna do this, he gonna do that. That's fine, but can he take it? Is he durable enough to make it through the fight? Is the question.
Yeah, that's another thing. Go ahead, Moo Moo.
What's
Four.
it?
What is
Hey,
going
whoever
on?
got the baby, man, mute yourself, man. Come on, man.
Four.
I think that's Moo Moo. I think he wanted to get his point. I was trying to, since he got a different opinion than going for Crawford, I kind
Yeah,
of
let
want to
me
get
let me
him in.
say this right. Don't worry about it. I do got a baby in the background. I just wanted to say this right quick.
Hmm.
I'm not. It's not a being a fan of Terrence Crawford or giving him flowers. It's not about that. I'm just strictly looking at styles. My wife in here right now, she could tell you I called the Inoue and Fulton fight exactly the way it went because I just look at their abilities and their mistakes. And so looking at their abilities and the mistakes they make, I'm not saying Errol can't win, but I don't see how, if you're looking at their abilities and the mistakes that they make, that Errol would be the favorite to either win or even knock Terrence Crawford out. Because looking at Errol's fights with those guys, Danny Garcia, even the last guy he fought, the Cuban, I can't think of his name.
Ugas.
You know his name though, the Cuban he fought last. Ugas.
Ugas.
Yeah.
So it's like the difference is Errol does break these guys down and he ends up injuring them, but he's not knocking a lot of them out. So for people to think that he's going to knock Terrence Crawford out, I don't see where like they're collecting data and coming up with that situation. What from the data I collect, I'm seeing. Hold on. Let me say this right quick. I'm seeing that. Let me say this right quick, and I'm gonna get out.
Let me speak on that one. You say you don't see where they get the data from, right? And you said Earl makes mistakes. Terrence Crawford makes plenty of mistakes. That's how Mean Machine dropped him.
Way more.
That's how Yuriokas Gamboa rocked him. That's how Jose Benavidez sent them across the ring with body shots. Even David Avanesian was catching them. Them shots that they catch him with, Earl catch him is over with. And you talking about he wasn't stopping him. Earl Spence came from a car crash to fight a killer like Danny Garcia. Man ain't been in the ring. Then he come back. You got to realize Earl was at the fat camp, but Earl has 100% knockout percentage when he has strength and conditioning. And y'all talk about who Earl didn't take out. Y'all keep forgetting Terrence Crawford didn't knock out Victor Postal, who's just been knocked out 2 times back to back. He didn't knock out Ricky Burns or British Prescott. Y'all keep forgetting about the small guys that Terrence Crawford didn't knock out. Earl Spence is back on his game, and when he's fully focused, he's always got a knockout or he breaks a person. And Terrence Crawford got studied up by Kell Brook. Earl Spence's jab is much more studier than Kell Brook's, bro. Y'all be acting like y'all don't see what y'all see when y'all know y'all see what y'all see when you don't. You're pushing the goalpost.
Yep. Ridiculous. There was a guy online last night who gave a breakdown on Terrence Crawford and said that Earl Spence's fight against Eugenio Ugas didn't even matter to him. How the hell can you say that? The one guy that beat Terrence Crawford twice, he doesn't even matter.
Exactly.
How the hell? It don't even make sense that they see.
And you know what? I've been looking at film. This is not going to be like Hagler Hearns. I'm going to tell you exactly what this fight is going to be like. And Poole, you a boxing aficionado, so you know what I'm talking about. This is going to be like Prince Nassim versus Marco Antonio Barrera. That's what this fight's going to be like.
Oh, wow.
This is going to be a skilled, athleticism person that's supposed to be such a big puncher, because everybody was saying Prince Nassim knocked out everybody. He knocks out everybody. Marco Antonio Barrera was a fundamentally sound.
He made Nassim look like shit out there, bro.
But you remember, Nassim was supposed to be such a super athlete, and Barrera was supposed to be a slow, flat-footed, come forward Mexican. Remember, a slow, flat-footed, pressure fighting Mexican. And what did he do? He came forward. He put that hot ass fish grease on that man, and he beat him from pillar to post with fundamentals.
He boxed him.
Hey, not seem the one that said Floyd ducked him.
Yeah. Oh man, Nassim ain't want none of damn Floyd. Floyd was trying to get that fight.
He claimed Floyd was ducking him, but he ended up fighting Marco Antonio Barrera, a front foot dominant Mexican fighter who fights just like Earl fights. And you know, he had the athleticism, and he showed that the athleticism don't mean shit against great fundamentals. I mean, he beat that nigga from pillar to post. And
did y'all watch the Luke Thomas breakdown?
I didn't anyway.
But
Luke
Pimp,
I
Thomas did a
didn't.
breakdown
I thought
for
about the
EJ.
fight.
It's called
Like,
the morning
right?
comeback. Y'all go watch that.
But Poole, you
Oh
see
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
talking
that's
about?
his name. Yeah, I
Barrera?
did. I got it on a video of mine and stuff. You know, so way he breaking it down, how how he manipulate on the
Yeah,
inside, push you off balance, and get his shots off and everything. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did
yeah.
see that.
He called EJ a genius. He called that man a genius.
He
Oh,
a
he is.
genius.
But Poole, Poole, what do you think about that?
He's making you do what he wants you to do in the ring.
That's
And
what Derek James
even
Yup.
said.
though, and everybody's saying it's so predictable, and it doesn't matter because there's nothing you can do about it.
You
It's gonna
can't
take
predict the
somebody more skilled, bigger, and stronger to beat Earl. Period.
If y'all ain't
You know
watched
what
that
Mikey
breakdown, go
said?
watch it.
Mikey said you think you see something, but when you get there, it ain't what you see. It's like a running back. He think he see a hole that he about to run through, and that hole close up so damn quick before he get there. But Poole, what you think about the Nassim Hamed and Barrera comparison?
Yeah, that was perfect. That was perfect. It shows you King Azim is one of those dudes that just do all kind of weird acrobatics in the ring, throwing from weird angles, trying to dance in the ring and shit. And Tony wasn't having that shit. He was all off balance, using that against him, just using his fundamentals and smartness to beat what's his name, Nazim, not Kareem, whatever his name was.
Nassim
Yeah, he
Hamed.
just made him. Yeah, he just made all those mistakes, all that off balance shit he was doing. He just made that shit non-existent. Able to time him using fundamentals, and he just broke his ass down, made it look like he wasn't even a great fighter like that. He couldn't do shit against Antonio. What's his name? Antonio.
Marco
What's his name?
Antonio
Guerrero,
Barrera.
And yeah, Guerrero. So
Marcos.
I mean, Marcos. That's right. It's been so long since I seen them dudes fight, bro. Oh,
Barrera.
them was some good fights.
Him and
Barrera
Morales.
and
Him and Morales
Eric
had the war.
Morales
Yeah,
and Manny
Barrera and Morales.
Pacquiao and shit. Them was some good
Castillo.
fights.
Castillo was in
Oh
there.
man. Oh yeah, Castillo was a motherfucker too, man. See, Floyd had to go through some bad motherfuckers, man. He
And
had to
that's
go
what
through
made him
some
as good
bad.
as he was.
Have y'all seen
Hmm.
that guy at 154 that kind of fight like Prince Nassim, or that's his inspiration?
Who?
I think he at 154. I can't think of his name right now though.
You talking about Jesus
He better,
Ramos?
Light skinned
he better,
guy.
he
No, I
better
thought you were
cut
talking about
that
the
shit
Puerto
out.
Rican.
Hey,
Jesus
salute.
I
Ramos.
was gonna say Josh Kelly, but I know you ain't talking about Josh Kelly.
Let me
Yeah,
look him up and see if I can find his name. Give me a second.
salute, Pool, and salute to the panel, man. I
What's
just
going
snuck in.
on, lawyer to the game?
Yeah, man, I snuck in here real quick, man. I'm actually at, I mean, I work from home, but I'm supposed to be working. But y'all was cooking. I had y'all in the background. And y'all was cooking somewhere. I was like, let me just hop in here for a quick second and say what up to you guys, man. I
What's
think
up, Lawyer to the game?
hey, salute, Upper Echelon. Salute to what you doing with your channel, man. I'm subs. I watch your
Oh, yeah.
content, man. You consistent, you cooking, man. Salute to you, good brother.
Appreciate it.
Um,
I
Appreciate it.
appreciate that. Appreciate that.
hey,
You know.
hey, no doubt, man. I think the main thing that a lot of Terrence Crawford fans and listen, no one's right or wrong. I think in their analysis, this is such a great fight for boxing. Period. And both guys have, I believe, a chance to win the fight. I think the portion of what Terrence Crawford fans always ignore in analyzing the fight is that Terrence Crawford is not built for punishments. He is his. People always look at what Terrence Crawford dishes out, but they don't look at what he can take.
Exactly.
And that's the part that's
It's
missing
brain.
in this analysis. It's like they don't look at what he could take, and also just how other fighters have had positions with Terrence Crawford that they were not able to capitalize on. And we could just look at his last two fights when we take a look at Porter and we take a look at Avanesian. There were moments where Terrence Crawford allows these guys to get inside, but they just don't know how to capitalize correctly on the inside with him. And listen, my point of view is Terrence Crawford, if you go back and watch the Porter fight, everyone keeps talking about how Terrence Crawford is like this super devastating puncher. But if you go back and watch the clips on the Porter fight,
Porter took an accumulation of clean punches before he got dropped. Leading up to that, if you look at if you look at the highlights, he started getting hit with punches to the chin, to the body, lunging in towards the end, and the accumulation of punches finally got to him.
He
And
Exactly.
really got knocked out because he was off. Knocked down because he was off balance.
Because he was coming
yeah,
in, he
but
was
he also
lunging
got, he
in,
got
and
hit
he was
flush.
off balance.
Yeah,
Because
but he also got hit flush because when if you looked at Porter's face when he got knocked down against Crawford, and you looked at his face
he
when
was
he got that
pissed.
flash knockdown against Adrian Broner, there was two different looks on his face. He was more hurt from Terrence Crawford knocking him down,
No, you
and
should look that he had when Earl knocked him down. He even said it.
uh,
He even said it on the show. He said that shit from Earl. He said that shit hurt. He said when he got hit with Terrence, he said he didn't really feel it. He just was on the ground and he was like, "What the fuck?" And he said he was like
right,
confused, like
his
how he get there.
equilibrium,
But
right,
but one
Yeah,
thing I want y'all to
but
look at that fight. One thing I want y'all to all go back and look at that fight. That Crawford, he telegraphed the punch that knocked Porter down. He kept telegraphing, and I'm surprised that Porter got hit by that punch because he missed that punch a number of times before he got hit by it. He was trying to run him into that real uppercut, and he kept fainting that real uppercut. So I'm trying to figure out, you can't load up on a fighter, especially a fighter of
Earl's
I
caliber.
mean, of no, I'm saying of Sean Porter caliber. And if you watch one point in the fight, before he went down, he flashed. It's almost like he was giving him a signal. You know what I'm saying? Because
I
he was
thought
trying
so
to hit
too. I'm
him.
glad you said that shit. Poole said it, not me. Poole said it, not me.
I
It was
It's
like
it's
he
remember.
looked
like
over at his
it's
father.
like he telegraphed the punch. It's like, bro, he's trying to hit you with the real uppercut, and it was like it was a signal. And I was like, bro, I was like, Porter, don't you see him trying to run you into the real uppercut all night? I mean, and it was just before he landed it, he flashed it two times. He didn't throw like a whole punch, but he kept like
Like
telegraphing that he was
like
going to
like
throw that
fainting with
punch.
it. Like
Yeah,
fainting with it.
fainting with it. Yeah, he was fainting with the real uppercut,
And it
and
was
then
like
Sean
Poole,
ran straight into it. I was
and
like,
he
come
kept
on,
doing the
bro.
same, and Porter kept coming in the same way.
The
Like
same
you
way.
can't keep coming in the same way doing the same thing because, like they said, you will never hit Floyd Mayweather with the same punch twice. And it
Yeah.
was like Porter felt like he had some success when he kept coming in with that same little Russian thing, and he just kept doing it, and like that's like what happened with what's the little nigga name that named his son Al Heyman, the Mexican,
Oh, you talking about the one
Santa
Tank knocked
Cruz.
out? The one Tank
Santa
knocked
Cruz.
out.
When
Uh,
Tank knocked him out with that uppercut, it's because Santa Cruz did the same shot three
three
times in a
times
row.
in a row. Yeah.
And the third time, Tank timed his ass and got his ass up out of there. And I
Yeah, I
thought
remember.
that's what Porter did. Porter sat
Yeah,
there and just
I
go ahead.
remember when
Yeah, but
Bomac.
Tank hit that nigga with a Hadouken.
Yeah, Bomac said in the corner. He
The
kept saying
sore you can.
he ain't rushing in like we thought he was. They had kept planning on that. He said he ain't lunging in like we thought he was when they was having some issues in the beginning of the fight. And that fight had made me so much more confident about what was going to happen this weekend because Earl's not going to lunge in there like that with his head down, swinging. Wow. So Terrence Crawford is gonna look, man. He's gonna have to. He's gonna be after. We're gonna see if he's able to take it because I don't think he can take it.
I
That's
think
just
they
me.
underestimating Earl. I really do, and I
They
think
they underestimated him a lot, Jay.
they feel like he's been built or I'm not too sure what Crawford has done in his career or if his whole career has been on the up and up, but it's something that they believe in their mind, and they don't think EJ is who he really. I mean, who people believe he is. I think they don't. They really don't believe that, and
But
I
you know,
don't
It's like
understand why.
but you know, I
Cognitive
think now,
dissonance.
Yep.
they starting to think as the fight's getting closer and closer. I think they probably start to think, well, what if he is like we think they say he is? That's why you
Yeah.
hear them starting to doubt a little bit now because they starting to think because like at first they wasn't giving Earl a shot.
I got a question real quick for the
Crawford
panel.
was still cut.
Have you guys heard the comments like that Bomac has made about EJ leading up
yeah.
to the fight, like stating like the whole media driven fighter thing, and then I
It's
remember
all
in the
projection.
past. Yeah, but I remember in the past he stated that he never got better since the amateurs, and I'm like, that's why I keep saying, that's why I keep saying Terrence Crawford is going to be in that fight by himself because once he's put in a position that he's not used to
Sit
being
on a
in a
porch.
fight, they're not going to have the proper instructions and intelligence to
He's a
guide him through the fight.
motivationist.
Yeah,
I was on the panel yesterday and somebody tried to tell me that good talent can transcend
Oh
bad
yeah, I remember that the transcend
coaching
bad
or
coaching.
whatever. And you're not gonna listen. Okay, good talent can transcend bad coaching, but you will never be great that way. All
That was on
greats
knockout boxing.
have a great coach, period. Name a great anything that doesn't have a great coach behind
yeah,
Phil Jackson was a great coach in basketball. You might have the talent, but if you ain't got a coach that see the shit that you don't see, you're not gonna make it.
That triangle
Salute to the
offense.
panel.
hey guys, I gotta roll back to work, man.
Got
But
the music.
just want to hop in here and salute, man. I appreciate you guys. I'm still gonna be tuned in to YouTube.
All right. And what
No
people
Hey,
doubt,
fail to
no
but
doubt.
realize, Floyd was great, and Floyd knew everything that he needed to know. But
I
you
got
know,
that
Yo, and just
music.
during the
jumping on.
first season,
You got to cut that
Floyd got his
music
jab
off
back.
because you're gonna get my shit off. You know what I'm saying? You can't have no music. You know what I'm saying on YouTube.
Yeah, that's copyright, bro.
hey,
You
hey, you see Bud having problems like creating his own offense besides like counter punching because when I see him fight, he
Bud is
really
not an offensive
take
fighter.
advantage of people's like mistakes.
Yeah, see, Bud doesn't like the lead. Bud doesn't like the lead, and he's comfortable with sitting back and not doing a damn thing until you do it. Like he's a reactive type fighter. He's not one that can take the lead. See, Earl can take the lead. And see, that's the difference between a boxer and a counterpuncher. See, Bud, his key is trying to capitalize off your mistake. So if you don't throw no punch, then y'all both be sitting there looking at each other like y'all stupid. Because Bud is he's not gonna try to throw the first punch because he's scared about being countered. He wanna see what you're doing. That's why he takes so long to do what he gotta do. But Earl's about to be coming in there with an educated jab, and see his jab is long. And one thing about Earl's jab, when he shoots that jab, and if Bud tries to come over top of that jab or slip it, that's when Earl comes over top of his own jab with that right hook. Like Earl is stabbed to the body with the jab with that right hook coming over top, just in case you try to counter that shit. Him and Charlo are great at doing that.
That Luke Thomas dude,
And
that Luke Thomas
I'm
dude
just
caught
saying
him a
that's a
switch
setup
hitter.
that he be doing. That's what
That Luke Thomas guy said that Earl be switch hitting sometimes.
Yeah,
yeah,
he be switching. People say that and nobody want to say anything. Like Earl switches too.
Yeah, he does. But see, that's little traps that Derek James and Charlo and Earl be doing. Like, y'all know how he always stabs to the body, right? How he'll duck
Yeah.
down and stab to the body. But he also has that right hand cocked to come over top just in case somebody try to time that stab right there. He slides his head to the side. And that's how he caught Sean Porter that time with that hook.
And he'll change levels on his jab. Like he'll crouch down, making it seem like he's finna throw a jab to the body,
That's
but
what I just
he'll
said.
like it. Yeah.
He
And I
stabs
think
to the body.
I think people are also discounting the fact that a lot of people talk about the mentalities of the fighter, the mentalities of the fighter. But y'all are discounting the fact that this is all Earl Spence has ever wanted. Terrence Crawford been hemming and hawing, saying he don't need it. He a Hall of Famer. He this, he that. Terrence Crawford is preparing to fight Earl Spence. Earl Spence is preparing to be undisputed. So it don't matter who would have had the belt. Earl Spence was fighting. Terrence Crawford does not want this as bad as Earl Spence. I would be completely in disbelief if Earl Spence loses this fight.
I said I shut my channel down if he loses. But what I'm saying is Earl Spence bet
You
this
say
shit
you gonna
on
shut
his.
the channel down?
That's how
Nah,
much
you ain't
faith
got
I got in Earl Spence, dog.
you ain't gotta do all that.
I'm just saying that's how much faith. That's how much faith I got in. That's how sure I am of this fight, bro.
Yeah,
That's
me
how
too.
sure I am. If I'm not sure of this shit right there, then I shouldn't be analyzing boxing
But
because all the shit
I
that
was sure
I stand
Deontay
on.
Wilder was gonna beat Tyson Fury. I was devastated when he lost that fight.
Man,
See,
me
Wilder
too.
could have beat Fury
I
he
had to
could have beat
fall off
Fury,
for a
but he
second.
gained that weight. He shouldn't have gained that weight. See, he gained all that weight and he took away from where he usually is. He's usually the smaller guy in the ring, and you used to keep yourself young and athletic. All that weight, all it did was drain you, my man. You didn't have enough energy for the end, and you wasn't quick enough to get it. When Wilder had all that weight, Tyson was the faster fighter then. And
He
then
should have stayed at 215 instead of like 230 and shit. He was trying to bulk
exactly. That's
up.
what I just
Same
said.
thing. Same thing. Bud trying to do.
And see, that's what I was saying about
Exactly.
Inoue. That's what I was saying about Inoue coming up with all that weight. Weight does slow you now. He's lightning fast. Everybody in them lower weight classes is lightning fast. As you get up in weight, you get slower. You get slower. That's why when Canelo was moving up fighting people, he was a lot faster when he was moving up because he's coming from the smaller weight classes. When you come up from a weight class, you have an advantage. That's what Roberto Duran was doing to Sugar Ray Leonard. Roberto Duran was icing Sugar Ray up the first fight, and he was on his ass, and he was beating him around the ring.
Oh
But
yeah.
he started filling into that 147 division too. You see, Roberto was a lot slower the next fight. He started filling out more. You know what I'm saying? When you come up, you got the speed advantage. And a lot of times,
Well,
speed killed. If you got some stank to go with that speed, you a monster. That's why I say Charlo gonna beat the shit out of Canelo. Because now Canelo got somebody that has the advantage that he used to use. That's why Canelo didn't mind going up there fight Sergey, the Crusher.
well, it's gonna be interesting to see how EJ closed that distance. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure he's gonna do it behind the jab, but you know what I'm saying, if Crawford start finding a way around that jab somehow, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna be interesting to see what EJ does. You know what I'm saying, to make what adjustment he make. And y'all think Crawford gonna come out in the southpaw, or y'all think he's gonna start in the orthodox position as he always do,
He's
and
not
then
gonna go
switch to
orthodox
it?
versus Earl. He's not. That's a death penalty. If he goes orthodox versus Earl, you can go ahead and count that fight early. Because he's trash in that orthodox situation. Unless they worked on him, but he's still trash in that orthodox.
Y'all think Kell Brook a better orthodox fighter than Bud?
Yeah.
I was
Much
thinking the
better.
same shit.
And like Sean Clark saying, and if you watch the breakdown, man, I really wanted to cover that, and I think when I do my next live stream, we'll cover, saying that that morning combat breakdown of EJ. I mean, that shit was just so good, bro. He pins you with the jab. He don't just jab you, bro. He moves you off balance with the jab. He
And keeps
pushes
you
through
safe.
you so you can't set up on your punches, right? Whatever you're trying to do to come back to counter him, he's trying to move you with that jab too. You know what I'm saying? So he got some tricks on his side that
Yeah.
helps him, keeps him safe. You know what I'm
Hell
saying, for the
yeah.
return fire. Unless you just got like a Ugas reach 76, 73, some shit. He
74.
had that 74-inch reach. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But you know
you
something
know.
cool? That's what we
Mhm.
tell people every time. A jab resets a person anyway. The best thing to do if you want to stop somebody, hit them with the jab. Because the jab is going to stop and reset a person so they can't get their offense off. And Earl, he'll come behind 3 jabs. Like Earl, and that's Crawford's biggest weakness is taking jabs. And if you keep jabbing Crawford, you got a good anybody that's kept jabbing Crawford, they had much success. Jose Benavidez had a lot of success when he was jabbing Crawford. It was just when he started trying to do all that other shit is when Crawford started touching his ass because he
Well,
went away from the jab. Because Crawford
you
caught him a
just
couple times. Huh?
I was just gonna say, you just got to be careful because Crawford will knock down your jab and try to come, like you were saying earlier. I think you said that earlier, where he's gonna try to come over the top. You know how
Yeah.
you try to knock down your jab and try to come over the top. You just gotta be wary of that,
Did you
because
see
that's
that?
something.
Did you see that
Mhm.
interview with the person that said he was trying to move Earl's brick hand when he said that he couldn't push his hand out the way? Like he said, he kept trying to knock his arm away and everything. He said he even tried with 2 hands and he still couldn't move that shit. He said Earl hand and arm is strong. It's so strong. He said, man, I was like, damn, I can't move this shit. And he said he kept that thing in my face and I couldn't even move it. And then when he moved it, it was a punch coming right behind it.
Mhm. But
Yeah.
I was just gonna say Van Heerden talked a little bit about how consistent Errol Spence Jr. jab is, and the power he puts on the jab. It probably gonna make a big difference in this fight. You
I
know
got
what
a
I'm saying? The
video
break.
dropping today, Pool. Y'all know how
Hmm.
Antonio my man put me on to it. But you know how Antonio Tarver always talking shit about Earl Spence, right?
Hmm.
I got a video that I'm dropping where he covering one of Earl Spence's earlier fights, like when Earl Spence was fighting Van Heerden. I'm gonna drop it later. He said
Mm-hmm.
that Earl Spence is a great fighter. He has no holes. He don't see nobody beating this man or nothing. He was cheering Earl Spence's praises. And I'm gonna play. I got that in the video and everything. Like, hold up, bro. Now you flipping switch when you said Earl was all this, but now you talking about you ain't really seen Earl fight nobody and do this and that. Well, what's this right here that you was talking about, bro? That's why
And
I
you know,
knew it's a lot of flip flopping bullshit going on there because he must have
Because of the
forgot
car
everything he
crash,
stated.
they revert back to the car wreck. That's what their whole thing is like based upon. They whole
But that's just
prediction
like if a
is
girl
the
was a
car
hoe in
wreck.
high school and you don't know she was a hoe in high school. I
Yeah.
mean, you can't hold it against her, but she gonna have some of them tendencies, but just because you've been in a car crash, bro, he was in the car crash, but what they fail to realize, he didn't suffer the injuries that most people suffer. He hurt his jaw. His body was okay. He didn't break no bones down there. So why y'all acting like he broke his back, his ribs, his legs? He didn't break that.
Yeah, bones
That
popping
man
out of
took.
his skin and
well,
shit.
I think I think it's just mental gymnastics and talking points, something to say to to give Crawford the edge. You know what I'm saying? Because they all use the same. When you listen to social media, that's one thing you can listen to other people and get and use their talking points when you don't have anything else. When you just want to,
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying? And you could hear because they all use it.
The
They all
same
use it.
one. They all use the same tired ass talking points. You just be like,
and they
dude,
and they
get your own
and they
shit.
also they also say the same thing about his skill. That's why I was so glad that Morning Combat came back because it's hard to like really explain what EJ does so well because he do so many things on a fundamental level as far as
Oh
throwing you
shit.
off balance. Mhm.
Hey, the Pivot Podcast is doing Buzz Crawford right now.
Yeah, but we already know what time it is.
Yeah, we
That
already
nigga
know.
gonna
We
be
already know that, man. He
he,
on that
he ain't
bullshit.
he ain't gonna give you no new information. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be the same shit. He ain't gonna talk about why the fight took so long. You know what I'm saying? It's like, uh, I'm gonna check
Yeah,
it out, but
and if it was EJ that the fight took so long, why he ain't talking about it? You would think that Bud would
because
be so comfortable talking about that
Nah, what
shit.
they always say is the fight's here now. Like they want to
right,
skip past that shit.
business. Well, they say it's business, the business of boxing. Even EJ saying it's the business of boxing,
Hey,
and
fool, tomorrow they got Nonito Donaire, Issa Cruz, and the other guy. They doing a media workout. They doing the undercard media workout tomorrow.
bro, man, that's gonna be good, bro. I mean, Nito Donaire is a warrior, bro. I don't even know why that motherfucker's still fighting. You know what I'm saying? The nigga got to be 40. You know what I'm saying? But he gets out there and man, he give it all he got. I love that guy. You know what I'm
He
saying?
hurt anyway. He hurt anyway. The
And they
first
got
fight.
Mhm.
another press conference coming up. I'm looking at the Showtime thing right now. They got another press conference with Terrence Crawford and Earl. Press conference on the 27th. The weigh-ins on the 28th. Okay, okay.
Mhm.
They supposed to be doing some kind of big push this week as well. So I'm trying to. That's why I was trying to see what the big push was going to be. But I
So
don't
man,
know.
I'm telling you, but PBC doing their thing, man. So all these guys who want to deal with the zone and all that stuff. Talking about PBC going out of business and everything. They being proved wrong, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like I think they just be trolling. So they just be trolling. You know what I'm saying? So everybody thinking that this is going to happen, and they won't. Saying the black fans in despair. But shit, nobody believe that shit, bro. They've been
Careful
saying that
when you
shit for
say
about
stuff
three
like
years.
that, fool. They demonetized me last week for saying something about the races, like
Oh, really?
the different types of race. Because
Oh, yeah.
I was expounding on the different treatment that people get, and I guess I used the R and the T word too much, like the R N with T,
Right.
Yeah,
not like
yeah,
the
they gonna
race,
get you
but
for that. Yeah.
yeah, I got a review in for it right now, but I said, damn, yeah, y'all didn't
It's
warn me
like
or nothing. Y'all just took me off. They talking about I'm inciting separation or some type of stuff.
what? Like some kind
Bruh,
of desegregation or something, or
they
And you
they
know
what?
what's
said
crazy about that?
They
They
said,
allow like violence and other shit on
yeah,
YouTube,
what they
but
told
like
me was
it's crazy, bro.
they said I was being RAC,
They
Subversive or
demonetized
charged.
something.
your
They
whole
said,
channel or just that video?
nah, they demonetized my channel for right now. They say I was being R charged. I was being charged like I'm charging it. Like, when you say somebody's
Like
R,
you inciting
yeah,
violence or
yeah. I
something.
don't want to say the word on your platform. That's what I'm saying.
Oh
Like
yeah.
they say I was being
Right.
that charged, and they say I was inciting separation, and I was discriminating against other people with my word. My words was discriminating and oppressing other people, and it was what they say the word was. Hold on, let me go look at the thing. Hold on.
I didn't know you were like that, bro.
Yeah, man. Hey, I told you, bro. It's the Hebrew Israelite in me.
Yeah, poor funny.
Nah, but we've been struggling ever since me and Up been doing this for a while, what I'm saying? Even though, we be doing in and out and stuff but we know there's shadow and channels and stuff like that. So, like you
Hey,
say, you just
poor.
never
Oh my bad. You keep going.
You
no,
know,
that's all I want to say.
you know the
Oh,
reason why they approached him like that, though, right?
is he black?
No, because he said Shalom. He
Yeah,
said
yeah,
he
yep.
said Shalom, so they have a reason to attack him based on the fact that they know what perspective he's coming from. Yo, you got all this violence being promoted by the Democrats, and you got all this separation being promoted by the Democrats, and none of them Congress videos get demonetized. None of
Yeah.
that stuff gets censored. None of that stuff. Nothing happens to none of that stuff. But here they are messing with a guy on a boxing channel. It's probably less than 100 people watching that night, and here they are bothering with him. That's bullshit.
Hey, just like in Russia, Big Brother's watching.
Yeah, right.
Then Big
Yep.
Brother's watching. Saying they try to kill it before it spread. Before you start getting radical or something.
It's already spread, but what's happening now is that because people have been talking about this for years now on YouTube, but what's happening now is they just doing it.
Hey, Pool, look at the chat. Y'all see it back there. That's what they said I did.
I want to see this. What does it say? Where'd it go? What is that? What is that?
I just put it in the private chat.
Oh, private chat.
Oh, oh
Oh, okay.
God, are you serious? Oh my God.
Yeah, but BLM and Black Lives Matter on YouTube all day long.
They'll push that gay
I mean,
rights
but
bullshit, that pride bullshit.
if you watch, they do that all the time against us. Against black men and stuff. They can say whatever they want to say. I
Man,
mean, it's
brother,
crazy.
a brother in class was had brought out that I think it's Steven Spielberg who makes movies, and a large majority of these guys who makes these white so-called people who make these movies are making
Edomites.
who who make these movies are portraying us in movies to be like animals.
Like docile. I mean,
Who
like, did you see the Woman King, bro? I mean,
who
we look weak as hell up in there.
Yeah, right. They also brought
See,
that
that's
up
what
too.
they doing.
Who gives
They
them?
making the woman man and and they trying to. Okay, see, that was another thing I had said in my live too, though. But I was talking about how they trying to masculate the women and feminize the man. I went into that a little bit. It was just a quick little spiel about it on
Yeah,
how Americans doing. I'm not gonna do it here, but I went into a spiel about it, and then I was just talking about the injustice on how we get treated in the sports, how we get treated all around the place, and people think it's okay, and they're not even understanding what's going on. And it got me. And look, the video went up, but for like damn 10 minutes. Like,
wow.
but no, it was about 17 minutes. It was about 17 minutes, and then next thing you know, on my YouTube studio, it came across my phone said you had a strike. And then I was like, huh? I didn't copyright nothing. I'm thinking I got a copyright strip. So I went to go look. And then it said that you've been demonetized because the material that you put is not suited for monetization. And And I'm like, huh? And then I went through the scene and I seen I asked for the reason and that was the reason right there. I was like, wow. So y'all suppressed my First Amendment right though. Okay.
Well, when you're on a private platform, so a private business, they can do that. That's why, people are trying to open up different, platforms. They're trying to open up websites and so they can say what they want to say.
I had over
Yo,
5,000 friends
I
and
just read.
look, I had because I used to do music. And me and my family, we was big in music. I had over 5,000 friends and I had like 17,000 followers on my Facebook, right? Um, they shut my Facebook down 2 months ago. Like, and I had family and everything on it, but they banned my account permanently. Like person can't access my account on Facebook, and I've had my Facebook for over 12 years.
Oh yeah, they fucking attacking you. That's what that is.
I think
It's
I think we'll
because
take it. I think we'll take it over to Patreon. You know what I'm saying? If I get shut down over here, we'll take it over to Patreon or something
yeah,
like
but
that.
they shut my Facebook down. I even had money on my Facebook and my Facebook account and everything. And like they shut my shit down. There's no way I can retrieve it or nothing. They said I'm done. Because I also had another channel where I was speaking Israelite stuff. You feel me? And I made a couple videos, and they found the videos not worthy because I explained the origins of us and how we and everything that happened, and the power ups to be they did me worse than they did Kyrie, and they just took my shit and said, "Get up out of here, brother." But they didn't call me the brother word; they called me the N word in their mind, I guess, because they shut my shit down. And I
Mm.
was monetized on Facebook too.
It's funny how
Right?
that goes, right? They did something to me where that was just man, it was ridiculous. It goes to show they hate when a person of who they suspect to be from one certain individual group of people say something about or what's going on in the world. I had posted
What?
a video of Alex Jones talking some
Oh
shit about
man.
talking some shit about the the coronavirus and what was going on at the time.
Oh,
These
they
sons,
tore your ass up. You
these
can't
sons.
talk about that.
Listen, it was on. I think it was on. Yeah, it was on. Yeah, it was on. Was it on YouTube or Facebook? It was on either one of them. But these fuckers went so far as to cut my account out on my Oculus Quest. I got an Oculus Quest, a VR headset.
And you
They
can't
cut
talk
my
about the jab. You can't talk
man.
about the jab.
I couldn't even get on Oculus Quest fucking around with these people. So then they asked me to remove the video, and I was like, remove the fucking video. First of all, it's a big ass picture of Mickey Mouse, and
They
then I
removed
was
it of me.
nah, they did not. I removed it. I removed it from it because I
Hey,
didn't
but
want to. I didn't want to go through that with them. Uh,
if you on Facebook, you got a Facebook rep, right? Pool counter. We have
No.
Facebook reps where if you can contact you got your own personal rep if you want to talk to them. So I talked to him, and he was telling me that they're gonna put a review to try to get my thing back, but he was telling me which subjects to stay away from, right? That are
Hmm.
that will get me cooked. You can't talk about the jab, and that's what we're gonna call that. What you just talked about.
Right. Right. Right.
You cannot talk about the jab. You can't talk about the war and what it's really about. You can't talk about that. And you can't talk about the pride people. You can't talk about that. Those three
Wow.
things right there will get you instantly banned.
it's funny,
Wow.
right? You can't talk about it, but there's a whole bunch of conversations being had about this stuff, but you can't talk about it. That's some bullshit. Like based off of who we are as a race, that's the reason why they're telling us that we can't talk about it because you got Tim Pool, you got the likes of everybody and their mothers talking about all the stuff that we just got finished naming, and they're not getting nothing's happening to these guys. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, it might not be monetized then.
No, they monetize because they talk about that also. I mean, what it is, they have their conversations, and whatever happens to them, they have a better connection with these people than your smaller channels like you, so they have a better connection, and they go directly to the lawyers, and they get all that stuff cleared up.
Oh,
Well, they've been
Like,
they've been banning a lot of folks, man. We saw Tommy so what is called
so
Somar, well,
it
Mayara,
might
something like that.
And
They
what's
got
that
rid of his
crazy ass
page.
white boy? That crazy ass white boy that was on
Yeah.
crazy fit. That
What they call him?
what
Yeah, I
the
know who you talking about. They got rid of his page too. Andrew, what's his name?
not,
Andrew,
I
whatever.
ain't talking about Andrew Tate. I'm talking about
No,
the
I know
other
who
one.
you talking about. I'm just mentioning as an add-on.
Yeah, but that skinny ass dude that I'm talking about, he had like 5 million followers, bro.
Hmm.
And he said something about one of them hot topics I was talking about, and they banned his ass. But talking about how they trying to make women more dominant than men. That's all he was talking about. And they got him up out of that. What the
Man,
fuck was
that's
that crazy
crazy.
dude's name? What the fuck was his name? And if he got 5 million followers, you know he's supposed to have some connection with YouTube. They got rid of his ass quick.
But you know that's not for everybody though, right?
Well, some of
You
us
know,
ain't that big. If you got 5 million followers, that means you're a threat. You know what I'm saying? If you got 271 followers, ain't nobody listening to you.
Well,
See
hell, I
what I'm
don't got
saying?
but 3,000, and they fucked with me some shit.
Yeah, but they figure you're gonna get bigger, you know what I'm saying, behind that subject matter, you know. So they trying to kill it before it spread. People we wanted, you know what I'm saying, not to get into that kind of stuff. So, you know what I'm saying, because it will get you banned, it will get you busted up. Somebody going across the train track.
Yeah, sir. Choo choo, motherfucker.
yeah, these
Mm-mm.
people are the devil. Changing men, women into men. That's not promoted for everybody, right? That's only promoted for us. When you watch it,
Yeah.
it's only
It's,
one.
it's, it's
Only
part
one
of
direction
breaking
that
up the household, bro. It's part of
It's
breaking
only
up the
one
household.
direction that's coming. You ever notice that all the schools and what they teach, they
Well,
have no.
let's calm down on the subject because I don't want
Yeah.
to get fucked up. You know
Well,
what
we
I'm
go to
saying? I don't,
that's a subject about the schools. They can't. They don't touch the schools. The schools are
Now you
teaching.
can't talk about that too, because you know what they teach in the schools, and you about to talk about the other thing I said, the pride
right.
people. You can't do that.
Right, you got to
Can't
be
do that.
careful. Let's get away from that. Get back to boxing
Yeah.
because yeah, we will. You know what I want to do? I want to start a Patreon so we can just go all over the place.
Yeah, because you
With
about
it.
to do it, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. Not on Pool's
Yeah,
channel. I
yeah,
got another channel we can do it on. I got one.
yeah.
It's called Judas Elected. It's just for that. I don't care if they wipe it off. I can make it again because they killed it. Hey, my Judah page, Pool. You know I had got up to 500 followers behind that thing, right?
Hmm.
They X'd me out because
Hmm.
I pulled
But
I put a Bible verse up there that ain't supposed to be met. But hey, my
so
message got out.
let
Isn't
me
that
ask
way
you guys.
supposed to be today?
Let me let me ask you guys. What do you think is happening this week for Errol Spence Jr. and Bud Crawford? What you think is going on right now in both of the camps at this time, getting ready for the fight? What are they working on? You know what I'm saying? What's going on in those camps? Because I have no idea.
Earl's
I
chilling
mean,
right now. He's not trying to overtrain. You know what I'm saying? He's just working on his weight, and he's just doing some shadow boxing and everything right there. He getting himself together. Crawford trying to get the last little bit of weight off him that he needs to get. And they just hey, it's 4 days.
mm-mm.
Isn't that
What you guys, Kareem? What you think happening
I
in
thought
the
they were
camps right now?
having. Can you hear me? Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
I thought they were having a weigh-in today. I seen something yesterday. PBC posted about a weigh-in today.
They wouldn't be
Yeah,
weighing
they
in
got
this
it.
early.
They got it on
I
the
thought.
28th.
Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be Friday, but I seen it saying something about today. Let me see if I can find that, man. Because I
Nah, they
saw.
just got it. They just put it up there today. If you look at the thing, the date says the 28th.
Oh yeah, that's probably what it is. I'm probably looking at it, not looking
I
at the
was
date.
just reading off all the things that they had. That's what I was doing. I was reading off all the different events they had this week. When I was telling y'all
So,
about the weigh in and the undercard weigh in and workout and all that.
what you think Crawford gonna come in? I mean, like come in at on fight night.
I think he's gonna be about 160, 165.
He just ought to.
Hmm.
He just ought to put that weight on himself because he's gonna need it.
Yeah, but I think this. I mean, I'm so damn excited, bro. But I'm still disappointed by Cool Boy. You know what I'm saying? I'm still shocked. You know what I'm saying? I'm
I'm,
just wow.
I'm not because that look like a hey. Inoue got a chance to be undisputed with one more fight. And you know something? I would like to see him and Tank at 130. Just like he fought Leo Santa Cruz at 130. You know how big Tank versus Munson?
Kind of went out, up. He went out.
Oh, I said if Munson in a way, he's gonna beat the other guy. He don't beat Step. He gonna beat the other guy. The other guy,
Oh yeah. Oh
him and
yeah.
MJ struggle, and he's slow as shit, so he's in trouble. So Inoue is gonna be 2 times undisputed, so that's gonna put him back on pound for pound number 1 over top of Earl when Earl beats Crawford. So Earl's just gonna have a quick reign at number 1, but I want to see Inoue stop that dude and go on up to 126. You know, find you somebody good up there to beat. You know, go to Pacquiao route. I think his power carry to 126. It's only 4 more pounds. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then you know, him and Tank can have a blockbuster super fight at 130. Because Tank said he can still make 130. And you know, Tank fought Leo Santa Cruz at 130. And Tank versus Inoue at 130. You can say what you want. If Inoue makes undisputed again and he beats somebody at 127 for the belt and come up and fight Tank, that's a huge fucking fight. That's 2 million pay-per-view right there. That's 2 knockout punches with speed and power. That's our juggernaut versus media's juggernaut. That's a hell of a fight on the horizon. I see it the next year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
What you think about it? Because in one more fight, he's undisputed, so he can move up. So it's
Oh,
6 fights.
I already said. I think he got a free ride up until he can fight somebody. You know, what I'm saying, like a Tank or somebody. I don't see nobody beating Inoue. Not from that performance. If he can keep staying that kind of shape, you know what I'm saying, as he moves up and he can use those abilities, you know what I'm saying, the speed, the power, you know what I'm saying, the footwork, you know what I'm saying, punch selection, you know what I'm saying, the jab. I mean, if he's able to do that to Cool Boy, he'll be able to walk through 126.
Because he
I
walks
think
around at 140 something. He's in the 140s.
God damn. So, you know, I mean, yeah, he's probably going to be undisputed right there at 122. You
Oh
know,
yeah, that's his next fight. Because the
mhm.
dude walked in the ring, the undisputed the other dude with the 2 belts. Because you know the other guy got 2 belts that he got from MJ. So
Mm-hmm.
you know he walked in the ring at the end of this fight, and they agreed to fight next. So Inoue is gonna be fighting him for the for the belt this year. So Inoue is gonna have a chance to be undisputed twice in the same year.
Mm-hmm. That's
So you
crazy as hell, bro.
you know who's gonna get fighter of the year.
Yep, we do. We should already know. Got that anyway. Fight of the damn year. You know what I'm saying? So, what's going on, Yolanda? Thank you for that 99-cent super sticker. Thank you, Queen. Appreciate that. Ain't see you in a while. Great to see you come back around.
But I
Yeah,
tell
but
you one
yeah, man.
thing though, he
Mhm.
got my respect though. I can't take nothing away from him. The man fought brilliantly.
Hey, like I say, man, that dude, he earned that. He definitely earned that. He definitely performed on a level I didn't think he could perform
It
on.
just makes me
And
wonder: was Cool Boy as good as we thought?
that's what I
Or
was telling. That's what I was saying. But to D before he fell off, um, you know what I'm saying. But he said he just fought a superior guy. Um, you know, you could look at it either way. You know what I'm saying. So either either your boy anyway was going to be undisputed, or it was going to be Cool Boy. You know what I'm saying. So. I mean, I'm just still in shock with all the shit, man. I'm just like,
but
God damn.
you know who Inoue need to fight before he get the tank. After he unifies that division he's in right now, right? I would
Hmm.
like to see him in the ring with Robisi Romero when he go up the next weight. That's the next weight class right there. I would like to see him and Robisi in the ring together.
Yeah, don't be surprised if you see the same type of situation.
Robisi ain't Stephen Fulton though. But look, Inoue go up, he got to fight Brandon Figueroa that Stephen Fulton. But damn, I don't know because
Yeah,
Brandon
I know
Figueroa done
you're
got
thinking it out in
stronger,
your mind, ain't you? Thinking that
huh?
shit out in your mind. I said you thinking that shit out in your mind, ain't you? It's
Yeah.
like, It's like you be about to goddamn contradict yourself. You say, I don't know, man. It's like that dude. What he showed against Cool Boy was rare. That was something rare, bro. And when you see it, you just got to admit it. So this dude is on another level,
But
with the athletic ability.
but he also found out Cool Boy couldn't hurt him, and when he
Yeah,
found that out, he threw caution to the wind because he did throw a lot of wild shots too. He was
yeah,
throwing some damn wild haymakers. So he pulled a Tim Zoo, Carlos Ocampo on us for a minute too, though. Because at one point
yeah,
he was throwing for the fences. We remember that though.
yeah. But who can capitalize? You know what I'm saying? Who can capitalize? Like Roy. You know what I'm saying? He had a. People didn't know Roy had a weak chin for a decade, for a whole decade because
Yeah, dude.
nobody was quick enough to touch it. Huh? You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be a while before anybody could catch up with that kind of speed and reaction time. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
try
Those
to think back
reflexes. That,
so I can switch phones, bro.
say what now? Okay.
Think so I can switch.
hmm This is
That
going to be a while. It's going to be a while before anybody be able to execute and take advantage. You know what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
see
Of Inoue.
nobody in the weight classes right there fucking with him. If Gary
Me
Russell
neither.
stayed at 126, that'd have been a hell of a fight. It'd have been a hand speed fight. It'd have been we would have got to see how good Gary Russell really was. Because
Man, yeah, you ain't never lied. You
Gary
ain't,
Russell got some speed too, but anyway, bro, he was like Sonic the Hedgehog in that motherfucker. That's what was
I'm
getting me.
trying
It
to
wasn't just
tell you.
that's what wasn't getting me. It was his speed. I was just
Yeah.
like, damn, this nigga fast as shit.
I mean, and you saw the little feints, bro. I'm like, he was gone. Any feint, he could be in there, man, attacking you. And it's like
Bro, it
I
was
see
like
why
Chris
Fulton
Johnson
was
hitting that.
sharp.
It was like Chris Johnson hitting that motherfucking hole, bro. Like at any time he could bust through that motherfucker and take it 100 yards. Like,
hmm
and that shit was getting Fulton. Fulton didn't know if he was coming or going. Like I said,
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And that's gonna take him a long way.
and
That's
that's why
gonna
I said
take
how
him.
Earl. That's why I said how Earl gonna have Bud ass. Like all them touches that he do, he gonna keep touching them, and Bud ain't gonna know whether it's coming hard or not. And it's gonna have him on the edge, and that's what I was talking about. Like when somebody is touching you all the time, like he kept fainting them all the time. The man didn't know whether he was about to come in and bust his ass or if he was just testing the waters. The
hmm
man's a brilliant fighter. I can't take shit away from him.
But like you said, like one thing that did concern me was when I looked at Fulton Powell.
Yeah,
You're gonna have you're gonna have to hurt. Unless you like a Winky Wright. You know what I'm saying? And you just got these major forearms that you could just cover up and you can get yourself out of what I'm saying, positions, like being cornered. Winky Wright just had these forearms that just covered his whole body. And he could just use that defense to get up out of,
Winky had
tricky
enough pop on his
situations.
shot to get you up off of him though too though.
You thought he had power. I didn't think he had that much power. He had great skill, but
He
I thought
had to get
his
you up off his
defense.
power.
I thought he had that defense though.
Yeah, he
That
did, but he
really,
had enough pop to get you up off me.
I think I'm just trying to say like where Cool Boy what he needed. You know, what I'm saying because he didn't have the power to hurt anyway, so he didn't give him shit to respect.
That's
You know,
like
what I'm
when
saying
you
the
fight
back.
Tank. If Tank don't respect your power, what Tank gonna do?
hmm He gonna walk your ass down and hit your ass to the body or give your ass an uppercut and you up out of there, bro. He
And
ain't
what
gonna
did
play with
Inoue
you.
do?
Same shit. You know what I'm saying? He did.
Exactly. That's why I
I
said
mean,
they both short too. That's why I said that'd be a great fight right there.
yeah, and they were saying they were making so much of how Inoue was able to hit him, even though he had the shorter reach. But that's just that exceptional speed and timing and athletic ability. That dude, he
And you
looked
know
wonderful
what?
in that fight.
I just watched the video with Fulton. He said it was everything he expected, but it was just him. Like he, in a way, it was everything he expected, but it was just him. Like
I'm gonna tell you though, he's just like Manny Pacquiao was when he first got into the thing. That
Yeah,
dark speed That's how Manny
Mm-hmm.
Pacquiao caught Thurman. He came in through 4 punches. Thurman dodged the first 3, but he didn't see that 4th one. That's what I'm saying. Manny Pacquiao was explosive. That's when he was cutting through people like butter. Remember when he was
Mm-hmm.
coming up in the weights? Like they said, he was juicing though. I'm not saying Inoue was juicing, but they did push the date back when Bada wanted to test him twice a week. He pulled out the fight, said he got hurt. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
He exploded in there, and you know he was exploding in and out. And I don't care what you say, that shit was suspect as hell because the man moved up in weight with pure muscle. Like he moved up with pure muscle and speed. The man is huge, but then I think again, like he's only 4 pounds, but still, he
That motherfucker be undisputed at 175 before they bust him. You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker have 8 goddamn undisputeds up on this goddamn belt before that shit come out. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're like, oh, he's the greatest. They're gonna put his ass over Ali. You know what I'm saying? They
Oh
already put.
man. Oh
They,
man.
but
come on now.
what I was saying, I say it all the time over here. Iron sharpens iron. The Inoue that fought Nonito Donaire the first time was a young kid. He was in there. Nonito was his first challenge, his first real challenge for the belt. Nonito pushed
Mm-hmm.
that man. That man had to dig in deep. He had to do what Herb did against Kell Brook, and he found himself. And he prestige. He busted through that ceiling. After Nonito Donaire, he fought Emmanuel Rodriguez, who was also an undefeated bad motherfucker. The same person that beat Antonio Russell ass. He beat Gary Antonio Russell ass badly. And see, we didn't really think of much about it. But anyway, beat that man in 2 rounds. And Antonio Russell's supposed to be good, right? And
Mm-hmm.
Antonio Rodriguez was whooping down Antonio Russell like he was no. He comes back and fight Nonito Donaire again. Okay, Nonito's probably a year and a half older, 2 years older, but he got that nigga out in the first couple rounds. That man is learning each. I can't say what you want, but that man is iron sharpening iron. He's learning from each fight that he be in, so he's getting better after each fight. He's getting stronger and faster after each fight. Like he's at his prime right now. He's got about
Mm-hmm.
2 years in that prime right now, and that man is explosive. He has power. He's fast, and his defense is his offense. I seen a couple times in that fight. If Stephen Fulton had some power, he could time that man when he lunges in. But Fulton caught him a couple times with overhands flush. He caught him anyway a couple times very flush, and anyway just walked right through it. And when I seen that right there, I said it ain't shit Fulton can do. I said it's the beginning of the end
Mm-hmm.
now, and that's
Wow.
when Fulton started going into his shell and started trying to survive because he knows it. He hit that man without him seeing the shot. He caught the man off balance. If you look back at the 4th round, when Inoue had lunged in there and Fulton hit him with that damn right, when he came from way back in Mississippi and caught him with that damn right, and Inoue just kept on coming after that shit. He didn't even
Mm-hmm.
flinch. And usually when Steven hit somebody, even though he ain't got knockouts like that, he usually make them think. Like he did Angelo Leo and Danny Ramon. Inoue ate that shit like it was a jab. And after that, I see Stephen Fulton. He just started. He realized that I can even hurt this man as well. So Stephen Fulton started going in Mikey Garcia mode versus Earl.
That's what I said. Mm-hmm.
He seen it wasn't
That's
nothing
what
he could do, so he had to get up out of it. You see when they stopped the fight and they was walking Kubo to the corner, he was trying to shake his head like, nah, fuck that, no, that shit, nigga, they saved your ass, bro. Stop that false bravado. Look, you was in there. You was a great champion, but that man right there would have killed you in there, bro. You don't want to be like Edie Valencia. Shout out to Edie Valencia. Put your prayers out for him. He's out there in Los Angeles in the hospital right now, California. He got in the fight with George Acosta. George Acosta got him in there fighting for his life right now. On Friday, George Acosta sent him to the hospital with a 6-round knockout. He fighting for his life still. So prayers go to Edie Valencia.
Well, I wanted to ask you, the other night, your boy Aerosmith Jr. friend Jarvis, Marvelous Jarvis fought. He just came back active after years of being off out of the ring, and of course he didn't look as good. You know what I'm saying? Because he don't look like he's in fighting shape right now. But he fought Brian Springs, and he was a 4 rounder, and he won the fight. But he got this dude did some weird shit. You know what I'm saying? He went over him with a left hook, and the dude went up under him like you're fighting, and the ropes were loose, and he dumped Jarvis on his head, bro.
Whoa.
The shit was weird. You can see it on my video on my thing. You know what I'm saying? And it was just weird. But he won the fight. He dominated all around. But he was getting headbutt.
You put it up today?
Yeah. It's on there. And he just took him all the way up in the air, and it was in some kind of weird janky ass ring, and the ropes were loose, and man, he just fell dead on his head. Boom.
Because I'm about
I'm
to say,
like, God.
I ain't seen that in the last videos I seen that you had up.
Yeah, man. He took a hard fall, but they finished it. They had one more round, and of course, the dude was just some kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? The way all he did was taunt him and sit on the ropes, and he had like 10 loss. He got like 10. This will make like his 10th loss or some shit like that.
He was
So
just trying to check, man.
right. Well, my man just trying to get back into the game. He was Aerosmith Jr. lead sparring
Oh, I know. I'm talking
fight.
about his opponent.
Yeah. I know you're talking about.
Coming to get a check.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
And I'm like,
What you said, Jay?
the guidelines could I have broken? So I said, you know what? Let me test this. Let me upload 2.
Oh, that's somebody's had something on.
She might want to mute that.
Yeah, so but he getting back. So I just wanted everybody to be aware that Marvis. I think his name Jarvis Shepherd. That's his real name. But he got a YouTube channel with about 300,000 subscribers where he do skits. You know that guy?
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. And so he's back fighting. I just want to let everybody know he's back fighting. You know what I'm saying? So he need to get in that training camp with all the rest of them.
I don't think Derek James taking nobody else.
But he was there first. Like I said, he was EJ's lead sparring guy for a while because he got him ready for Van Heerden. Got him ready for Van because he's a southpaw, and he got EJ ready for that fight. You know what I'm saying? So now he's training again. He's a pretty sharp guy. You know what I'm saying? Once he gets in shape, I'm just interested to see how good can he really, how far he can go. Especially having, a championship stable that he can, pull tips from. I think Ryan Garcia is going to be a new fighter coming out of that camp too. I think they're going to revamp his career.
I can't wait to see Ryan at 140. I think he's about to go take this belt from Rolling. But I don't know what's going on with him and Oscar De La Hoya.
Well, Oscar's a scumbag, bro.
Oscar got 6 years left on Ryan's contract. And you
6 years?
Yeah, he got 6 more years on that contract.
Man.
That's damn near the rest of his career, ain't it?
Oscar trying to take Oscar made that man, you feel. But Oscar ain't trying
Oscar said he made Aerosmith Jr. too. He said he built up Aero too up.
Yeah, he said he built his career.
Oscar's not about to let that cash cow go now. That man just made $30 million. You think he about to let that boy go? Ryan got a name now too. Oscar and the Zone even sued Ryan for $200,000 because they put the fight on the PVC. And the Zone, they didn't want to do the damn shit. And so they sued Ryan Garcia for $200,000, man. And they mad because the PVC did like 1.1 million pay-per-view, while the Zone it did like between 100 to 300,000. And they was, but hell, Showtime was doing all the promotion and all that shit.
Right.
And Zone was even charging $20 less for the pay-per-view. But y'all shit is so shitty, motherfuckers don't want to deal with y'all shit. That's all that shit is. But you gonna sit there and make this fighter pay you $200,000, and y'all wouldn't have got that. Y'all basically got a 100 to 300,000 worth of pay per view. Y'all didn't even have to kick out no expenditures. See, that's how you see motherfuckers is just selfish. They mad because they felt like if they would have had to fight on the zone, that they might have did them numbers. No, the fuck, y'all would have did half the numbers.
And then y'all ain't even show up to the man post press conference.
Exactly. That's why Ryan want to get rid of that man. He talked about he was getting death threats. Motherfuckers went death. He was on that coke. That coke had him hearing shit. Oscar
Well,
was zooted, bro.
well, I think Ryan understand he getting screwed. You know what I'm saying? As far as the low pay, because you had Tank them, like really punking him about the money he was making in his peer group. Remember, he had to like he had to postpone a lot of fights, and Tank was like just really taunting him about you haven't even made $1 million yet. You know what I'm saying?
He
And
made $1 million in his last two fights. His last two
oh
fights was
yeah,
the first time he made $1 million.
so
Like Ryan had fought over 20 fights without making a fucking $1 million pool, and he was such a big show.
right. But see, now that he's fought Tank, what I'm saying, and he's training, he's getting better, he's working on his craft. I think he's gonna give them people. I hate that he's going for Rolly Ramiro. You know what I'm saying? Because that's like low hanging fruit right
But
there.
it's
But
a world title, and you know what?
hmm
Rolly and Ryan will do pay-per-view numbers because
hmm
Rolly, he pitches himself a pay-per-view star, and people hate Rolly. And Ryan's training with Derek James now, and people are gonna want to buy Ryan because I want to buy. I see what he's doing in the gym, and I feel like Ryan's gonna be a hell of a fire contender. And I feel like Ryan's gonna beat the shit out of Rolly. He's gonna get that belt, and Ryan's gonna make some noise because that man is solid now. He don't look like that little kid, that little pretty boy that he was a while ago. He look like a motherfucking rugged ass fighter. The nigga bigger than Earl right now. Did y'all see when they were standing beside each other? You know him. You know he taller than Earl. He 5'10", but he looked like he was big. He was wider than Earl right now because they only Earl cut weight, but Ryan was a big boy. And I feel like if Ryan wins the belt and he gets like another like two good wins up there, him and Tank Davis could rematch, and people will want to see how much Ryan improved going against Tank after Ryan makes a couple impressive wins up there. And they would like to see Tank fight Ryan at 140 because, hey, Tank, you fought me when I was down there. If I was Ryan, I'd take about $3 million or $4 million and buy myself out of Oscar's contract when we go to court. I'm gonna bring up to the judge. Look, the man's a drug addict. That he left me on my own. I'm not trying to do it. Hopefully, Al Heyman can help Ryan get out that contract. Because if they can, Ryan got a chance to be a big ass star on PBC because he has a fan base. The man has 10 million followers on TikTok. They love him. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he fought Tank. So now he's got some cred. You know what I'm saying? And PBC, they good at putting people on the thing. So he needs to get out that contract because going to fight on the zone, motherfuckers ain't about to buy that shit. They're not. It's bootleg. It's bootleg, bro. Like the shit don't show good. It be cutting out and everything in the middle of the fight, man. I hate that shit. But that
all
was my
right. This
last fight on Top Rank today. My subscription's due on the 30th. I ain't re-up. I'm not re-upping that shit because last week, like I said, I stand on what I said. When Maxie
all right.
got robbed and Monet got robbed, I said I'm not re-upping with Top Rank. I'm tired of seeing this corrupt ass shit.
All right. This is protected by fair use. Okay, we're just going to use a portion of this interview with Bud Crawford and see what he's talking about. Okay, this is protected by fair use. This is a reaction video used to educate. So let's go into it. Let's see what he's talking about.
Is your experience shaped how you are as a father?
Oh man, it shaped me into the greatest father ever. I really believe wholeheartedly, like there's no person walking this earth that can touch me on this fatherhood, and that's how I'm supposed to feel. That's how any real father that loves to be a dad should feel. I'm there every step of the way. I'm training for the best. I mean, the biggest fight of my career, yet and still. My son up here, it's his birthday, and I'm like, what you want to do? Today is all about you. I'm going to do my little workout, and everything else is yours.
He kind of big.
Yeah, he looked buff right there.
But
You know what I'm saying?
I told y'all he was big up top. Now I
He's
told
been
y'all.
huge.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. You can see the fat around his eyes. Usually they more deep rim, and his face look fuller. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, his face look all puffy, his neck look big. You know what I'm saying? His traps. You know what I'm
He's
saying? His
still cutting
forearms are
weight, bro.
huge.
He's still cutting
Mm,
weight. Hey, I wouldn't be surprised if Bud missed weight, bro. Like for real. Like
wow.
even if
It's
he did
probably a
miss
too
weight,
big of a penalty for that.
huh?
It's probably too big of a penalty for that. This is a big fight.
They probably ain't even put that in the contract. Missing weight, all you doing is losing your belt on the scale, and probably like a meal or a couple. I know it was a couple 100,000 when Shakur missed weight on the scale. They might not have stipulated in the contract, and Bud might have took that in consideration and said, "Hell, this is gonna be my last fight. Fuck that belt." You feel what I'm saying? Earl still get a chance to win it, but who's to say Bud might not make weight? It's not like Earl gonna say I'm not gonna fight him because you still can fight a
Coaches and my
motherfucker if they don't make weight.
All right, let's get back into it.
teammates. But like I said, that them experiences made me the man that I am today, and I wouldn't take it back.
It's really the generational curse
Right.
of changing it. What you've seen, you either see it and agree with it, or you disagree with it. And what you saw, you disagree with that as a father not being there. So now I'm going to be there, and that's
Right.
beautiful. We talk about it a lot in this show. Man, I got to ask you about, because one thing everybody talks about is how you can jump in the right-handed and go southpaw and go back and forth, and that's one of your strengths. Is that strategic at all? Or does the fight come to you? Because everybody talks about your instincts. And I've seen you, I just watched it on the way over here, in this corner, and the dude rushed you, little Spanish dude rushed you, and you jumped out of it, got him, and hit him in the back, bink, and laid him down right there. And I was like, did you know that was coming? Is that switching back and forth? Do you say first round, second round, I'm gonna do this, third round, I'm gonna give him this, or is that just how the fight comes to you?
It's just instincts. It's just how
They always ask about that switching when
Yeah,
it comes to Bud Crawford. They always put that in there. That's a
that's
question that
casual. That's some
mm,
casuals. They think that switching is so, like they think that shit is so amazing. Bitch, it's okay. They act like it's
I wonder if I could put that up and we could just play it out instead of me having to stop it all the time.
your ass
You know
gonna
what
get
I'm
copyright.
saying? Oh
That's an
man,
hour. That's an hour video that they just did. Shit, I'm gonna have to step off in a couple minutes. We got been up
mhm.
here for 3.5. I still gotta do a show later on though. But I had fell asleep on your ass earlier. Y'all must didn't know, but I had been up all morning. I fell asleep. I was looking at that Taka Tukanoko and all them shits fighting earlier. But
Okay,
it
let's
was
get back into it.
they
Let's
had
see.
8 motherfuckers on that undercard with 8
Mm.
fights.
how things is playing out. Sometimes I may feel I have a better advantage in the southpaw stance. Sometimes I feel like I have a better advantage in the orthodox stance. I've been doing it all my life. I used to get yelled at and in trouble for actually doing it. Uh, but once I messed up my right hand for fighting in school, I just started practicing more on my left because at the time my left wasn't as strong as my right because I'm right-handed and I always want to hit with the right, but my left became stronger than my right. So now I'm evenly powerful with either hand. So now it's deadly whichever way I go.
Chan often talks about how he strengthens his right hand
Oh boy.
and his left hand.
Oh my God. Niggas ain't gonna be able to get together without ribbing each other. Oh man. So y'all think you got too much muscle on, man?
Yeah, I told y'all. But you did. What do you think is a possibility of him not making weight, fool? That's what I was asking.
Man, I mean, I'm looking at his size, like you said, up, and I'm looking at how bulky he is. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure he's gonna make weight.
Them
because
arms
that
big, boy.
I think he's gonna make weight because he don't want that. He worries about what people think about him. So he's definitely gonna go in there and make weight. He gonna do what he got to do. Now how that's gonna affect him during that fight, I don't know. But one
I
thing
hope
about
he ain't
Crawford.
weight drained.
I'm about to hop off, y'all.
All
All
right,
right.
Jay.
All
Hey,
right.
let me say this. Hey, y'all subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to 2 Cent Boxing, my people, you know what I'm saying? Jay is real with it, man. I'm talking about y'all see how how she adds to the conversation. She knows her boxing. And if you like my channel, man, please go over there and subscribe to 2 Cent Boxing. Please. You know what I'm saying? If you haven't done it, please do it now. Take a moment, go over there and subscribe to 2 Cent Boxing. Please. All right, Jay.
All right, appreciate it. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat.
Okay.
I ain't know you
Uh
been on here for 3,030 minutes. I guess because I fell asleep. Shit. I had hopped my ass up at like 4 o'clock and tried to
see the fight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I
So
had
we're
got
gonna
up at
get
like 4 o'clock. I was gonna do a pre fight show. I was up at like 4 o'clock. It was number 5 of us in there for like 30 minutes. I said, fuck this. I went back to sleep, woke up. Hold on, bro.
let me get to the interview.
Oh my god! Right? It's just something he said.
It's called the left's called the stranger.
Yeah, he said, "Who can
They
love
don't come
him?
around a lot.
Who can love him more than himself?" You know, we were talking about your kids, Buzz. You got a lot of kids, man. Like, and you talk about switching stances and doing that. Are you ever going to switch up your kid making motto? Because you don't. How many you want to have?
Man, I think I'm done, man.
You got to even it out. You got 4 boys.
I know I'm
3
probably,
girls.
I'm probably done.
Get the
man.
8-pack.
I tell you, if you're not done until you do something about getting done.
So let me ask you this then.
I ain't getting clipped.
Why not?
They don't live that long.
Who don't?
Ooh, them people that be getting clipped.
I just got clipped.
Ooh, man, you better
Well,
do your research.
I'm 47. I made it. 47.
Yeah, you
We all,
47.
so all of
Still
us,
gonna
none
go.
of us can make babies anymore, but
That's
we
cool.
still here, man.
R2, y'all.
Yeah, but if you don't,
That's funny as shit. I feel Crawford on that. Ain't nobody getting clipped over here. You ain't for the new to me. You know what I'm saying? I want to be able to do what I gotta do. If it fall on the grass, I want to have grass babies.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? I'm talking about I ain't trying to go that route, bro. Hell no. You know what I'm saying? You be getting your ass beat all over town with no. I know that don't stop testosterone from building, but shit. I need a delivery system.
What no?
Yeah. Say what now?
If
Like
you
when
get
you
your
get
ass clipped,
clipped.
yeah, you don't get yeah, that's your testosterone, bro.
No, but I'm saying it still builds in your body. It's just that you don't
You produce most of it there.
yeah, but I'm saying that's a delivery system when they clip you. They don't
I'm
clip
talking
your
about your testicles is where it produces it.
no, I don't think they take your testicles. They just clip the
Oh, you talking about
what you
getting clipped so you can't have babies?
yeah, vasectomy. Yeah, what they
Oh,
call
okay.
it
I didn't hear what was going on. I thought you was talking about a
I mean
motherfucker with
I,
the
I
balls.
just ima- I just imagine that's what they were talking about. Maybe they talking about ain't fit take my balls, bro. It ain't happening. You know what I'm
Yeah, my
saying? Fuck
granddad
all
had
that. I feel
my
Crawford on
granddad
that.
had I hope I don't get it. But my granddad had testicular cancer. They had to and prostate. They had to take that up off of him.
Damn. Ooh, man, it's something to deal with.
do something about it, it's gonna be number 8, number 9, number 10. It's gonna start lining up like your stoppages. Wait, what you say? Hey, what you say? What you saying? But hey, if you get out of line, he gonna be the 11th
Hey,
one
look,
stop. If you
man,
keep getting out of line, it's gonna be the 11th one you got to take care of.
Yeah, maybe. I think all my kids except one was playing though.
Okay.
All of them. So I'm pretty good at doing what I do.
So you got 7. You feel that tingle, man. I know you quick. Your hips ain't quick though.
No,
You gotta
man.
throw them. Boy,
Hey,
you
man,
gotta throw them hips back.
so man, I gotta do thrust.
Let me see. I'm gonna try to go past this and see if they're talking about anything because I don't want to hear about my man kids. So even though it is good to see, it's a good yeah, it's good to see a good father, but I don't want to hear about that. Let's see.
But all the training, all the things that us fighters go through and put our body through to get to that one moment, that fight wasn't easy at all.
If you do what Bud has always done, and your hand is raised at the end of this fight, will you think of Midge? And when when you do that, will you think of Midge, man, and the fact that you didn't want to go to the gym when you were little? He come to the house and get you. Your mom, you be telling your mom that you don't want to go, and she say, "Nah, he in the house. Come get him." I know in 2018, you lost him, and I'm sure this is something that he always believed you could become, and you now get to that moment. He obviously won't be here. Will you look back and think about all of those sacrifices and ways that he poured into you that help you become this Terrence Crawford?
I always think of him. I think of him, my uncles, my aunts. I always think of all of them because it kind of hurt that they not here to actually see the grown edition of Bud. They only remember the little, well, not Midge because he was present, but the bad Bud. You know, they know the little Bud running around the neighborhood, and none of them got to see the
Damn.
mature Bud. The
Do you want Wendy's again? Did you like the
What you
Wendy's?
say? It seemed like it was a pretty decent interview. Say they talking about more personal things, but let me go back up in the interview and see if there's anything there. Because they're talking more about his personal life. I
Hey,
just want to see
Pool,
if he's,
I'm gonna have
yeah.
to catch you a little bit later, man. My damn kids want something to eat. God damn.
It's okay, my brother. So
I
you're
ain't know it
dad
was
too,
damn.
bro.
I ain't know it was 1 o'clock right now. I thought it was still like around. Oh no,
Oh,
I'm just I time warped when we was on here because it was like 9 something, 10 something. And I missed the hour or something. I don't know. But peace and
that's all
blessings to
right, bro. Go
everybody
ahead.
out there, man. If y'all not subscribed to Pool County, you missing out on one of the best punches in boxing. Pow, Pool County. That was for his favorite move. It's up
Drop
next
your
up,
link.
man.
Drop your link up.
All right,
Mhm.
ready to get these
Now we
kids
in
some
the pros,
Wendy's or
and now
something.
you see
Shit.
politics played a big factor in the amateur game, and politics still play a big factor in the professional game. But you see where I am right now, and you see where all those guys that they got a handout. Here, you got a lucky victory over Terrence Crawford. So it all played out the way it's supposed to. So
Wait a minute. Let me go back before that. Sound like he's trying to make excuses for the losses he took in amateur. So I'm gonna go back a little bit, y'all. Let me go back and see what lead up. I'm trying not to get a copy strike,
listen,
but
like you're not about to punk me. You're not about to do none of that to me. Where I'm from, you don't talk to me like that, and we don't deal with that. So I kind of wore that chip on my shoulder, losing in the finals and the Golden Gloves, losing in the trials. It just made me more hungrier because I knew in my heart that them guys didn't beat me and they wasn't better than me. So it just made me work so much harder. And like I said, when I lost the Olympic trials, and everybody was coming up to me and they got the cameras in my face, I said, it's cool. I'm gonna see them in the pros. But now we in the pros, and now you see politics played a big factor in the amateur game, and politics still play a big factor in the professional game. But you see where I am right now, and you see where all those guys that they got a handout. Here, you got a lucky victory over Terrence Crawford. So it all played out the way it's supposed to. So I can't be mad at how it played out.
And bro,
now, I mean, do y'all agree with that? I mean, from that's how he looking at it from his perspective. You know what I'm saying? That everybody got a handout. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I didn't see the Olympic trials and none of that stuff like that, and I know how the Olympics are. You know what I'm saying? They can be unfair. We seen Mayweather, you know what I'm saying? We seen Roy Jones Jr., you know what I'm saying? We seen them take a loss, even though they beat their opponents. So I do believe there's a lot of validity to what he's saying. But when you're talking about going against Ugas, because he made the case that Ugas probably had hundreds of fights over him when they faced in the Olympics, right? Trials and stuff like that. But you know what I'm saying? For him to be talking about, saying he gonna see these guys in the pros later, that's where I have a problem. That's where I have a problem because he didn't see those guys in the pros. And then there's just more excuses of why he didn't meet those guys in the pros. You see what I'm saying? What's going on? What's going on, Johnny Allison? I see you out there, my brother Don Jenkins, the Gotcha Gamer. Yeah, he's not living in reality because he comes on. Yeah, I see you in the pros later. He didn't see them guys. None of the dudes that beat his ass. I mean, even what's his name? Ray. What's his name? That fought Green Machine to a draw where they gave it to Mean Machine. Uh, what's that guy name? Ray something that beat Crawford in the amateurs. He didn't fight none of the dudes that beat him in the amateurs. You know what I'm saying? Well, ain't that's right, Kareem?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to ask because I heard him say it, and he's seeming like he's saying there's multiple guys that he lost to in the amateurs. So he got more than a few losses, and the same guys turned professional. Is that what
He
he
didn't
said?
face none of them. Yeah, I mean, he said, "I see you in the pros." Because they beat him once they beat him in the amateurs. He said, "I see you in the pros. That's cool." He said, "It's cool. I'll see you guys in the pros," and he didn't. You know what I'm
That's the
saying? He
thing.
didn't fight.
That's exactly what we be talking about with this guy. His fan base will say quickly, none of that stuff in the amateurs matter. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically what
Right.
that's what he's trying to put across that they're not around anymore. Oh, Udanis Ugas was just fighting last year. He's around still, and he's still looking good. So come on, man. Wow, this dude is something else. If
Ray
he came up,
Robinson. Yeah.
if he came up from wherever he came up, he could have challenged those dudes. He could have asked for those fights. Easy. Shit. I mean, how many fights did he? How many fights was it that he took where he really started getting noticed? Like, what was his noticeable fights leading up to now? What was it? The last maybe 20 fights because he got 39 fights now. So what was it?
Right.
The last 15 fights. You have your breakout win over what's the boy name? European dude. Whatever the hell that boy name. What's the European dude name?
You talking about Poster?
Yeah.
You
So you
talking about
got
Poster?
not posted the
Oh,
other
you
one.
talking about David? Oh, you talking about David Avanesian?
No, Ricky Burns. So you got Ricky Burns. How many fights ago
Oh,
was
you
that?
talking about the first one? You talking about the first dude?
Yeah. So how many fights
Hmm.
ago was that? What was that like? What 10 fights? Somewhere in
Shit,
12 maybe.
I would have to pull up his record because he had so many so many bullshit fights up in there.
And
But
What's
let me
going on,
exactly
see.
Paul?
exactly
What's
what I'm
going
saying.
on? What's going on, Charles?
What's
So
going on, man? Hey,
fight one through
when
10,
I saw
you could have cleared those.
anyway knock out Fulton, man, it felt like when Ricky got shot on Boys in the Hood, man.
Ricky, look out! Shit. Yeah, no, Ricky was about to turn. He was about to turn up on that shit, but he was just too close.
Yeah.
But let's get back more. Let's see what else he talking about here.
You brought it up, which I was gonna get to the politics of it. Like a dude from the streets that at one point figured out your hands is better than the hands of the world. Like you figured that out.
Right.
But now you have to navigate the politics. Now it's a business. Now the business of Bud Crawford is bigger than that. How
Yeah.
hard is that to figure out? And the promotional side, like the business side of you is something I call them ecosystems. Like when you walk in a place, there's people that are working for you, people that are feeding their kids off of you to work the politics of what you've become. Was it hard to do it? And when do you think you mastered that?
Well, of course it was real tough dealing with the politics and dealing with uh, people saying that you're not worth this or you're not worth that, and you feel as if you is. So you can't tell me what I'm worth. Just like I can't tell you how much you worth. We go in there. We as fighters, we put our life on the line every time we step in a ring, just to entertain the people that want to see us fight. So you're gonna tell me my life is not worth what I say it's worth? So yes, it's tough. And then the boxing side of it, I'm still learning. I haven't learned it all, but I'm still learning day to day. I'm trying to gain all the knowledge I can and trickle it down to the next generation, because what I dealt with is a testimony to where they don't have to deal with it. I will.
So
He don't see that answering that question that guy set up for him was a trick question because he basically said he has people around him that built him up to what he is. He goes into like not explaining like how somebody can't tell him his worth. You educated enough to know what your worth was with those bullshit ass pay-per-views. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to, it's like he's trying to slant everything, what I'm saying? And, why is it that Keith Thurman, when they wanted to fight him, when Danny Garcia wanted to fight him, how come they wasn't worth shit? You know what I'm saying? How come he was able to negotiate himself up out of that? By low ball and then what, you don't think Danny Garcia worth $9 million? You know what I'm saying? What about his life? He's saying he putting his life on the line just like you, Keith Thurman. He wanted $10 million. So why the same standards don't apply to them guys when they was in negotiations? See, it's just weird. They flip it for Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Like
And
they say, okay, he's going for what he's worth, but those guys wasn't doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So they could get the fight. Go ahead.
And that points right back to what that dude asked him about having people around him that's eating off of him, who probably built his career up and his resume up. Because if he's thinking that you should be able to ask for $25 million because that's what you think you're worth, then you're delusional. You're delusional.
Well, but I'm just trying to like, what I'm saying, put a little accent on that point. He what's good for him ain't good for everybody else.
No way.
You know what I'm saying?
How? Yeah, and that's a part of his delusion. Because you got to remember,
Like,
he went into a fight with the champion that was holding the belt. You know what? Yeah. Actually, yeah. Jeff Horn had every right to have a better percentage, or at least equal percentage in that fight than what he got.
Mm-hmm.
That came down to Bud saying, "No, I'm not fighting that dude unless I'm either getting I'm getting way more than him." And the people around him, went to Jeff Horn and told him what it was going to be, and that's what happened.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You coming up to the division, and this guy's the WBO champion, and you coming from a lower division, and you dictating terms about how much you should be making. Jeff Horn's a fucking retard. He should have damn sure played that a little bit different, a little bit hardball. But I don't know.
But it's just interesting how clear he is on this narrative for himself. But when it comes to other people, because he'll say things like, if you're confident, what I'm saying, you would just take the fight. You know what I'm saying? If I was in the position of Errol Spence Jr., I would just take the fight. You see what I'm saying? I would just make all the consent, which what Errol Spence Jr. end up doing anyway. But on his side, he's able to, fall back and say, I'm not going to fight you unless I get what I want. So that's not pricing yourself out. So you're going to make you're going to make one man concede. You're not going to try to meet him, in the middle. You know what I'm saying? You're going to make all your demands, but you're not pricing yourself out. If Errol Spence Jr. would have kept it moving, then we wouldn't have had this fight. You know what I'm saying? So, but they still credit Bud somehow. Somehow he's credited for wanting to fight after all these years, wanting to make the fight. You know what I'm saying? And then when it came down to negotiations, walk out of negotiations, fight somebody else, and come back to negotiations, still with more bullshit. You know what I'm saying? EJ had to give up, whatever it was in the deal to make this fight. So who really wanted to fight the more? Who wanted to fight more? Was it Bud Crawford for 5 years? You know what I'm saying? Look at how many deals that didn't work out for the PBC. But the PBC fighters didn't want to fight Bud. You know what I'm saying? So it's just the double standard and the bullshit that Crawford gets to escape on is the hypocrisy of it all. You know what I'm saying? So he can make a case for himself. He got his life on the line, but nobody else can. They just got to get in there and accept whatever offer that Bud Crawford offered. And if they don't accept that offer, then they don't want to fight Bud. They intimidated a Bud, right?
Mm-hmm.
So so that's the difference I wanted y'all to check out. You know what I'm saying?
I wish they would call him out on that too, Paul. I wish somebody interviewing him would call him out on that. Like, bro, in one breath you saying, you want to get the money that you earn because you in there fighting, man. But at the same time, you offered Danny Garcia $2 million to fight you, bro.
But that's what I'm saying to Doc Kent here. Nobody's talking about, if you're gonna, saying you got to keep it consistent down the line. Well, I mean, why is it different for Bud Crawford and why it's not different? I mean, Danny Garcia, and Keith Thurman, the fights that we wanted to see him fight, that the actual fights that we wanted to see him fight. I mean, those fights were worth that money too. they thought they were worth money too. They thought they wanted to make 9 million, 10 million to fight Terrence Crawford, but everybody was like they priced themselves out, right? So Bud can't price himself out. He's the only one could look at his life. What I'm saying, risking his life. He can only look at those facts. Everybody else, they just got to accept what the hell Bud was offering them at the time. So nobody really gave those guys, what I'm saying, the same deference that they're giving Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. No, I don't mind about him holding out for the money or whatever. Um, but you gotta look at the past. You got to look at who he said was pricing themselves out and who
Right.
was afraid of him in the ring. So let's just keep it. What I'm saying, down the line with it, so he don't see what kind of hypocrisy this shit is. And I'm just like, nah, bro. Something missing, bro. Something missing. So you didn't fight those guys. They were pricing themselves out. They wasn't worth it, right? Or you just didn't want to take the risk and get your ass whipped in the ring.
Yep.
Coach them and put them on game to where they don't have to deal with it. And maybe, who knows, in the future, boxing can be different, where politics ain't playing a big factor in boxing like it is right now.
Talk about politics, and that's associated with all sports. We all had to deal with it. But talking about legacy, being shot after your fourth fight, right? Being shot and almost losing everything. Was that a defining moment where you said, look, I have to start focusing on my legacy? And then fast forwarding to this fight, because RC asked you that this fight is a legacy fight. That's what we say. We look at it and say, this is the matchup we all want. For you, though, is that career defining? Is this a legacy fight for you?
Well, when I got shot, for me to change my life the way that I did and stop hanging out with the guys that I hung out with, my career started going up. It was crazy. God do wonders, and I just put it all in his hands. And yes, this is a legacy fight for me. This is a mega fight. This is a superstar fight. This is all those in one with me and Errol Spence Jr. A lot of people.
Well, at least he knows it's a legacy fight. At least he ain't talking no bullshit on that. Um, but he don't seem to understand that. He was saying in this interview where people were talking about the David Avenesian fight, right? Nobody's giving you credit for that, bro, because you know, like you said, you're supposed to be the WBO champion. And if you're going to fight anybody, you got to fight somebody that's up on your level. We're talking about nobody below three. You know what I'm saying? The number three on the not the top 10, but the number three. You know what I'm saying? So you had to fight somebody up in there, what I'm saying, to get the respect that you're talking about. And so watching you choose like somebody like a David Avenesian who was already on another card, you destroyed that whole card to pull that man off that card to give him an opportunity when there was other guys that was way better than David Avenesian he could have fought. And it just kind of shows me how he moves, right? Um, not really wanting to take a challenge, what I'm saying, from those guys. Not wanting to fight the best in the division. He's more of a businessman. And I can understand that. I can respect it even, but I just want him to put it out there to the world that, he's not trying to be pound for pound and actually be pound for pound. You know what I'm saying? To me, pound for pound means you fight those the best in the division. And that's the difference between how I look at Terrence Crawford and his fans look at him. He said, I thought Bob was making it difficult to book certain fights because he was too cheap to promote Bud. Nah, Bob said that he it was hard to get him to take fights. You know what I'm saying? Bob said, it was just too hard to get Bud to sign. He didn't. Finally got Manny Pacquiao after chasing Manny Pacquiao for years and years and years, and then he didn't sign the contract once he did get him. So it just kind of shows you that Bud is difficult to negotiate with. I don't know what was in that deal or anything like that, but he had an opportunity. Imagine how his career would have blown up if he would have went in there and dominated Manny Pacquiao. He would have been on a whole nother level. Do you guys agree?
I think he would have probably retired and made an excuse like Pacquiao's the
Oh
fight I
yeah,
always wanted, and he would have retired and ducked Spence.
yeah. He would have did a what you call him, a Tim Bradley. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I fought Manny Pacquiao. You know, anytime they say, "Why didn't you fight Spence?" Oh, I fought Manny Pacquiao. Who was Spence? Who was Errol Spence Jr. at that time? You know, I fought Manny Pacquiao. So you know that kind of trumps anything you can say for him to have fought Errol Spence Jr. because Errol Spence Jr. wasn't a name back then when Tim Bradley was going through the division. You know what I'm saying? So you know that's just kind of sad. What you say, Don Jenkins, the conjugate, say accountability. He says we have to be accountable. And so he wanted money and he got money, but his legacy suffered, and that's what Crawford fans they call hate. You know what I'm saying? When you're holding him accountable for the moves that he made. Um, you know what I'm saying? Not re-signing with Top Rank, not being able to go back, what I'm saying, not being able to go over to the PBC where all the real competition was. And to me, that's suspect, when you're supposed to be pound for pound. Don't call yourself pound for pound if you're not trying to fight the best. And Jonathan Paul says, yeah, Derek James said switching won't mean anything in this fight. He says, from what I've seen all these years, says facts. Why he resigned? Right. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of the stuff that they say don't make sense. And I think they know that. They just use the same old talking points to kind of get Crawford out of hot water with the fans.
You know what, Paul? Perfect example. Bud could have fought Spence. You see what Inoue just did? He was undisputed, and he went for the guy with the 2 belts in the next division.
Yeah, exactly. You
Bud
know
could have
what?
did that.
That's an excellent point. You know what I'm saying? So and he's 30 years old. You know what I'm saying? So he's not a young pup. He's still what you say, bro? What you said? You said something, Kareem?
No, I ain't say nothing.
Okay. And let's get back into it. It says, let me see. What you say, Dark Kent? Dark Kent says Thurman was saying Bob doesn't want to pay nobody to fight, but not sure if there's any truth to that. So I looked. So I took Keith Thurman word for it. That's all I'm saying. Bud could have fought better comp. I agree with you. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's the only knock on him. But his fans don't hold him to no accountability.
They writing me off because they say, "Oh well, he's too small," or "He haven't fought nobody like Errol Spence," or "His resume is this," or "His resume that." There's a lot of things that a lot of people can say, but on July 29th, all the answers to everybody questions will be answered.
Quick, I gotta ask, because you can't go over. Bro, you got shot.
That was you, Kareem?
Yeah, I said he keeps saying that.
I mean, he keeps saying that people say he's too small. I mean, only Earl Spence Jr. be saying that he's light in the ass. You know what I'm saying? So, he keep acting like the thing that bothers you about Crawford, he keep acting like he a victim. You know what I'm saying? And, on this whole social engineering thing, we see too many people taking the victim role. You don't want to see men take that role as a victim. You're supposed to be the dominant champion. You keep acting like, what I'm saying, like there's been some kind of affirmative action against you, like the PBC fighters got affirmative action and you're the student that, what I'm saying, that did it the hard way and, what I'm saying, pulled yourself up by your own bootstraps. What I'm saying? No, bro, you went over to Top Rank, which is a form of affirmative action, if you ask me, because they gave you plenty of cannon fodder type opponents to build you up. So, he just tries to flip the narrative that he hears about himself. And what I'm saying, he just tried to tweak it so he looks like, what I'm saying, some kind of victim of a person, a fighter that been victimized. I don't think you've been victimized, bro. I just think people saw what it was. You wasn't fighting the best. And you won undisputed at 140. People like your fighting style, but once you got up to 147, you just kind of fell back. You only got one belt up at 147. That tells the story. Errol Spence Jr. got 3 belts. So that tells the story. You went to 3 different champions to grab those belts, and you didn't try for none of those belts. But that doesn't faze none of the Crawford fans. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is for them. So for me, that speaks volumes, about what he's all about.
In the head.
In the head.
Yeah.
Tell me about that. I've heard the story, but you get shot in the head. You sit in the car. RC laid it out. You get shot in the head. What's the rest of that night like getting shot in the head?
I get shot. I duck down. Car getting shot up. You know, it's a lot of bullets flying, and at that time, when the bullets stopped, I drove myself to the hospital, and the hospital was
Wow. So it must the bullet must be didn't hit nothing. Must be hollow up in there because I mean, goddamn, you know what I'm saying? You get shot in the head, something should be wrong. You know what I'm saying? How you could drive yourself to the hospital if you shot in the head? You know what I'm saying? I ain't no doctor or nothing, but if you got a bullet in your head, man, you must be got a lot of fat or something up in there or something. You know, how can you drive yourself to the hospital? Or you know what I'm saying? What part of the head got hit? You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm like,
Unless
bro,
it's
you
a
drove
bullet
your
fragment.
yeah, something. You know, did it break the skull or? I mean, Jesus Christ, bro. You know that's like you know what I'm saying. That's some crazy. He said Fulton said another hype job that shouldn't have gave never been in the position he's in. He said he lost to Figueroa. Oh, he talking about we ain't on that right now, bro. Let me see. He said he's always a victim. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And that's another thing that makes you dislike him because he's always taking these weird victim narratives and stuff. He's always taking these weird victim narratives. And you're a grown ass man. You're supposed to be a champion. You know. Let's see. Drove himself to the hospital.
was like filled with so many people that they was calling the police up there to escort people out, and I was supposed to fight on TV at that time, and I'm still telling my manager I still want to fight, and he like, man, you got a bullet fragment in your head, and you talking about fighting. They're like, nah, man, we can cancel that. I was just like, I was more mad about me missing the opportunity to fight on TV than I really was getting shot, because getting shot at was almost kind of like normal because we was already used to getting shot at, but I just haven't experienced the time to actually get shot like all my other peers and all of my other friends.
I think it's sad to
Now, who are you hanging with to get shot at all the time? I mean, was he in a gang or something? You know, were you in a gang or something, man? You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, he did say a bullet fragment, right? But you say he's saying
Yeah,
something that was kind of like normal to get shot at. I'm like, really?
yeah. From what the story I heard, Paul, I know from the story I heard way back, he said like him and his mom got into an argument. So he left the crib, he went to a dice game. And when he was leaving that dice game, that's when, shots were started firing towards his car.
Hmm.
So it's like, bro,
Wow.
if you a pro fighter, man, you're not supposed to be shooting no dice. That's what I mean by, man, if you're gonna have people if you're gonna have Bernie doing all that yapping and talking, he should at least talk some sense into you, bro, and be like, bro, you don't need to be at no dice game, bro. We done made it.
Right. Right. Let's see.
hear all of my other friends and all of my other peers. And that story is a story of a lot of people that come from places like where you do, cities, where you do, communities, where you come from. But we're here, man, for the fight. And we talked to Errol, and Errol has a ton of respect for you. And you're the betting favorite. Everybody that we've talked to around the fight, they're like, man, I don't know. I got to go with Bud. But you're the B side, right? You're the guy, even though I'm 39-0, even though I got 30 knockouts, I'm the B side. Errol says he's the one that puts butts in the seats. He's the one that makes people buy pay-per-views. What do you have to do to go out and prove that you're that guy, that you're the top dog in this? Because that's what this fight is about. And how much fear, if any, goes into what everybody is saying is that this is the matchup that changes my life. And you yourself said, nobody I fought is like him. Well,
Wow. Now that was a good question. You know, so I had to pause it because I can't like, you know what I'm saying, keep it going before I get a copyright strike. But we're gonna go back into it. But what y'all think about what he just said? Was y'all listening?
Yeah, that's a great question. I want to see how he answered.
Yeah, I know, but we had to take a break because
Oh yeah.
when you let them get it off, you know what I'm saying, before they take me off for a live stream, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. Like he said, EJ got a lot of respect for Crawford. But I wonder if he just EJ. I mean, just EJ just kind of like building up the fight, so when he beat him, what I'm saying, he'll get all the accolades. You know what I'm saying, for beating Terrence Crawford. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
What you think, Kareem?
yeah, that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. It's better to do that, when the media is out there pumping up somebody, go right along with them and let them pump them up to see what happens. Because if they backtrack and start talking all that weird shit, he got receipts to go and show them that this is how it was before. So that's cool that
Mhm.
that's real good that he's doing that. Don't tear him
Right,
down. Don't tear him down. Build him up, make him real big, make him super
right.
big.
This is a reaction video. You know what I'm saying? It's protected by fair use. We're going back in.
They
See
do
how
that.
he answered this.
They do that
Go, what'd
same
you say?
shit. They do that same shit to his opponents. So we might as well do it to him.
Right.
Well, I didn't say nobody I fought is like him. I said that's what a lot of people say.
I got you.
Nobody I fought is like him. At the same time, I can't think of one opponent that is just like him. No, I can't.
Yeah.
So
Bruh, bruh. What the hell? I mean, my mind I just lost some intelligent points there. Wait a minute. What's going on now? I mean, bro, you just said you never fought. You can't think of nobody that you fought like him. They just said that, even though they said he said it, but bro, it's the same shit, bro. It's like, why is he, being difficult like this? It's like, bro, you never fought. We could tell you that. We could tell you that you never fought nobody this good. I mean, why is that so hard to say, y'all? Why is that so hard to say?
Because Bud is jealous of Spence. That's what it is. It's jealousy. Jealousy, like it's straight jealousy. He's jealous of Spence on how he feels like he should be as far as fandom, even the pay per view sales, all that. He feel like that should be him. So like anything remotely involved with Spence that challenges him, he's gonna start pulling shit out his ass. Excuse my language.
I mean, that was bad. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say that, but I can't think of nobody I fought like Spence. Bro, stop that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Stop that. I mean, no, you haven't fought nobody like this, bro. You can't. Nobody on your resume is like Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? Why is that so hard to say? That's not giving him no accolades. It just is what it is. That's what I mean by your boy Crawford. He just don't know how to keep it real.
Yep.
He's scared. He's scared somebody's gonna give um Errol Spence Jr. some kind of extra credit. You know what I'm saying? Just for being a different fighter that he's ever fought, bro. It's easy. No, I never fought nobody like him, and he's never fought nobody like you. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Jesus
Yep.
Christ, this dude.
And the difference too, Paul? Spence
Hmm.
Spence is the complete opposite. Spence would be like, yeah, I ain't never fought nobody like Crawford before. Crawford got to do all this hopping and jump.
Kind of cut out, Charles. Yeah, you kind of cut out, bro. But we're gonna go back into it and see. You kind of cut out, but we're gonna go back into it.
that statement is somewhat true. But I don't know, man. I respect Earl. I respect him. I just feel as if they lined him up very great to fight the type of guys that he fought, to be on pay per view and to sell pay per views. I wouldn't say it was all him, not taking any credit away from him, but you got two fighters that's fighting. When you look at his numbers against Mikey Garcia, there was good numbers, but when you look at his fight against Ugas, they weren't so hot. When you look at the fight with Danny Garcia, really weren't so hot. So
Well, what were your numbers, bro?
Oh my God.
Bro, what was your numbers? I mean, how you gonna look at somebody who double and triple his pay per views against yours? How can you? How can you with a straight face sit there and talk about this man pay-per-views wasn't so hot, bro?
This
Your
is
best
crazy.
pay-per-view, your best pay-per-view. I mean, he doubled you in his worst pay-per-view. I mean, and see, this is the thing that makes you like really look at Crawford and you just be like, bro, it's like, bro, come on, man.
And you know
It's
what,
like,
Pitbull? He up there talking about some PBC lined him up for him, bro. You had a chance. You resigned with Top Rank. You could have went over to PBC, and you could have got in the midst with one of the top welterweights. You could have beat Keith Thurman, and then you could have been in that pot as well. But you didn't. You resigned with Top Rank. So, bro, that's your fault.
but he keep acting like he keep acting like it's some kind of conspiracy or some kind of bad thing that PBC lined him up with the champions of the division. That they lined him up to fight Kell Brook, who had a belt, who lined him up with Sean Porter, who had a belt, and lined him up with Ugas, who had a belt. He acting like this is some kind of political thing
Mm-hmm.
that they did for Errol. Errol, no, Errol was trying to fight the best in the division, and you weren't. Why not? You can't. Why can't you just say that, bro?
Yeah.
Why you can't just say I wasn't looking for those fights? I was going for the path of least resistance. We would respect you more instead of trying to criticize the dude that did what he's supposed to do. He fought the champions. You know what I'm saying, in their primes. How can you spin this shit? You know what I'm saying? How can you try to spin that, bro? You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? He's sitting up there with a straight face talking about this man pay-per-views that doubled his. You know what I'm saying? It's like he's gonna give Mikey Garcia the credit and Errol Jr. opponents. Yeah, that's because they were better than your opponents. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand why, saying he's trying to separate it. Like, he want to give Errol Jr. credit for half the pay-per-views when you need two fighters to make the fight, right? And they made the pay-per-views together, but look at your pay-per-views. Look at who you had in the ring. You know what I'm saying? And talk why didn't you compare your pay-per-views while you talking shit right now? Why didn't you compare your pay-per-views? What was it? What Americana was 150 or some shit like that, or 160 pay-per-views? Why you not talking about your pay-per-views? Why you trying to down this man pay-per-views? This shit is crazy. Shit is incredible. He's still on that bullshit.
Fighters fighting each other sell the pay-per-views. So this fight with me and Errol Spence, we're gonna surpass more than both of us have did because we got a dancing partner. A lot of people want to see Terrence Crawford. A lot of people want to see Errol Spence. So that's going to make for a great event. It's not going to be, oh, well, I sold all the pay-per-views if I win, or he sold all the pay-per-views if he win.
No, it's just like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just like that. I mean, if you look at how many if you look at how many pay-per-views you sold in the past, and you look at how many EJ fans, we're gonna be, we know who come out for you. We
Right.
know how many people come out for you, and we know how many people come out for Errol Spence Jr. to see him fight. So you trying to like make it subjective, like you trying to put it all together and make it seem like we're both stars. We're both bringing in all the people, but you've had your chance to prove what you can do on the pay-per-view side. You know what I'm saying? That's why you always bitching about guaranteed pay. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't believe that you're a pay-per-view star, right? And you don't have to be a pay-per-view star, but if you're going to talk about it and you're going to make it an issue, you know what I'm saying? you know what I'm saying? Don't just talk. Don't try to spin it like, what I'm saying, we both stars and we both going to bring in a lot of seats. No, bro, you only going to bring 8% in. You're gonna only bring while the other man is doing all the rest. You know what I'm saying? While the other guy's doing all the rest, which is why you made sure you got the pay that you needed because you didn't trust that you could sell shit on your end, right? You're not able to pull in the sales, bro. So this is just funny to see Crawford talk about this when he knows that that's not where he excels at. You know, interesting, very interesting.
He's something else, ain't he?
As Spock would say, fascinating.
He know damn well that he ain't.
Go ahead. What you say, bro? You know what now?
he know damn well he ain't selling no pay-per-views. You know it. he negotiated himself on what do you call it in the Matrix? The back doors, the the back doors. He negotiated himself by going through the back doors to get him a 50-50 split.
Right.
That motherfucker is wild.
Collectively
Well,
came together, made this a
collective
big event. And yes, the winner is gonna benefit off of everything, going forward, because the numbers is the numbers. But at the end of it takes two to tango.
What's y'all relationship like though? Because then y'all FaceTime and talk about family, talk about business, and trying to get this together. Because when I'm looking at you guys in the press conference, right? Like it was fun, and y'all talk y'all stuff, but it was respectful. You could tell that both of y'all understood what the other man had accomplished and what they were capable of. When you look at him as a man, how do you see Errol Spence?
Well, like I said, I'm a fan. I've been a
Bro. I mean, it's like, bro, stop the cap.
He don't
Stop the
understand.
cap.
These people, they taking him, they putting him in the blender right now, and he don't even see it.
Like I said, I'm a fan of Earl Spence Jr., bro. Whoo, man, it's like, can you take it? Can you take the bullshit, bro? Most disingenuous ass nigga I ever seen.
fan. I respect him as a man, as a father. There's no need for me to be disrespectful to a fighter that's not being disrespectful to me. I never came off as I gotta talk trash to this guy.
Didn't he? Wasn't he looking for the? Didn't he call him a bitch when he was in the ocean?
Yep, call him a bitch ass.
Didn't he call him a bitch ass in the ocean? Didn't he call him a drunk? Hey, he been drinking?
Yep. A drunk and shit, and then he tried to touch his belt to try to see if he can provoke him.
I mean, bro. I mean, is it me? I mean, like, I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone here. You know what I'm saying? Do we think anybody believes this shit? I mean, like, bro, we know how you get down. So, I mean, Jesus Christ, this dude here pathological with this shit.
And disrespect them to sell a fight. My hands gonna do that. All my fights is exciting. So that kind of hurted me in my career, because a lot of people say, oh, well, you don't talk trash, or you don't do this, or you don't do that, and this is what the people want to see. And this, I said, no, the people want to see knockouts. I don't care what you say. I don't care how you say it. Yeah, I can talk all the trash I want. And if I go in there and move around, pity pat, do all this and do all that, they're gonna be like, oh, he boring. Oh, he just talking. He boring. But if
I can't take it.
He don't realize what he's saying is like against his own self. He's saying that people want to see knockouts, but your pay-per-view numbers is low. Earl is in competitive fights. It ain't knockouts that people want to see. People want to see competition. They don't want to see you fighting people that they know you're gonna whip on their ass. They don't want to see that. Only fanboys and man fans want to see you going in the ring and whip on people's ass. But regular people and boxing fans, they want to see a good fight. They don't want to see all that shit you're talking about. Your pay-per-view numbers is showing us that people don't want to see knockouts. Because if that was the case, then you have Manny Pacquiao fans.
Robert Emily Jones says, hurry up, Saturday again. But that's what I mean, though. It's just the way he spins shit. It's like, man, he's just so delusional. Or I mean, I guess casual fans don't know any better. So, he plays that same music, that same violin, that same small violin. Or you just hear the sad music. But painting himself as a victim, saying that his fights are exciting. I mean, if you're in there against lesser competition, of course your fights are going to be exciting. Mir Khan was in no kind of shape, according to Virgil Hunter, that they just had to try to get him in shape for the fight. he's always had this kind of advantage in the fight, but not fighting the top guys in the division.
And you know the
But
wild
yeah,
thing about that is, you know what's wild
hmm
about that? With this guy showing us his style,
hmm
he may have talked to Amir Khan prior to fight. He may have found out what was Amir Khan's situation prior to fight because he did the same damn thing with David Avenesian. He got didn't the trainer of David Avenesian say they was talking to Bud Crawford on the phone? Didn't they say that?
hmm
Yep.
So who's to say that you didn't talk to Amir Khan and found out what Amir Khan's situation is trying to butter up to him and be his friend? So you say, okay, yeah, we're gonna get you this fight. You get $7 million, we can give you $7 million. All right, cool. This
I agree with you,
motherfucker.
bro, because Amir Khan came out of nowhere.
yeah, and we knew what time it was. We knew how he was moving then when he picked Amir Khan because the man is a walking concussion, right? You know what I'm saying? So he's really trying to stay safe, hold on to the belt, let EJ do all the heavy lifting. Hopefully he gets beat, you know what I'm saying, while he's trying to grab all the other belts and he just fell back. So, these are things that his fans do not acknowledge. You know what I'm saying? What you say, Rami Leon says pool? He says, did you see Porter? Yeah, he said those comedians. Oh yeah, but they was telling EJ to put gorilla glue on his teeth and shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit was hilarious, bro.
Oh, Pool,
That shit.
to add this too. So remember Virgil Ortiz's last fight against that McKesson guy?
The
It
what
was
now?
Virgil Ortiz's last fight. You know,
hmm
that was supposed to have been David Avenesian, but he pulled out of that fight. He pulled out of
Hmm.
that fight with Virgil, and then all of a sudden he's fighting Bud. So I think Bud called him. I think Bud looked and said, "All right, yeah." So this guy, he had a fight coming up anyway against Virgil. Yeah, I guess I'll pick him.
Mm. Well, he was. Go ahead. What'd you say, bro? Go ahead.
This dude is backdooring people and making it seem like these guys is great and all this shit, man. And another thing too is it's another thing to to his personality, man. None of these guys is getting paid. I mean, I guess the American and the Kel Brook didn't even get that much. How much Kel Brook got in that fight?
Oh, I have
Anybody?
no idea.
Yeah, I think it was
I
like
think it
two.
was like five. I thought it was like 5 million. I thought it was like 5 million
So
somewhere up in there.
yeah. So, but it was reported that David Evans, now that Bud is on his own and he's having to deal with these dudes on his own,
Seven.
not going through Top Rank. They reported that David Avenesian got maybe like 600,000 in that fight. That's fucking ridiculous. I mean, I guess that's good for
hmm
David. If David's not making no type of money, yeah, that's good for him. But that's crazy. You went to a guy to fight him, and you knew basically you don't have to pay this guy that much.
And like Ezekiel Henderson said, I always call Bud the Black Canelo on my channel. I always call him the Black Canelo. You know what I'm saying? That's something I always called them. You can't question the skill, but you know when you move around strategically like that, you know what I'm saying, you're not finding out how good you really are. But today, bro, we're gonna leave it right there. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna come back tomorrow if I don't get a load, or I'll come back later on today and we'll put on the morning combat. If I don't have a load today, we'll come back later on today and we'll cover that morning combat, showing Errol Spence Jr. skills over the fights that he had with Kell Brook, and they did a real good breakdown over there. And so if I don't get a load today, you know what I'm saying, I'll probably come back about 5 or 6 o'clock and we'll look over that video, do a reaction to it, and check that out. You know what I'm saying? But that's if I don't have a load. But we're gonna leave it right there. We got 4 hours in. I think it was a pretty good cook. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations to Inoue. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he did his thing, bro. He was a superior fighter. Anybody got any last words on that?
No, my only thing is, I just want to point out that Inoue did what Bud could have did when he was undisputed. That's all. I'm gonna just leave it like that.
All right. Well, check out for me. Look out for me later on the day. If I don't have a load, I'll probably come on and we'll cover that morning combat interview that they had. That shit was fire, bro. That shit was fire. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna look in this interview because it just came on and see if there's any nuggets in there. But this has been Pool Kind of Boxing. Look out for me later. I'll see you guys in the next one, in the next live stream. Peace out, y'all.